Chapter 12. Rain on Coruscant was a strange thing. Orbital satellites were used to amplify the heat provided by the Ecumenopolis's rather small sun, and as a result daytime temperatures were agreeable with many sentient species. However, the bizarre effects of these satellites, coupled with rampant pollution and a general lack of water on Coruscant proper, made rain scarce. Most people living on Coruscant counted it as an omen. Hovercar traffic became more perilous in the diminished visibility. Pedestrian traffic was difficult due to slick walkways, and acid rain was not uncommon, especially in areas around the old city. Rain was, for most, a nuisance. Malfin himself didn't mind the rain. There was something strange about it, almost alien, that he had come to appreciate. The way the fauna fled from it in the flora sought it out, the pitter-patter against the masonry of the sanctum, the howl of the wind and the storms, the novelty was a welcome change. It was on a particular rainy day that Lithi, Harada, and Alnora returned to Coruscant. As it turned out, Rayston had gone to fetch each of them and bring them back. North found out before Malfin had, and he nearly put himself in the infirmary rushing halfway across the Jedi sanctum to tell him the news. It wasn't long before Malfon and North had joined Rayston and the others on a balcony on the highest floor of the sanctum, shielded from the rain by a massive canopy that sent water into the underlevels in sheets. After exchanging greetings, comprised of as much tears and laughter as it was jocular comments and congratulations, Malfin realized just how much their old friends had grown. Of course, it was to be expected. They were all different people now, but they had not seen each other in so long, and yet they were together again. Lithi had grown into a beautiful young woman, as Malfin had expected, and much to North's delight. Harada looked barely a day older than he once did, but seemed far more grizzled than when they were last together. No longer the teasing sort, it seemed as though he had just escaped the terrors of war and could not confide in anyone about it. Alnora, for her part, was taller and slightly more wrinkled, but Malfin did not know what else to look for in KOTOR growth. She was reserved as ever, and it seemed that shyness was one of the harder personality traits to shake. Malfin knew that all too well. Of the three of them, Lithi and Harada had become Jedi Knights. Alnora was well on her way, but she needed a little more time, it seemed. Malfin was delighted at the news, but could not help but feel an inkling of regret. After all, he would probably end up being the last of their group to become a true Jedi Knight. It was a bit embarrassing, and he hated himself for envying the rank that his friends had achieved. "Will you be staying on Coruscant for now?" Malfin asked during a pause in their conversations. "Or should I expect to say goodbye to you all again?" "Here to stay, as far as we know," Lithi said. "That's good," North managed to utter. Harada grunted his agreement. "Did the council assign you missions yet?" Rayston asked. "Why? Are they working you to death?" Rayston. Lithi teased. "Just enough," he replied. "I was hoping you three wouldn't mind assisting me." "Well, that's why we're here," Alnora spoke up. "Try not to be too busy," Malfin replied. "We have to see each other sometime." Lithi nodded. "I'm sure the council will keep that in mind." "Missions," North muttered. "Oh, by the Force. What am I doing here?" "I have a mission to attend to." Alnora scoffed softly, and Harada shook his head. North bowed slightly and left their company, nearly tripping over himself on his way out of the balcony. The company watched him leave, chuckling amongst themselves at his carelessness. Once he was gone, the 5 remaining Jedi were quiet for some time, lost in their own thoughts and not quite sure what to talk about. It was only after Malfin had nearly dozed off from the sound of the rain when Rayston cleared his throat to speak. "I suppose you've all heard." "You'll have to be a bit more specific than that," Harada drawled. "About Master Sunrider?" Rayston clarified. "No, not at all." "What happened? Is she all right?" Alnora asked. "Well, that's the problem. We don't know. Master Sunrider had gone on a mission with her daughter, Vima, into space that had been controlled by the enemy, a very long time ago, mind you. It's been nearly 3 months now, and we've lost all contact with them." "What's out there, besides smugglers and rogues?" Alnora wondered aloud. Rayston crossed his arms. "That's just it. There is nothing out there. And yet, the head of the order is missing, Lithy concluded. And her daughter as well. What is the council going to do about it? They're giving her another month. If there's no word, we're going to vacate her post and allow the Jedi Council to take over her duties. Ridiculous. The council's always been at odds with Nomi because of her unorthodox leadership, Harda grumbled. Of course they'd take the first opportunity to take her power away. Harda, what are you suggesting? Lithy asked. I'm not suggesting anything. It just sounds awfully convenient to me. Suspicious even. What about Vima? Malfin inquired. Any word on her? No, Rayston said solemnly. Are they searching for her? Alnera wondered aloud. For either of them? No. Rayston frowned. They're not. It's too dangerous, and the council says we cannot risk losing any more Jedi. But I will. You. Harda sounded dubious. Will the council let you do that? She was my master, and I knew Vima as well. They have to give me permission to search for her. No, they don't, Harda countered. In fact, it'd be better for them if both Nomi and her daughter disappeared, for good. Nonetheless, I'm going. I don't care if the Jedi Council denies me. Lithy rolled her eyes. Now you're sounding like Harda. He's just doing what's right, Malfin noted. If you had gone missing, wouldn't you want us to search for you, Lithy? Not if the council denied you. The conversation drifted into a brief argument between Lithy and Harda, and mumbling and whispers after that, leaving Malfin alone with his own thoughts. Grandmaster Sunrider was missing. What could keep her away from the Jedi Order? The enemies of the Jedi and the servants of the dark side were no more, and there were no other beings who could possibly pose a threat to a Jedi, especially one as trained as she. Although he had never met Vima Sunrider, Malfin had been told that she was every bit like her mother, down to the unorthodoxy and the raw potential in the Force. Were they stranded? Imprisoned. They could not be dead, but no other reason seemed to make sense. Malfin feared for them both, and for the future of the Order, without their gallant leadership. I have some business to attend to, Rayston said after some time, drawing the others from their introspection. Malfon, are you going to be busy tonight? Tonight? No. Why? Would you be interested in partaking in a mission? Malfon's eyes lit up. Lithy must have noticed his reaction, because she laughed quite loudly at the sight. He ignored her. There were some things that deserved exceptional reactions. Of course. Very good. Would you mind meeting me outside the Twisted Filament at 1600? The hour since then had passed very slowly. Malfin could scarcely contain his excitement. He and Rayston were going to go on a mission. They had gone on a few missions before. That was true. However, none of them were recent and most had included their respective masters. This was the first time in a long time that Malfin would be able to observe Rayston's skill and ability, and he could impress Rayston with his own. Admittedly, he had no idea what the mission was about, but that hardly mattered. He was fortunate that the mission was on Coruscant, or else Averin might have accompanied him. He had nothing against his master, nor did he mind his presence on a mission. Quite the opposite, in fact. Having Averin standing beside him often put his mind at ease during a difficult case, or in the face of a dangerous criminal. However, since he learned that his master was the leader of a hidden Jedi organization, he found himself wary of the older Jedi Master. He needed some time to himself, lest he begin to have actual doubt about him. Malfin found himself lingering outside the Twisted Filament Astronautic Technology building well before the time he was supposed to meet Rayston. The rain had long since stopped. He had nothing to do, and his excitement seemed to dwindle while he was here. Pacing back and forth, Malfin found himself lost in his own thoughts and thoroughly distracted, but he did his best to keep a mind open to the ever-present Force in case any warning should arise. Rayston pulled up at exactly 1600 in a rather fancy hovercar. The shimmering red vehicle had looked like it had been recently refurbished, replete with fancy decals, new headlights, and upgraded engines that would have made any hover racer envious. Hardly a car fitting for a Jedi, Malfin cautiously entered the vehicle, finding the interior to be no less fancy than the outside. Comfortable seating, a sizable music system, and state-of-the-art technology to assist with piloting and navigation. For whatever reason, Malfin was not surprised to see that Rayston had chosen a dark evening jacket with matching pants and shoes instead of his Jedi apparel. Robes, Rayston noted, beating Malfin to a similar question. I suppose that will do, but... Sorry, my suit is still at the Sanctum's cleaning facilities. He couldn't help but glance around the car as Rayston drove it away from their meeting place. Where did you get this? It was a gift from a wealthy businessman from Terrace. I didn't want it, but he was insistent. I thought it would be useful for more high-profile missions. You went back to Terrace. Malfin glanced at Rayston. What did you do? Did you see your brother again? Nothing too important. It was mostly an investigative mission, eyeing the political and economic landscape. Rayston was silent for a moment. But yeah, I did see Dandek again. What happened? We had some disagreements. I went in there, hoping for the best, but I hadn't even thought about how much time influences us. He's changed. I hardly recognize him now. You know, I knew it would happen, but I had no idea we would disagree on so much, Rayston explained, his voice getting quieter and quieter. It was a disaster. I'm sorry, Rayston. I didn't mean to pry. Oh no. Don't think of it like that. I appreciate you asking. He's actually right, in some ways. What do you mean? Rayston smiled, but kept his eyes on the traffic in front of him. As a Jedi, I think I've become too absorbed in Jedi problems. In fact, Dandek probably thinks the same thing of me that I thought of him. Both so caught up in ourselves. I've been so dependent on the Force, living without family, tending to my own needs, he must have seen. A stranger, Malfin concluded. Rayston nodded, but he said nothing more. Malfin was silent after that, thinking about what Rayston said. Even when he was angry, mortified, or saddened, Rayston Banax hardly ever showed it. Even now, to see him justify his brother's disagreeable attitude was humbling. It was as though he had mastered his emotions on such a level that Malfin could not even comprehend his self-control. It stirred up a desire in him to be better. Incredible. If only Malfin could be such a Jedi. Anyway, enough of that. We're driving around, prattling on, and you don't even know what we're doing out here. Rayston set the hovercar to autopilot before explaining, a Jedi Knight was found dead recently here on Coruscant. Sherion Moth. After some investigation, Coruscant security and our order suspect that he was assassinated. Assassinated. Malfin repeated. A Jedi. Yes? While we are unsure who the killer is and have no motive, Coruscant security thinks they have a lead for us. They're sending us to investigate a politician named Cress Faulty. Do they think he's the killer? No. He's a small-time senator. What the council does believe that he ordered the killing. Malfin nodded. So what's the plan? Well, I had planned for us to perform some reconnaissance, but since you came in your Jedi robes, I figured it would better for me to do that alone, Rayston explained. While I do some hunting, you can interview Cress Faulty. I like that idea. Malfin cracked his knuckles. What are we looking for? Motive. Confession of guilt. Accomplices. Just find out what he knows and, if he is involved, who he hired for the job, and if he's after anyone else. It would be nice if we knew where the assassin was hiding out, and if he's on Coruscant. That said, we can track him or her down without that information. Just do what you can, Malfin. Sounds good. Just leave it to me. The office of Cress Faulty was elaborate, to say the least. Much more elaborate than Malfin expected, given Botho's rather unimportant position in galactic affairs. It was true, the Bothans were intrepid politicians and avid explorers, but they were a relatively unknown species and did little to stand out from the bureaucratic heavyweights of the Galactic Republic. In time, perhaps, their influence was spread by means other than political gain, but not anytime soon. Cress Faulty had no aide, so he saw Malfin into his office personally. Passing several high-standing sofas dyed a brilliant red, and a clear steel table that had enough room to seat 8 humanoids comfortably. Malfin was led to the back of the office, where the senator's main working area and decorations were located. A wooden bureau dominated this part of the office, extending at least a meter from his resting place against the eastern wall. Opposite of it were several small travel bags, filled with other, more personal effects. The window beyond the desk probably provided some exterior light for the Bothan working at his desk. Now, well into the evening, they depended on the glow of the panels overhead. The Bothan must have noticed Malfin spied the bags against the wall, and he smiled innocently. I am planning on returning to my homeworld for a local celebration of the unification of our clans. I'm sorry for the mess. It's no issue, Malfin assured him. Of course. Please sit down, Master Jedi, the senator requested, clearing his voice into a crisp baritone. Let me fetch you something to drink. No thank you. Jedi do not. He found himself trailing off as the senator ignored him, heading for the bureau to his right and fishing out several goblets and a bottle of wine from within. Malfin sat down across from the cluttered desk, practically sinking into the chair seat. Clearly not meant for humans, but some heavier species, he concluded. Doing his best to remain upright, Malfin waited for the senator to return with the drinks. It's not much, but this cat of wine is simply to die for. I got it as a gift, you know. He told me it was simply to die for. Fabulous year, apparently. I was saving it, but I would be honored if a visitor of your status drank with me, Master Jedi. I'm not a master, senator, but, Malfin squirmed nervously. Perhaps only a glass. Excellent, the Bothan boomed, pulling out the cork with his furry fingers and pouring the shimmering red liquid into 2 metal goblets. He swished their contents about before extending one to Malfin. Cheers. Cheers, Malfin replied half-heartedly. The liquid was not at all tasteful, and he gagged quietly to himself. Nevertheless, he drank as little as he could without appearing too suspicious. Now then, Master Jedi, what is it you wanted to talk with me about? The Bothan asked with a smile. Malfin put the goblet down on the table before him. Well, Senator Faltai, I'm actually here because I have disturbing news. Why? Has something happened? I'm afraid so. We, that is, the Jedi Order, have reasons to believe that you have ties to the criminal underworld. The Bothan let out a hearty chuckle. Dear me, is that what you've heard? That I'm nothing more than a sort of common criminal. He took a seat in his desk just across from Malfin, pushing some flimsy out of the way. And where did you hear this dreadful rumor? It was a reliable source. Malfin stopped, quite unsure how to proceed. Then, without thinking, he added, Senator, we have reason to believe you hired an assassin to kill a Jedi Knight of the Republic. The senator scoffed. If he had been a standard officer, using such a forward approach would have been tantamount to investigative suicide. Malfin knew no better. He had never done this before. Despite his inexperience, he was assured the Force would assist him. And he was right. The Bothan senator gave no indication of nervousness or alarm, and nothing in his body language or temperament changed upon hearing the accusation. However, there was a sudden hint of alarm in his mind, something so faint a polygraph might have missed it. But Malfin picked up on it. The Force revealed what would have been hidden otherwise. The Bothan must have suspected for an instant that his entire scheme was about to collapse, but his cool, distant political persona was quick to recover. There was no proof, and both he and the Jedi knew that. It was essentially his word against a single Jedi. Malfin had nothing, it was only a hunch. Malfin counted on the Force not to deceive him, and he trusted Rayston's information. This man was hiding something. Like the senator sitting across from him, Malfin betrayed nothing as he stared forward, eyeing the Bothan as though he was trying to see through the window just behind him. An interesting accusation, to be sure. Tell me, Jedi, who hired you to do this? I know you all preach of humility and poverty, but there are credits to be made here. Who was it? Twi'leks. Gran. Perhaps a member of my own people, trying to sabotage and end my career. The Bothan smiled toothily. Or perhaps you came here on your own accord. You need a victim for your poor friend's death, and I, the hapless Bothan senator, low on the rung of Coruscant politicians, and hated for it, is a suitable scapegoat. I'll ignore your insults, but are you actually accusing me of framing you? Malfin replied angrily. That depends. You've no proof, have you? His voice was more hostile as well. There is no evidence, no leads, no witnesses. I suspect this is all a setup. Will you use your magician tricks to fool me, torture me, and elicit a pained confession? The Jedi Order does not accuse anyone. All are innocent until proven guilty. And you are guilty, Senator. I will not stand for these baseless accusations, and I have no need to deal with this anymore. The Bothan tapped a button on his desk, evidently an intercom of sorts. Security, there's been an incident, he said, his voice sounding a bit shaken. The Jedi who came up to my office to speak with me as he's collapsed. I need a medic here, immediately. Malfin frowned. What are you talking, Abu? Malfin found his throat constricted, and he began wheezing violently. His entire body felt weak, as though he had been thoroughly thrashed in a lightsaber duel, and his vision began to blur. He tried to stand up, but he tripped over himself and hit the floor, narrowly missing the edge of the table on his way down. The Bothan chortled softly to himself, and Malfin heard him stand and walk over. Why, Master Jedi? It seems to me that you had an allergic reaction to something in the wine. It looks like anaphylactic shock to me. I will try to do my best to attend to you, but I cannot promise you will be alive when the medics get here. Malfin spasmed on the ground. He questioned only for a moment whether it had been pure chance or malicious intent that the wine had chemicals in it that his body reacted violently to. But even if the Bothan intended to leave him to die, what would he gain? If Malfin died, the Jedi Order would send someone else to investigate, a stronger Jedi who was not as foolish as he. Perhaps the Bothan had been caught unawares. He was about to escape Coruscant for good, but Malfin arrived at the last minute. With nowhere to run, he became desperate. No matter the reason, Malfin was going to die unless he acted quickly. Without air in his lungs, he knew his brain would die from lack of oxygen. Malfin called upon the last reserves of force power he had left, taking control of his otherwise automatic biological functions. Heeding the advice he had received from Kriya, Malfin first quickly expelled any toxins from his blood, along with the allergens and other foreign chemicals. Guiding his breathing and keeping his brain from shutting down, Malfin monitored his heartbeat and lungs until he was sure he was recovering. It took several painfully long seconds for him to regain control over his eyes, mouth, and limbs, and he gratefully allowed himself to breathe normally again. Returning to consciousness in an instant, Malfin's eyes snapped open and stared at Crest Faulty. The Bothan senator was in the process of pouring something in the wine he had just served Malfin, no doubt to tamper with evidence. The Bothan must have had an immunity to whatever it was that was in that wine. Senator Faulty didn't even realize Malfin was conscious and standing again until the Jedi threw the chair he had been seated in across the room with his mind. How? You should be a shock. You should be dead. The Bothan managed to gasp before Malfin used the force to pick up the senator and throw him across the room. Malfin strode over to him with a blank expression on his face. When the Bothan senator tried to get up from his position on the floor, Malfin tossed him further. By the time he reached the terrified politician, Malfin and his target were essentially in the farthest corner of the room from the table where they had been drinking a moment earlier. Using both hands, Malfin scooped up the Bothan and shoved him against the wall, increasing his physical strength with the force. "Where is the assassin you hired?" Malfin asked, putting as much edge into his voice as he could. "You're a madman." Wrong answer. Malfin reached for his lightsaber and activated in an obvious flourish. "Where is the assassin you paid to kill that Jedi Knight?" "Damn you, Jedi scum." Malfin stared into the Bothan's eyes. "You will tell me what I want to know." Something in those words shook the Bothan senator to the core. It was almost as though Malfin's voice had real power in it, a strength not unlike the power of a blaster or the sting of a lightsaber. The force erupted around the two of them, weakening Malfin considerably and sending Senator Faulty to his knees. Quivering, the Bothan shivered from some chill that Malfin did not feel, and he looked up at Malfin with eyes that were essentially lifeless. I will tell you what you want to know." Malfin didn't even think twice about the strange occurrence. Panting heavily, he asked, "Who is the assassin you hired, and where is he?" "I do not know his name. He called himself the End of Stars. He is operating out of the local apartment complex known as the Racer's Gambit. 7th floor, room 600. Malfin nodded and began to leave, but stopped mid-stride. "Why did you order Cherry and Moth killed?" "I had to." He was snooping around. He wanted to stop and ask the senator what he meant by that, but the medics burst in through the front door, replete with life-saving equipment and emergency med packs. The four of them were quite confused when they saw Malfin, the man they were supposed to be saving, standing alive and well. Finding it pointless to stay and contribute to the confusion, Malfin left the senator to explain and made his way out of the set of senatorial offices, heading toward his meeting place with Rayston. Chapter 13. What did you discover? Rayston asked as Malfin stepped into the car. "Our assassin is in an apartment complex called the Racer's Gambit. Room 600. The killer's name is End of Stars." "That's certainly a strange name." Rayston started the vehicle and headed toward the location displayed on his holographic map. "No other information." He said he hired the assassin because the Jedi was snooping around. Rayston looked at Malfin quizzically. "Snooping around? What do you suppose he meant by that?" "I don't know." "I had hoped you would," Malfin muttered. "What did you discover?" Rayston shook his head. "Not much. I learned that the senator hired his assassin through an intermediary, and the assassin once worked for the Hutts. Recently, though, he's been contracted to work only on Coruscant." "By Senator Falti?" "I cannot say. There was no indication either way." Malfin and Rayston were silent after that. While Rayston focused on driving, Malfin reflected on his time with the senator. He didn't even realize that, in getting the information he wanted, Malfin had called upon the Force and used it against him. He had influenced Crest Falti's mind. The thought was both intriguing and terrifying. There was no way the Bothan would have convicted himself without the aid of the Force, and yet Malfin was disturbed in using it for that purpose. Only by digging deep into the Bothan's mind was it possible to glean that truth. Was it wrong, then, to use the Force that way? How could justice be done if the truth was not discovered? Malfin didn't know what to think, but he felt uncomfortable with the idea. He realized sometime later that he also had not received an explicit confession of guilt. Without the Force, Senator Falti would stick with his story, and there was no way to prove he tried to kill Malfin. He was still here, alive and well, and the wine had apparently been cleansed while Malfin was unconscious. Shaking his head, he hoped that the assassin would confess to the senator's involvement after they captured him. "Malfin," Rayston spoke up, ending his train of thought. "Yes. You remember earlier, when you asked about my brother and I?" Malfin nodded. "Sure. We've been friends for so long, I hardly remember you telling me about your family. In fact," Rayston paused, chuckling, "forgive me, but I don't even remember your family name." "I don't have one." "Oh." Malfin glanced at Rayston. He had never told anyone about his past, the time before he joined the Jedi Order. Not only was his early life a blur in his mind, but he always dreaded to think about such things for too long. There was something about those memories that terrified him, but he didn't know why. Nevertheless, if he was going to tell anyone, it would have been Rayston. "My parents died when I was young," Malfin explained. "Based on what Rel told me, I was found as an orphan, barely alive, on some distant planet in the frontier. I didn't even have a name when they rescued me. I was too young to remember. The Jedi never bothered with the surname, so I'm just Malfin." "That's nonsense," Rayston countered. "You have to have one." "Everyone? Well, at least, most humans do." Surnames were formed to help humans identify others in their own clan, Malfin noted, his tone taking a didactic turn. "The Jedi are my family. I don't need one." "That's a fair point, but other Jedi have surnames," Rayston trailed off, apparently unsure how to finish the thought. He was silent for a moment before adding, "What about Benax?" "Benax? Sure. You could shrug it off as a formality, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't dare presume to know what you think of me, but I count on you as a brother and a friend. You've been here for me since the beginning, you've watched my back, and you've encouraged and supported me on this journey. Dendek and I are related by blood, but sometimes I think the bonds of the Jedi are stronger. Malfon's mouth dropped. You can do that. What? Adopt you into our house? Sure, Rayston said, brushing off the difficulty with a wave of his hand. That's the easy part. Dendek and I own the estate now, so we can do whatever we please, and that includes letting others join it. What do you think? Yes. Sure. Rayston laughed. Malfon was too excited to speak, or even laugh. All he could do was smile. Everything Rayston had told him was what Malfon always wished he could tell the older Jedi, but never had the courage to say. The fact that their feelings were so similar delighted him. He had always looked up to Rayston for his strength, spirit, and dedication to the Jedi Order. And now, he was going to share in that. They would be brothers. Very few things would have made him happier. In his current state of mind, only being named head of the Order would be better. He could have hugged Rayston, but restrained himself lest he embarrass himself. Malfon Benax. He smiled again. Not just because he was a Benax. Not just because he was related to the strongest Jedi Knight he knew. No, he smiled because now, after all these years, he had received something he had lost. Since his parents had died. Since Rel had died. Now, in the most unexpected of ways, he had a family again. The apartment complex known as the Racer's Gambit was in one of the seediest areas of the government district. Practically touching the old city, it was commonly known as the best temporary dwelling for all forms of impoverished or criminally inclined travelers, smugglers, thieves, swoop racers, conmen, and the like. Malfon noted how fancy the apartment was despite its low-life tenants as Rayston's hovercar came to rest in the garage adjacent to the building. With an elegant crystalline spire and whitewashed walls, it could have passed as a government building in a different location. The two Jedi were greeted by a damaged droid in the lobby. There were no other sentient beings or droids wandering the ground floor, so Rayston and Malfon headed up on their own accord. However, as they ascended the stairs and passed through the halls, they realized that there seemed to be no one else in the apartment complex at all. Granted, it was quite late and Malfon suspected most sentients were fast asleep, but that did not explain the lack of cleaning droids and the damaged holographic kiosks. He reached into the Force instinctively but sensed no one. In silent agreement, the two Jedi withdrew their lightsabers but kept them deactivated. The eeriness of the Racer's Gambit became more apparent the higher they traveled. Various metal doors had been bashed in, no doubt by heavy machinery or very large sentients, leaving entire rooms exposed and available for ransacking. Windows were stained with dark substances that Rayston quickly identified as blood from several different species, and a few panes were broken entirely. Droid parts were scattered across the carpeting of the near-dark hallways, and Malfon could have sworn he saw organic appendages among them. Something in the place was very wrong. This apartment, even so late, should have been bustling with droid activity. It was just the opposite. This entire place was silent. Even the aerial traffic from outside seemed to be hushed, and a sense of foreboding rushed over Malfon. The Force was confirming that this place was dangerous, as if he needed it, and he was grateful that Rayston was with him. "Here it is," Rayston whispered. "Room 600. "We need to be careful," Malfon whispered back. "There's something going on." "Agreed. Keep your wits about you." Rayston called upon the Force, using it to slide the metallic door to the room open. To Malfon's surprise, a reptilian humanoid was standing just inside the room, facing the door as if he had been expecting them. The figure was well beyond 2 meters, draped in a cloak that shrouded most of his face and some of his body. However, Malfon could plainly see just how massive his clawed hands and hulking legs were, and his glowing red eyes were plainly visible just beneath his cloak. He seemed to be carrying something on his back, perhaps a travel pack and rifle of some sorts, but it was impossible to tell in the low lighting. "You must be End of Stars," Malfon said. "Jedi," the The other growled. I've been waiting. Their target reached for a device on his belt, causing the two Jedi to activate their lightsabers in an instant. However, he was not going for a blaster. Instead, he pressed some sort of switch, causing something to chirp loudly just behind Malfin and Rayston. The Force immediately alerted Malfin that, if they did not move, they would die. Grabbing hold of Rayston, Malfin tackled him away from the door, sending both of them to the ground and causing them to lose their lightsaber. No sooner had they hit the ground when several massive explosions burst forth from where they had been standing seconds before, sending pieces of the floor, chunks of the wall, and metal shrapnel flying through the air. Once the explosions had died down and the ringing in Malfin's ears had stopped, the two Jedi heard what sounded like rockets flare up just inside the room. They heard the assassin cackling, and then the sound of a window shattering. The floor shook underneath them as he left, and Malfin suspected there were other explosives planted throughout the apartment just waiting to go off. Permacrete detonators, Rayston muttered, coughing. He's good? Brilliant with demolitions? Perhaps, but a poor assassin, Malfin noted. He didn't even come back to see if we were dead. He expected us to survive. He wants us to chase him, Rayston countered. Then that's what I'm going to do, Malfin said, jumping to his feet and recovering his lightsaber in preparation for the chase. Malfin, wait. This place is coming down around our ears, and there's no way that this place is stable. Let's head back to the hovercar and follow him that way. No time. He's going to get away by then. Malfin was gone before Rayston could protest. Jumping over the gaping hole in the floor that the explosives had left, the Jedi Padawan bounded into the assassin's old room. Sure enough, the window had been shattered, providing a way for the hulking assassin to make his escape. The floor was indeed unstable inside, and Malfin felt the metals and duracrete tremble underneath his weight. Malfin jumped inside the broken window, doing his best to avoid the shattered pane. He could still see the assassin in the distance, his rocket pack flying far away from the apartment, but it would not be long before he lost sight of their target. Calling upon the Force to slow time and defy gravity, Malfin jumped from his position on the window's edge onto a passing hovercar. His sudden arrival no doubt startled the driver, and he quickly made his way from one car to the next, traveling across the lanes of traffic in the process. Once he had bypassed most of the aerial traffic flow, Malfin jumped up to the highest building he could reach and located the assassin. He was still rather far, but Malfin was closing in. Estimating a route by which he could intercept the fleeing killer, Malfin jumped from rooftop to rooftop, using the Force to ensure that he always had enough strength to reach his intended destination. The assassin seemed entirely unaware that Malfin was following him. Although flying rather quickly, he was nowhere near as evasive as he could have been, nor did he try to hide his presence. This made pursuit easier than Malfin had hoped, and he always made sure to have the assassin in his line of sight. Following him became harder as buildings became taller and more spread out, but Malfin managed in spite of the difficulties. Whenever he could not reach towers, he aimed for the passing vehicles or tried his luck with pedestrian walkways. Jumping across 2 lanes of aerial traffic and reaching the top of a galactic news tower, Malfin found himself within 10 meters or so of his reptilian target. Reactivating his lightsaber, Malfin threw his shimmering green weapon so it would intercept the assassin directly. To his chagrin, the blade missed its intended target and slashed across the rocket pack instead, disabling the device and sending the flying assassin straight into the roof of a towering shopping complex. Malfin was quick to join the assassin on the nearby rooftop, calling his lightsaber back into his hand. End of Star struggled to his feet, evidently dazed and injured in the sudden crash, but Malfin kept his distance anyway. He had no idea what this killer was capable of, and if he was dangerous enough to kill Jedi, he needed to be cautious. It would be best if he allowed the assassin to make the first move. Good, End of Stars grumbled, wiping a bit of blood from his chin. I expected such audacity from Jedi. Malfin pointed his lightsaber directly at the assassin. Surrender now, and I will spare your life. If you do not, I cannot promise you will enter custody unharmed. Custody. End of Stars cackled at the thought. You will not capture me, Jedi. I have killed many of your kind. I fought for Exar Kun during his war, and I will fight for him in the next. A student like you does not have the powers to defeat me. Who? Exar Kun? Malfin asked. No, the assassin replied. Ignorant and weak. You have no chance. We'll see about that. End of Stars nodded solemnly. Unstrapping the rest of his broken rocket pack, he let the damaged device fall to the roof. Withdrawing a golden vibro axe from behind his back with an axe head larger than Malfin's entire head, End of Stars roared and charged straight for Malfin. The Jedi Padawan shook his head. He had never fought anyone with an axe before, but he figured that the weapon was ill-suited for fighting a Jedi. If he could strike the weapon's handle, it would shatter, and he would be able to subdue the assassin afterward. Shifting into a defensive acrobatic stance, Malfin waited for End of Stars to approach. Then, just before the vibro axe made contact, Malfin jumped to the left and swung his lightsaber just underneath the axe head, striking the handle perfectly. The moment he did, his green blade disappeared and his lightsaber deactivated with a pain snap. Malfin fell over himself as he tried to recover his balance, and that gave End of Stars just enough time to backhand him and send him flying across the roof. Malfin recovered from the hit quickly, but he stared at his lightsaber in alarm. What happened? Did his lightsaber's internal cell die? Did this killer control the Force and hit the button to switch off his weapon? Malfin couldn't discern an immediate solution, and he turned to face End of Stars just in time to dodge an incoming overhead swing. Performing several backward flips, Malfin placed several meters between him and the assassin, still holding his deactivated lightsaber. Without a means to fight directly, Malfin knew he had to concentrate on using the Force to subdue his target. Calling upon all the power he could muster, Malfin sent a telekinetic shockwave straight at the much larger assassin, but the effects of his attack seemed to bounce off End of Stars like blaster shots against a cruiser shielding. End of Stars cackled and charged again, causing Malfin to send several more blasts of telekinesis toward him. Startlingly, none of them were effective. Only by jumping as far as he could to his right and sprinting away did Malfin avoid getting cleaved in two by the assassin's weapon. What are you? Malfin shouted, placing his useless lightsaber on his belt. Is this how you kill Jedi? Only fools such as you, End of Stars sneered. Pure cortosis on my axe, on my blasters, and my bracers disable lightsabers. I am the Shade, and I am resistant to the Force itself. None of your ancient tricks work on me, Jedi. Whatever will you do without your vaunted weapon and your mystic powers? Malfin froze. Without a lightsaber and the Force, what could he do? If his opponent was unarmed, he could have tried to fight him that way. But End of Stars was so much taller than he was and much stronger. Besides, Malfin knew he was a terrible unarmed combatant and couldn't do much against his vibro axe anyway. Throwing pieces of the roof could work, but it would take some time and concentration to make appropriately sized projectiles, and he did not have either of those right now. End of Stars rushed at the confused Padawan without so much as a whisper, and he needed the Padawan's solar plexus before he could try and defend himself. The hit made an audible crack. Malfin gripped his chest and keeled over, but End of Stars scooped him up and tossed him, with one arm, across the roof, causing him to tumble over himself and smack his head several times. He tried to stand up, but End of Stars was there before he had recovered. He was hit once in the face with the butt of the vibro weapon's handle, shattering his nose, and he received several more punches to the chest, shoulders, and face for his trouble. Then, grabbing his tousled hair, End of Stars dragged him over to the end of the roof and smashed his face into the side of the Durkrete, eliciting a pained cry from Malfin and cutting open his forehead. Satisfied, End of Stars hurled him back toward the center of the rooftop. A black eye and blood from his forehead hindered Malfin's vision. Breathing was difficult. Even without a broken nose, every breath caused a burning pain in his chest. His ears were ringing, but he could still hear the Dashays cackling in the distance. His entire body felt numb, especially his upper body. He let out a quiet groan. End of Stars stomped over to him and placed one of his massive legs squarely on Malfin's already bruised chest. Are you ready to die, Jedi, are you scared? Malfin said nothing. Even if he wanted to, it probably would have been incoherent with all the blood in his mouth. I give you one chance, as I have been ordered. Summon all of your power and strike me down, or I will behead you here. Malfin stared, as weakly as he could, at the assassin standing over him. He was right. There was no way someone as weak as Malfin could kill him. He had been foolish. If he tapped into his emotions, all the pain, the rage, the desire for bringing this being to justice, without hesitation, perhaps he could have unleashed a power to defend himself. A manifestation of raw power. As a shade, it was possible that, no matter how powerful Malfin's attack was, the assassin would resist it. But the more he considered it, he realized he had no other choice. And yet, he could not bring himself to do it. It was not the Jedi way. Sighing, Malfin was content with reaching out into the Force and hoping that Raistin would sense his presence and know that, despite his best efforts, he had failed. When Malfin did not move against him, End of Stars scoffed and rose to his full, imposing height. So be it, Jedi. Raising his vibro axe above his head, End of Stars growled and brought the weapon down toward Malfin's neck. Raistin Benax had sensed Malfin's presence in the Force for some time, but he had not been able to pinpoint his location until Malfin purposely showed Raistin exactly where he was. Luckily, he had not been far at all. Turning his head and focusing, he could see End of Stars on a distant rooftop. The Force alerted him that Malfin was in danger and, if he did not act, he would be killed. Even at this distance, he could sense the Jedi Padawan, and he summoned all of his strength to defend him. Raistin called upon the Force and ripped large chunks out of the roof to intercept End of Stars' axe and protect Malfin from death. Once he had steered his hovercar close enough, he leapt from the vehicle and used the Force to turn it into a spinning projectile. The resulting collision sent End of Stars to the rooftop and his gift into the depths of the city below. End of Stars' axe had been damaged by Raistin's assault, so he took several shots at Raistin with his holdout blaster. Raistin deflected these shots right back at the assassin, burning deep holes into his hide. As Raistin closed the distance between them, the faster and more wildly End of Stars fired at him. This, in turn, caused more blaster bolts to ricochet right back into the shade. With a weary growl and something of a curse, End of Stars collapsed and died just as Raistin was close enough to disarm him. Ignoring the dead assassin, Raistin rushed over to Malfin and immediately began using the Force to heal him. He called out to the younger Jedi several times, but he said nothing. The Jedi Knight felt a pulse, and he was breathing, albeit laboriously, but he was in a lot of pain. Using all the bandages, KOTOR, and painkillers he had on his person, Raistin coupled them with as much Force power he could muster. Raistin, Malfin wheezed. Is that you? Yeah, it's me. How are you feeling? Like someone dropped a moon on me, Malfin said, laughing despite the pain. Well, it's not that bad. You're going to be okay, Raistin assured him. I don't feel like it. Malfin turned his head toward End of Stars. You got him, huh? Yeah. He was distracted by you, so I got a chance to take him down. You're welcome. Raistin shook his head. Go ahead and rest. I called for a police escort to take us back to the Jedi Sanctum and clean up here. Let me handle everything else, okay? I look terrible, I bet, Malfin moaned. When they take my pictures, I'm going to look like a Biff after a shockboxing match. Just sleep, Malfin. Fine. Despite how terrible Malfin's injuries looked, most of them weren't as bad as he suspected. Aside from his black eye and broken nose, most of his wounds were treated or healed with a few dozen stitches, KOTOR immersion, and procoagulants. Luckily, he was in no need of a hover chair this time, although the Jedi healers did tell him that he was to stay in the Jedi Sanctum and turn down any missions for at least a month. As soon as he left the medical wards, he found Averin well waiting for him. Malfin greeted him, but Averin said nothing with the same blank expression he always had. He bid Malfin follow him. Where are we going, Master? You will see. Averin moved at a faster pace than he tended to. Well done, Padawan. You did well in handling that assassin brute and the senator who hired him. Malfin smiled meekly. Thank you, Master. But most of the credit should go to Rayston. He was the one who put together the mission, planned for me to interview the senator, and killed the assassin. Perhaps. However, we also know that you did your part, and you did it well. You figured out that the Bothan senator was, in fact, the one who killed Cherry and Moth, and you dealt with him as a Jedi should. Furthermore, you did your best in fighting an unknown and very powerful enemy, one whom most Jedi would have found impossible to defeat conventionally. Thank you. I did my best for the Order. I recognize that, as has the Jedi Council. That is why, Averin paused. That is why. I have acknowledged your growth as an individual, your knowledge as a student, and your skill as a Jedi. The Jedi Council agrees with me on all these matters. Therefore, we have agreed that it is time for you to become a Jedi Knight. Averin stopped short of the Jedi High Council chambers, and he pushed the doors open with a short telekinetic burst. Within, the members of the Jedi Council were standing, lightsabers at the ready, waiting for Malfin to enter. Malfin, stunned, didn't even move at first. Staring at the scene before him, surreal as it was, it took Averin's impatient huff for him to even think of moving forward. Stepping into the council chambers, he was instructed to kneel in the center of the room, facing away from the Pillar of Unity. Once he was in position, and his lightsaber rested just in front of him, the current head of the Order spoke, and the Jedi Council followed in unison. There is no emotion. There is peace, Malfin answered on cue. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. There is no passion. There is serenity. There is no chaos. There is harmony. There is no death. There is the Force. The room was silent for a moment, and then the head of the Order spoke, reciting the ancient text of the Jedi Order that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, that had been heard by millions upon millions of Jedi throughout the ages, that Malfin so keenly listened to now, his eyes closed. We are all Jedi. Chapter 14. Malfin Benax was a Jedi Knight. The thought seemed ludicrous. He knew the day had to come eventually, of course, but not this soon. Without a master, Malfin was free to do his own work for the Jedi Order and tend to his own studies, lessons, and missions. The newfound freedom was a bit discomforting at first. Encouragement from Rayston, Lithi, Alnora, and North quieted his fears somewhat, but he was still uneasy. Was this right? Did he deserve to be a Jedi Knight? Malfin sat in his new chambers, away from the Padawan dormitories, pondering his self-worth. He had been like this for nearly a month, only leaving his meditations for meals, studies, or physical therapy. His wounds had healed a few weeks ago, and yesterday was his last session of that. Rayston and the others were starting to worry, but Malfin insisted that he just needed some time alone to clear his head. His lightsaber rested on the small, one-person table at the center of the room. His robes, dark brown with a charcoal-colored cloak, were thrown atop his bed, which was a bit more fanciful than the mat he had possessed as a Jedi Padawan. Pacing back and forth in his undershirt and shorts, Malfin's mind was caught up in ways of proving himself to the Jedi Council and the other Jedi Knights. Or, perhaps, he needed ways to prove to himself that he was ready for this. The comlink by his lightsaber chirped. Malfin scooped it up and pulled it to his ear. Malfin speaking. Hey Malfin, it's North. Could you swing by the library? I have a question for you. Sure. Be there shortly. Malfin flicked off the comlink and quickly threw on his Jedi apparel. He grabbed his lightsaber and comlink, placed them on his belt, and then made sure his boots were on before scrambling out of his chambers. Walking by young Jedi Padawans trailing their masters, Jedi Knights talking about the state of the Galactic Republic, and Jedi Masters wandering by their lonesome, Malfin did his best to navigate the crowd without crashing into anyone. The eastern and westernmost sections of the Jedi Sanctum were being expanded, and the Jedi High Council chambers were being moved to a nearby tower. As such, many Jedi were trying to avoid the areas under construction. Malfin entered the library and greeted the chief librarian and her assistant, a Jedi Knight about his name named Atris, before heading up to the higher floors where North tended to frequent. Traveling around the second floor, he eventually found North in the section detailing the events of the Pious D Crusades. Much to his amusement, he realized that North was practically surrounded by female Padawans. They were not speaking with him, but they were watching him, giggling and talking about him, from a distance. North eyed them occasionally. One of them squealed. The fact that he paid any attention to them was probably delightful to a bunch of young, hormone-rattled Padawans. Malfin couldn't help but laugh. However, before any of them could work up the courage to talk to him or something more audacious, like request an invitation into his chambers, they spied someone in the distance and scattered. Malfin intended to join North, but decided against it. Was he meeting someone else here? Leaning against a bookshelf and using the Force to enhance his hearing, Malfin listened in on the conversation in the distance. "You've got quite the fan club, North," Malfin heard Lithy's voice say. "They're just bored and need an excuse to get away from their masters," North insisted. Lithy replied, disbelieving. "How was your mission in the frontier? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me." North went on to describe the craziest mission Malfin had ever heard. He had been employed by a Hutt who, for whatever reason, did legitimate business with the Republic and respected the Jedi Order. However, during the course of the mission, North and his master had been duped. One of the Hutt's bodyguards was a double agent for a party of smugglers. Without warning, their ship was boarded and the two Jedi were forced to surrender, lest the Hutt be executed by the party of smugglers. It was then that the Republic arrived, and a three-way battle between the Republic Marines and the Jedi, the Hutt and his soldiers who thought they were betrayed, and the smugglers broke out. In the tumult, North's master was wounded and North had been incapacitated. When they awoke, they were prisoners of the Hutt, who vowed never to do business with the Republic again. The smugglers had escaped with several million credits of materiel and antiques, and the Republic had damaged the rest before retreating temporarily. By the time they returned, the ensuing diplomatic solution freed the Jedi, but only at a hefty price. I'm surprised you got out of that one," Lithy said when he concluded. North laughed. "Thanks for the vote of confidence. That's not quite what I meant, but you're welcome. Did the council scold you?" "Not at all. They recognized that we had no way of knowing we'd be betrayed by one of the Hutt's men." "You think it's the Hutts themselves that would be all slippery and double-crossing?" "Exactly." There was a silence for a moment before Lithy said, "Anyway, I have to go down to the Merchants District to pick up a few things for my next mission. I wanted Honora to go with me, but she's busy with duties for her master. Would you like to come?" "Sure. Just let me stop by my chambers and grab my lightsaber." "Of course." The two Jedi were gone by the time Malfin revealed himself from behind the bookcase. A sense of mock indignation rose up within him. He had been called over here to talk with North, and he had been left behind because North wanted to spend time with Lithy. The gall. Malfin shook his head, but couldn't help but smile. North and Lithy. He had sometimes doubted whether North would be able to do it, and sure enough, he was proven wrong. Still smiling, Malfin left the upper floor and headed back to his chambers. Malfin turned around to see Rayston approaching from one of the library's computer terminals. "Hey, Rayston, what's going on?" "Just preparing for my next mission," Rayston replied. "The council told me that if they saw you, I was to direct you to them. It sounded like they had a task for you." "Oh, thanks for the message. I'll head right over." Malfin steered his Starsaber XC-01 until it was practically in orbit around the planet. A sleek craft with two wings protruding horizontally from the craft's side, the ship was heavily armed and well defended for a starfighter. However, its slender design concealed its flaws. The ship was incredibly ungainly, with delayed responses and lacking in maneuverability that was crucial during a dogfight. It was said that only the Jedi were capable of flying the craft without fear of falling prey to these flaws, and oftentimes Jedi preferred other, more well-rounded vessels. However, the Jedi Order had opted to sell many of their personal starfighters to the Galactic Republic after the last war, leaving them with very few choices in available craft. Even if Malfin wanted a different ship, he had no choice in the matter. His partner for this mission, the Jedi Knight Valef Asheravelmush, piloted a similar vessel nearby, doing his best in spite of his webbed hands and awkward height. Malfin dipped his craft's nose toward the planet itself. Corbus was on the edge of what had long ago been hostile space. A world teeming with deserts, volcanoes, and harsh wastelands. It was sparsely populated by some 4 or 5 settlements, spread out across the only fertile region on the surface. Corbus was famous for only one thing, and that was the fact it was the site of the last battle of the 100-Year Darkness several thousand years ago, when the Dark Jedi were cast off from the Jedi Order and sent into permanent exile. Since the end of the war, multiple attempts to settle the planet had gone awry. It was always the same issue. The settlers, their equipment, and their droids would touch down on the planet and begin making a living for several months. Then, after some time, all contact was lost. Even when these travelers were accompanied by Republic soldiers or Jedi, they lost contact. For nearly 3,000 years, sentient beings had tried to settle Corbus, and yet no one succeeded. Malfin was both disheartened by the stubbornness of each wave of settlers he read about, but noted their dedication as well. The Jedi Council had sent 2 Jedi Knights, Malfin and Valef, the same Jedi he had defeated during a practice bout as a Padawan, so very long ago, to Corbus to investigate the most recent disappearance. Settlers from the frontier, not part of the Galactic Republic, had decided to settle the world nearly 3 years prior. It was only several weeks ago that they did not make contact with their protectorate, and the Jedi were called upon to find out what happened to them. If the past was any indication, the colonists would be gone now, and only their equipment and ghost towns would be left behind. And yet, Malfin and Valef heeded their orders and did their duty. The 2 Jedi Knights landed their starfighters about 3 kilometers from the first settlement they found. Although neither of the Jedi sensed anyone in the settlement, they decided it would be worth investigating anyway. "Do you think we'll find anyone here?" Valef asked, taking a medical pack and his lightsaber from the rear compartment in his fighter. "I don't know," Malfin admitted, gathering his own gear. "The reports I read indicate that once the settlers here vanish, they don't return. I hope some of them are still alive. I'd like to help the survivors off this planet," Valef replied. "Maybe point them toward a better one." "Too dry for your taste." "Precisely." Once the 2 Jedi had prepared their equipment and armed themselves, they left their starfighters behind and headed for the settlement. Malfin led the way, and Valef, standing so much taller that he nearly cast a shadow over him, followed him closely. Not entirely sure what to expect from this strange planet, deep in space that once belonged to the enemy, the 2 Jedi allowed their 4 senses to travel far. Valef seemed uneasy, and Malfin sensed it, but he said nothing. Hopefully, finding a few surviving colonists, or at least clues of their whereabouts, would put him at ease. Malfin. "Yes. I heard you were responsible for defeating the assassin who killed Cherry and Malt." Malfin turned back and shook his head. "I helped, but Raiston Benax is the one who did most of the work." "Is that so?" Valef looked surprised. "The Jedi Masters were saying you fought against a force resistant to Shade and nearly won. Quite a feat. It's very impressive." "I suppose." Malfin shrugged. "But Raiston actually bested him, and that's more impressive still." "What you say is true. All the same, I wanted to thank you." "What for?" That is, Cherion was my master." Valef's dark eyes glanced to the side, and Malfin thought he saw his eyes mist up. "I had only just become a Jedi Knight, and it was the first mission that he took on alone. I never get to thank him for everything he did for me." "I'm sorry. I heard many stories about Cherion and his foresight. His wisdom will be missed." And Malfin stopped their steady march. "I, too, lost my master during a mission. I know how you feel." "You as well?" Valef asked, sniffling. The Force is cruel to send 2 Jedi deprived of their teachers on a mission together." "Not cruel, no. This is a blessing. We have to learn from the losses, fight through them. You can learn from me, I'll learn from you. We'll become stronger and stronger for the ones who depended on us and are no longer with us. Right?" I don't know. We'll do it together, okay? Valev smiled lightly. Only if you lead, Malfon. For now, anyway. The two Jedi Knights continued on, in silence now, until they reached the settlement itself. A small, self-sustaining community of about 40 or 50 homes, dozens of gigantic moisture evaporators, and several swoop bikes. The very first thing that the two Jedi noticed was how empty it was. Walking through the sand-covered roads, with the harsh desert wind at their backs, and the sun before them, they saw no other sentient beings alive in this place. Valev occasionally knocked on the door of a home, but no one answered. Malfon spied alleyways and swoop bikes for any indication of recent activity, but he found none. In silent agreement, the two Jedi Knights split up, Valev traveling north while Malfon journeyed south. Much to his disappointment, there were no clues as to the whereabouts of the inhabitants of this place no matter where he went. In fact, the further he traveled from the center of town, the less swoop bikes he found and the more sand covered the roads, until the Duracrete was all but gone. No one had traveled these routes in a very long time. Peering into the windows of buildings, Malfon hoped to find someone hiding away or trapped within, so they could at least receive some answers. Sadly, all these houses were empty as well. Malfon could tell something was amiss. If these settlers had just decided to abandon this place and joined another settlement, that would have been one thing. However, it was evident that they had not left of their own will. Goods were abandoned too carelessly. Some of the homes were left wide open, and their transportation was still here. Even worse, the force seemed to be distant and clouded in this place. Something, he could not say what, was keeping him from identifying the presence of other sentients and alerting him of danger. He had a very bad feeling about this. The two Jedi Knights eventually met again in the center of town. The despair on Valev's face made it obvious that he fared no better, so Malfon didn't even ask. Valev said nothing either, so the two Jedi eyed the surrounding area for any last signs of the settlers in this part of the colony. Should we proceed to the next area? Valev asked after some time. I suppose that's the only option we have, Malfon muttered. Just as the two Jedi were preparing to leave, a massive ship soared in and stopped directly overhead, blotting out the midday sun and casting a wide shadow around the settlement itself. Malfon looked up, startled, and realized that he had not even heard the ship approach. How was that possible? Valev was just as alarmed, and he activated his yellow lightsaber accordingly. The ship slowly descended and, once it was about 100 meters from the ground, the dorsal section of the ship slid open. Even from that distance, Malfon could see hundreds of soldiers within, armored and carrying massive blaster weapons, most riding machines that resembled some sort of mechanized animal, complete with the snout, made mostly of laser cannons, and foreleg-like appendages. Malfon activated his lightsaber the instant the armored warriors and their machine mounts started firing at them. He managed to block the first few shots, but their laser cannon fire was too powerful for his lightsaber to deflect, and he was forced to bound out of the way lest his body be destroyed by the attack. Some of the warriors dove headlong toward the two Jedi, each firing nearly 8 laser and pulse wave cannons at them. Others, lacking the machines, dropped down on rocket packs, firing their heavy repeating blaster rifles all the way down. Malfon and Valev used the force to empower their legs and their response time, bounding between the laser fire headed in their direction and dodging other incoming projectiles. Malfon threw his green lightsaber into their midst, striking some of their assailants' flying mounts and destroying others' rocket packs. Valev's yellow lightsaber was just as effective, taking down Rider and rocket packs with ease. However, the longer they avoided the cannon fire, the heavier it became, until the entire area around the center of town had been decimated by the ensuing torrent of lasers. Malfon leapt onto a nearby roof and began calling upon the Force with impunity, using telekinesis to tear rocket packs from the enemies wearing them and hurling large chunks of debris into their midst. Valev created a sizable telekinetic whirlwind around himself, throwing anyone who tried to descend in his general area back into the sky. The troop ship started firing shortly thereafter. A concussion missile went off several meters from Malfon's position. It was far enough that he wasn't hit by the blast or the fragmentation that followed, but it caused his ears to ring painfully and threw him off balance. Despite the fact that he was only dazed for a few seconds, that was all the time the descending warriors needed to fire upon him, and he was shot several times in the chest, legs, and arms before he could recover. Much to his surprise, he did not die instantly. Collapsing on the rooftop he had tried to escape to, Malfan's lightsaber fell into the ruined streets below. Incapacitated and in no position to help or assure Valef of his safety, his companion glanced over at him and lost his focus. As he tried to sprint over to Malfan and aid him, Valef was atomized in a single volley of red turbolaser fire. Malfan tried to call out to his companion, but it was no use. The last thing he remembered was several of the warriors disembarking their mounts and joining him on the rooftop. With methodical haste, they bound his injured body and injected him with something that sent him into a deep sleep. Malfan awoke several hours later. Again, to his surprise, he was not dead in spite of what he had just endured. His entire body felt worse than it ever had, which was quite an accomplishment, considering his record of injuries, and he had no idea where he was. Glancing around, he found himself bound to a pillar, with his arms secured quite firmly behind his back. The room he was in was humid and dark, and he figured it was underground somewhere. There were wicker baskets lining the wall and strange inscriptions on the ceiling, but Malfan could not make them out. He looked around, hoping to see Valef, despite knowing that he had died in the firefight before. Grief welled up inside him as he considered just how terribly they had been beaten. Had this entire mission been a trap? Did those warriors expect someone to come and investigate the destruction on Corbus? Malfan did not even know if he was still on Corbus or if he had been taken away to some distant planet by those helmeted warriors. Reaching out into the Force, Malfan tried to determine where he was and who was nearby, if anyone. However, calling on the Force caused physical pain within him, as though he walked into an open flame. He immediately stopped, but realized only after he did that a door had been opened in the distance. There was someone else here. "Who's there? Show yourself," he asked, his voice hoarse and ragged. Good. You're awake, Malfan." Malfan recognized the voice, but it was different somehow. "Who?" Then, in an instant, Avernwell revealed himself from the shadows of the room. However, he had not been near the door, just opposite of where Malfan was facing. He had been standing next to Malfan the entire time, arms crossed, throwing his voice to fool his former apprentice. He looked as old as he ever did, his grained skin hinting that he was only minutes away from death. And yet, now, there was something else, different, something Malfan had never noticed before. Perhaps it was the yellow irises that glowered at him from underneath his white, bushy eyebrows. Perhaps it was the robes he wore, nearly black in the lighting around them. Or perhaps it was the lightsaber he now carried, different than his other, with bizarre ornaments and a tooth-like appearance. Something was very, very wrong. Avernwell. Malfan found his name hard to say. What's going on here? Malfan. You were never very observant, were you? Averin worked his way, slowly and steadily, in front of his former apprentice. "I have taken you captive." Malfan wrinkled his nose and frowned. "To what end? Where are we?" "We are beneath the governor's home on Corbus. Ever since the Leviathans devoured the populace, I have taken up residence here when I am not on Coruscant, attending to my Jedi duties." "Why?" Averin slapped Malfan with the back of his hand, sending spittle flying through the air. "Patience, boy. You have asked that, and I intend to answer, but on my time." Malfan glared at him. "What are you doing?" "Amuse me, Malfan. You always were the joker," Averin began, pacing away from his captive. "How old do you think I am?" "I don't know. 90. 100. Averin turned to him with a vicious smile, revealing all of his teeth as he sneered. "Try again. Older." "I don't know. 120. 130. What does this have to do with anything?" "It has to do with everything." Averin shook his head. 1,138. Malfan's eyes widened. "Impossible." "That's impossible. You cannot be that old. Can't I? What about Jedi Master Shayato? He died nearly 20 years ago, and he was more than 800 years old then. Why is it so impossible? Master Shayato was bedridden for the last 10 years of his life, and he could hardly even lift a lightsaber anymore. You don't even carry a walking stick, Malfin countered. Indeed, it is a pity his power paled in comparison to my own, or else I would succumb to the same weaknesses he did. If you're so old, how come the Jedi Order does not recognize your age? Surely one as old as you would have a position on the Jedi High Council. Every 100 years or so, I vanish from the known galaxy, disappearing to places like these, empty, abandoned, distant. Then, in about 100 years, I reemerge. Older Jedi may recognize me, but they are always the first to die when wars come. I simply come and go as I please, and I do not draw attention to myself. But why? Malfin pressed. What's the point of it all? You have heard so much, yet you understand nothing. Why? Holding his lightsaber in a ready stance, Averinwell activated the weapon, revealing the blood-red blade to Malfin, and held it close to his old Padawan's face, so he could smell the ozone and hear his hum in his ear. I am Sith. Sith? No, that was impossible. The Sith were no more. The dark side and his followers had been defeated, at last, by the Jedi Order. Nomi-san Ryder and the others had defeated Exar Kun and his allies. Even now, the last vestiges of their forces were being hunted down and defeated by the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. The last true heir of the Sith was dead. The ancient Sith had appointed Exar Kun their new Dark Lord, and he was gone. Averinwell may have been ancient, even beyond Malfin's belief, but there was no way he was a Sith. A Sith could not simply pose as a Jedi, not for as long as Averinwell claimed to live. Eventually, someone with the power of the dark side would be uncovered, and they would be defeated. So why? If he wasn't lying, why was Averinwell still alive? If time had not bested him, surely the wisest and mightiest of the Jedi, especially those from before the war, would have realized his true nature. You're lying. Am I? Averin laughed. What makes you say that? The Jedi would know. The Masters would be able to sense you. Sense me? Tell me, lad, can you sense me? Malfin growled. He could not deny that he sensed nothing from Averinwell. He had never really been able to for the years they had known each other. However, this entire planet was distorting his senses and control over the Force, and he knew he was not as powerful as some other Jedi. They had to have sensed him. They had to. And then, without a word, Averinwell unleashed all of his power. Releasing whatever restraint he used to contain his incredible strength, Averinwell's aura emerged with a sickening power that Malfin had never felt before. It was abominable, something grotesque, and evil, all-encompassing and perverse. Thoughts of rage, hate, fear, anguish, deception, and greed rose up within that darkness, giving fuel to the immense power already there. It was so strong, in fact, that it made Malfin physically ill. A great chill came over his body, and, without warning, he vomited everywhere. With a bitter taste on his tongue and crying eyes, Malfin stared up at the man he had once called Master. You, what are you? I am something so ancient, you cannot begin to comprehend. You saw only what I wished for you to see, nothing more. And even now, you catch a glimpse at my unfathomable power. I am the monster all Jedi fear most. I am the monster you fear most. I'm not afraid. I'm a Jedi Knight. You cannot do anything to me. Bravado at its finest. Do you think your words will protect you from me? I have powers beyond anything the Jedi Order could create or summon. And to think, I thought you were wise, Malfin lamented. You're insane. You may have hidden from the Jedi before now, but I will stop you. I am wise still, you simply reject what I have learned. Averin returned his lightsaber to his side. What do you think you can do against me, Malfin? You have killed no one in your life, and your skills are satisfactory at best. I have had 10 of your lifetimes to perfect my skill. Then I will find other Jedi, convince them of your evil, and they will join me and kill you. Now who is the fool? The Jedi High Council has not found me during my hidden retreats. What makes you think you can track me down? I will conceal myself in the farthest reaches of the galaxy, and I will return when you have died and your knowledge vanished." "You're a coward," Malfin snapped. "No, I am patient. Even as a Jedi, you lack this crucial skill. Many times have my plans been set back, and yet I wait. Jedi attempt to foil my work no matter what I do, and I outwit them all. Slaves like you tried to fight back, but you are truly powerless. As long as we can fight, we are never truly powerless." More foolish idealism. Do you not even heed my lessons? Averin sighed. "No matter. What will it be, slave? Surrender to me, become my apprentice, and I will spare your pathetic life. The life I created for you." Malfin stared at him. What did he mean by that? He was so confused by these turn of events, and he was not thinking clearly. However, one thing was certain, Malfin could not kill Averin well. Not here, not without his lightsaber, not when Averin expected a fight. He had never beaten him in a duel, and he could not defeat him now. However, if he could catch him off guard, perhaps he would have a chance. If what Averin said was true, he had the resources and cunning to evade detection by the Jedi Council. He could resurface as a new Jedi every 100 years or so. For what end, Malfin knew not, but he realized that if the Council could not recognize that deception, Malfin stood little chance at convincing them. Perhaps he could not defeat Averin well as a Jedi. The Sith would always lose to the Jedi. This was true. However, Sith were weaker than Jedi by their nature. Only Sith could kill Jedi, but anyone could kill a Sith. If he could fool Averin long enough to gain his favor and trust, then he could get close enough to kill him. Yes, it was perfect. He would stay dedicated to the light, and he would learn Averin's tricks so he could better fight against him. Once he had learned how Averin exploited the darkness, Malfin would turn his own power against him. Redirect it like blaster fire against a lightsaber. He would gain the upper hand and kill him, ending his madness. And then, he would return to the Jedi Order and continue serving them as a Jedi Knight. I will. What was that? Averin asked. "I will dedicate myself to the Sith cause. I see now that there is no point in resisting you," Malfin explained. "Please, take me as your Sith apprentice." Averin turned his head to the side, and then called upon the Force to release Malfin's bonds. The moment Malfin felt his wrists and ankles free, he wanted to jump forth and strangle Averin well with all the strength he could muster, but he realized that such a thing would have been foolish. He took a deep breath and waited. He would survive this, but he would have to endure. When Averin surmised that Malfin was not going to attack him, he waved Malfin to follow him. "Words are all well and good," Averin said, leading him out of the sublevel, "but such things can be deceptive. Let us test your resolve." Malfin wordlessly followed Averin out of the governor's old home. The old Sith said nothing as he led the younger through the abandoned town, carefully avoiding dead warriors, broken buildings, and damaged machines from the battle Malfin and his companion had earlier. Malfin wanted to ask where they were going, what the Leviathans did to the settlers, or who the raiders were, but he said nothing. Averin provided very few answers as a Jedi Master. Something told Malfin he would provide even less as a Sith. "Do you see that?" Averin asked, coming to a halt. Malfin eyed the area in front of Averin. At first, he saw nothing. However, in a few seconds, a Duro sprinted out from behind a building several meters away and ran across the street into an alleyway. The Duro seemed not to have noticed the two Force sensitives, and he was burdened by some sort of heavy bag. After several minutes, the Duros emerged from the alley and approached the swoop bike, only to begin taking it apart with an arc wrench and microhammer. Who is he? I do not know. All I know is he arrived here several hours ago and has been scavenging the things left behind by the dead settlers. He is thorough, and if we allow him to continue, he will eventually find our hideout, Averin answered. And I want you to kill him. Kill him. Yes, you are a Sith now. While we do not kill needlessly or out of bloodlust, there is no reason to restrain ourselves from exacting death upon another. If the Force sees it fit that they live, they will survive, and kill us. Such is the way of the Sith. This is my first lesson to you. The strong survive, the weak will die. I have no weapon. How am I to kill him? Malfin looked at his new master for further instruction, but he said nothing. He didn't want to do this, but if he didn't, he couldn't stop Averin. Forcing himself to ignore his internal protests, Malfin moved forward. The Duros didn't see him, he was still too far away, and the scavenger was too distracted by his work. Why was he here? Couldn't he search for goods on some other planet? Malfin didn't know a single thing about this scavenger. Was he gathering parts and goods to trade for food, credits, spice? Did his job require it? What did his family think? Were they starving? Or perhaps he was a criminal, and this was the only chance he had. Perhaps he was a criminal. Perhaps he deserved this fate. Perhaps he had done something so cruel that he had been forced to wander the stars like this. Now, Malfin was doing the galaxy a service by killing him. He was eliminating a dangerous criminal who looted the dead. Yes, that would suffice. Convincing himself that this was absolutely necessary for Averin to die and absolving himself of guilt, he made those last few steps. The Duro shouted as he was grabbed from behind and brought to the ground. Malfin and his target scuffled for a moment, but the Duros was unarmed and could do very little against the Force sensitive. A few swift punches to the chest and face left the scavenger dazed. Standing, Malfin snatched the arc wrench and jabbed the tool into the Duros' throat. The unarmed scavenger spasmed for a few moments, choking on blood and bile. After a few seconds, his confused red eyes blinked shut and he died. Averin walked up to Malfin in silence. Malfin stared at the dead scavenger first, then at his own hands, as though in disbelief. What had he done? The Duros hadn't even been armed. He was a civilian, defenseless and harmless in every sense of the word. He was shivering when Averin walked up to him, smiling with relief. And so your journey begins. Come, let us not linger. We have more work to do still, and very little of it can be accomplished here. Malfin shook his head softly. No, he would journey no further down the dark side. That was the first and last time he would kill any more innocents. Even if it meant failing Averin's test and losing his favor, this would be the last time. He would find another way. No matter what it took, Malfin would kill Averin well. SWFanandFandom.com. Knights of the Old Republic, Dark Covenant 1516. Contributors to Star Wars Fanon. 57 to 72 minutes. Chapter 15. Malfin followed Averin to the two starfighters on the outskirts of the ghost town. Averin stepped into Voliv's fighter, as though it had been intended for his use all along. The thought made Malfin's blood boil. Wordlessly, Malfin boarded his own, and the two of them left the planet. While he was in orbit and preparing his hyperdrive, Malfin considered the repercussions of escaping. It was not too late. He could still leave this behind, return to Coruscant, and recruit his friends and mentors to help him stop this insanity. Despite knowing that whatever Averin was planning would mean that he would have to suffer, something kept him from readjusting his hyperdrive computer. This was his burden. He would not bring others down with him. Averin sent him coordinates via their comlink. He did not recognize the planet it pointed to, but did not bother running a check. Personal hyperdrive technology was still new, and it was very likely the planet wasn't in his starfighter's basic navicomputer. The erstwhile Jedi before him would be expecting treachery, and escaping was out of the question, so Malfin had to follow Averin wherever he went against his better judgment. After passing through several jump beacons, Malfin found his ship floating above a desert world in the farthest reaches of space that had once belonged to the Sith Empire. There were no space stations in orbit and no other space traffic as far as he could see, and the world itself looked lifeless from above. Malfin activated his ship's comlink for the first time since the journey began. What is this planet? Silence, slave. I am not here to answer your questions. Discover on your own. Averin shut off his comlink, leaving Malfin to endure the harsh buzz of static. Averin had never been particularly willing to share his knowledge. Malfin did not expect him to change now. Preparing his ship for atmospheric travel, he dipped his craft into a low dive and followed Averin toward the surface. As he expected, the vast majority of the planet was wasteland, with burnt red plains and perilous mountain peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. Averin seemed to know where he was going, and he led Malfin through the expansive emptiness below to a great valley that snaked its way across the landscape for kilometers. Colossi of stone stood tall enough within the valley itself to be seen during his descent. Their makers must have long since moved on or died, because their weathered faces and eroded bodies seemed to reflect centuries of silent watching. Averin set his starfighter down within the valley with Malfon close behind. Powering down the ship and discarding his flight gear, Malfon stepped outside and felt the full power of the dark side bearing down on him. Its permeability was so great that it physically weakened him and brought him to his knees. A stronger Jedi, perhaps, could have walked this planet without harm and without being stunned, but not him. The entire planet seemed to teem with evil power. Whispers rose up from the depths of the earth, and the Force, the comforting presence he was used to, not this perversion of it, felt so far away. For a long time, he was unsure if he could even get back up. He glanced up at Averin only once, and he noticed immediately that the power here had no effect on him. Was he so immersed in the dark side of the Force that even this place could not even cause him to flinch? The thought of the older man's overwhelming power actually strengthened Malfon's own resolve, and he was determined to overcome this weakness. Averin nodded with an expressionless gaze as he stood, and he led Malfon away from their ships and deeper into the valley itself. It was only after Malfon recovered that he gained a sense for his surroundings. In the mountains and cliffs at the sides of the valley, carved between the titanic stone guardians, were doors surrounded by rune-covered obelisks and smaller statue guardians. Most of these doors were sealed shut, although a few seemed to have been forced open. The further he traveled with Averin, the more of these places he saw. No matter how far they went, though, he saw no other living things. After some time, Averin stopped walking and positioned himself directly in front of a cliff face with ornate markings etched into it. Malfon joined him silently. "We have arrived at the tomb of Addis," Averin said after some time. "Addis," Malfon repeated. "The first king of the Sith. Legend states that he ended the great foe's control over Korriban. With his ebon armor and great axe, he vanquished thousands and secured dominance over his people. However, his victories eventually cost him his life, and he was laid to rest here." Korriban, the birthplace of the Sith. Malfon glanced around. If they were on Korriban, the sickening feeling he had and his weakness before made more sense. Even standing where the Sith could have started their lessons in evil made him feel uneasy. "Great foes?" Malfon asked, hoping to conceal his discomfort. "Do you mean the Jedi?" "No, the Jedi Order did not exist as we know it when Addis lived. These Sith were the red-skinned ancestors of our own path. True Sith in blood and tradition. The enemies they spoke of were another people's, for whom we have no name. I have suspicions as to who these great foes were, but we shall discuss that some other time. Follow me into the tomb." And so he did. Averin placed a crest into the keyhole on the ground nearby, and, after some hesitation, Malfon followed the older human inside. Even as the massive door sealed behind him, he couldn't help but doubt himself. What was he doing? Would this stop Averin and his madness? He did not know if he was prepared to do everything to stop him. Entering this tomb, engaging in Averin's evil, following his commands, everything was wrong. And yet, he didn't know what else to do. The tomb was pitch black for a moment, and then torchlight began to light their way. Even in their midst, the air around them was damp and cold, and Malfon found it difficult to breathe. The deeper they went, the more the stank of death seemed to creep up on them. The smell of fetid water and musty earth intermingled with the stench of ancient corpses, until it became so powerful that Malfon found himself retching. After he had composed himself, Malfon continued the trek in silence. Averin said nothing the entire time, again apparently used to the rancid odor and chilling atmosphere. Their brief silence was interrupted by the sound of whispers and footsteps near the bottom of the stairs. "Ghosts." Malfon shook his head. Ghosts did not exist. Nevertheless, the thought of 10,000 evil wraiths of dead Sith Lords inhabiting this place gave him pause. Malfon was grateful when they finished descending. The stairwell itself led directly into a vast chamber, fitted together with masonry that proved sturdy but lost most of its splendor, that branched out into dozens of other rooms. At the center of the dimly lit room was a grotesque obelisk that reached up toward the ceiling, where several dozen sentient beings stood at attention in its shadow. "Dark Master, we have been expecting you," one of them said. "Perceptive slaves are useful slaves," Averin noted, almost to himself. "Who are these people?" Malfin whispered. "Sith," Averin replied. "Each of them raised up by my hand, taught according to my knowledge, and trained under my eyes. You may ignore most of them. Slaves ought to be addressed only when necessary, but take note of those 7. Averin regarded 7 beings, standing relatively close to one another on one side of the obelisk. Each draped a long cloak over their person and wore a featureless mask over their face, effectively hiding their entire body from view. Even their figures were hard to decipher due to their choice of clothes and the lighting of the room, making it hard for Malfin to tell their species and genders. "These 7 are my personal executors," Averin continued, "slaves who have proven themselves worthy of the title of neophyte and worthy of a lightsaber." "Is this the one you promised, Master?" one executor, this one with the female voice, asked. "He doesn't look so damn special," said another. "He is. He has no name, like all of you. He was given a name by the Jedi Order, but it is not his own," Averin explained. "One day, his strength will match all of yours. Until then, he is a slave with the rest of you." A Jedi. The last one to speak growled. "We don't need no damn Jedi. We can do this on our own, old man." Silence. "I will have no words from you." Averin turned to Malfin. "These 7 have no names, but you shall know them by their deeds. There is a spy, a seductress, my envoy to the raiding peoples, my mechanist, master of science and accounts, the lorekeeper, and the tomb sentry. You will be my assassin." Malfin frowned. "Nonsense. No. There are very few rules here, for such things are necessary only for the weak. Know that breaking any of them means death. Fighting is strictly forbidden within this place. The library is off limits to slaves without permission from the lorekeeper. The scientist may not be disturbed while the master of science is on watch, and you are not to appear within my presence without my permission. Do you understand, assassin?" Malfin nodded. "Good. I will call upon you soon. Be ready." Averin turned and left the main hall without a word, leaving the executors and their slaves alone with Malfin. Most of them scattered into the other rooms, slowly at first, going back to their scheduled tasks. The executors only left after all the others did, but one remained behind. He, like the others, wore a mask and thick cloak to conceal his features, but Malfin noticed that he was not very tall, rather stout, and vaguely humanoid. "So assassin, huh? What a bunch of farking nonsense," he sneered. "You're just some weak Jedi who got scooped up by the old man because he needed a new pupil to replace all the slaves I kill." "Who are you supposed to be?" Malfin asked. "Sorry, I'm not doing auto-prints today." "Cocky, eh?" he growled, giving Malfin a threatening gesture. "I'm the spy, and you'd best not forget it. Be afraid, I'll feed you to the Tukata the moment you leave the tomb." "I'm sure. Quit bothering me. For now, Jedi. But we'll see each other again soon. I promise you that." The spy moved past him, slamming his shoulder into Malfin's. Normally, Malfin would have taken it in stride, but the spy strengthened himself in the Force and sent Malfin to the floor. He should have been able to defend himself. Was the dark side that much stronger here? The shock on his face gave the spy a good laugh, and he left Malfin on the floor to go about his business. Malfin tried to recover and go after him, but the dark side's pervasive effect on his body caused him to give up. He had been resisting his power until now, fighting in spite of the fact it was like an ever-increasing weight on his shoulders, and he just couldn't take any more. He had no idea what to do. Alone in this tomb, he was so far away from anything or anyone that could have helped him. No friend, no teacher, and not even the Force could save him now. His powers were useless, his knowledge trumped, and his strength not enough. What he intended to do, practically lying down in the center of the main hall, he had no idea. Maybe he wanted to let his body recover. Perhaps he wanted to give up and lie there until he perished. Whatever the reason, Malfin refused to move. Pathetic. You call yourself a Jedi. Malfin turned his body to see the source of the voice. An old KOTOR, with braided fur that surrounded his face like a scraggly mane, was gazing down at him with dark eyes. Unlike the KOTOR Jedi Malfin had seen, this one's fur was mangled, short, and the coloring had long since faded. He stood with a slight hunch, but he carried no cane. The old feline was wizened, to be sure, but there was something dignified about him. Who are you? Malfin managed to utter. Answer my question first. I don't know who I am. Nonsense. You only doubt now because you have been exposed to a galaxy beyond your own. Revelations that threaten your beliefs. Power that makes you insignificant. You're wrong. I'm here because... Malfin paused. He knew why he was here. He just wasn't sure he believed it. Because I am the only one who can do what must be done. Everything depends on me. The KOTOR scratched his scarred chin pensively. Such resolve. But is that spoken out of a desire to defend others or fear of your own weakness? What are you talking about? Malfin asked, but then shook his head. Never mind. Who are you? Phazon. He extended one gnarled hand to the younger Force user, helping him to his feet. I have studied in what was once the Sith Empire for many years. When Master Well found me, he told me that I was to serve his lorekeeper. Malfin's Force senses, still weak due to the dark miasma that choked this place, began to return to him. Reaching out, he sensed that Phazon was both incredibly old and quite powerful. He had not been one of the executors Averin had mentioned, which meant he was a slave. That worried him. As he was now, he reasoned that Phazon would be able to defeat him, which meant that even the slaves here were more than a match for him. You did that without question? Malfin asked after some time. The current lorekeeper is one of Master Well's personal servants. He is a greater duelist than I, and his youth gives him vitality which I lack. The Dark Master rules this place, and he appoints whomever he pleases to whatever post pleases him. Beyond his will, I can do nothing. Are the executors that important? They were appointed by Master Well himself to carry out his work across the galaxy. Malfin eyed Phazon suspiciously. Why was he telling him these things? Had he been appointed by Averin to keep an eye on him? Was he going to share information about Malfin to the other executors? Of all the things he expected from the Sith, cordiality was not one of them. Malfin had no way of garnering his motives or reasons. Despite the fact the old KOTOR's presence in the Force was unguarded for all to see, his mind was a whirling tumult that the young Jedi could not focus on. So why come to me? Malfin asked, hoping to goad him into revealing himself. I'm just a weak Jedi. I will never be Sith. A Sith learns not to deal in absolutes, Phazon commented dryly. As a Jedi, I presumed your motives were different than the other executors. Am I wrong? What do you mean, exactly? The other executors exist to please Averin Well. Without his words, their lives lack meaning. However, I believe you are not so blasé. No, I believe he took you on for another reason. You want something more? And if I did? Phazon smiled. Then our goals intertwine. I don't think so. Malfin turned to leave. What makes you think I need your help? I can do just fine on my own. Can you? Phazon called to him. Tell me, how do you intend to defeat his executors? You know nothing about them. I have spent years watching, toiling, and training under them. I know everything there is to know about them. I could provide you with intelligence you sorely lack. Malfin frowned. No matter how he tried to reason against it, he knew he needed Phazon's help. Any slave here would know far more about the beings who served under Averin than he would. Further, a slave would know Sith teachings, his way around the tomb, and any weakness that their Dark Master had, if he had any at all. Malfin knew he didn't need to befriend Phazon, but he would have to work with him if he wanted to defeat Averin Well. Let's say I believe you, Malfin began, turning to face Phazon. What's in it for you? Phazon walked toward Malfin until he was side by side with him, and then he kept walking. Averin Well has sealed some of the library's contents so only executors can view them. In the years before he arrived, I could read and practice the Sith arts as I pleased. Now, he has forbidden me from their greatest secrets, yet it is those secrets I crave the most. What are you suggesting? If you could defeat Avron well, Jedi, then I could read without interruption, and your galaxy would be safe from the Sith. We both accomplish what we wish. Really, that's all you want? A safe place to read your books. Once I have exhausted the libraries of the Sith, I would achieve true power. I could ask for no more. You'll excuse me if I don't believe you. Is it an unfair trade? No, but with all that information, I have a hard time believing you'd be content with just reading and thinking about it. And I have a hard time believing a Jedi who carries the Force so weakly could hope to challenge Avron well, fast encountered. You do not know me, and I do not know you. Let us refrain from such petty assumptions. Malfin conceded that much. He still did not trust Phazon, but he saw no reason to reject his help if he was going to offer it for now. He knew better than to trust the Sith, but he saw no other path to take, and the Force was not forthcoming with options. Very well. Tell me about the other executors. There are 7 others, as I'm sure you knew. Each of them has the drive, skill, and potential to become a Sith Lord, given time. Some have been training for decades. Others have been working for a few years at most. I suspect that they are varied species and ages, but I cannot confirm that. Each has a different role to play in Avron Well's grand plan, as do you. Malfin frowned. That was disconcerting. He did not want to think about what other plans Avron had for him beyond corruption and Sith training. The old man's treachery and planning no doubt ran deep, but Malfin dared not jump to conclusions. Then again, this revelation also provided good news. He did not have to confront Avron directly. At least, not yet. If each of the executors was tasked with carrying out the Sith's will throughout the galaxy, then killing them would slow that evil progress. And how do I defeat them? Standard combat will not work. Most of them are too intelligent to engage you directly. Even if they are stronger than you, they know how foolish it would be to kill one Avron has chosen. However, there are a few who lack restraint. Their emotions prevent them from reaching their potential. Those who lack self-control can be baited, but only if you manipulate the rules to your liking. Malfin nodded, and then stopped walking. He knew next to nothing about the executors, and it seemed as though Phazon knew just as little. However, if he could deal with even one now, it would make him stronger in the long run. There was one potential enemy he could deal with, and he could test Avron's reach and Phazon's integrity in a single moment. Waving an absent-minded farewell to the old Cathar, he noted that they would meet again later before going back toward the main hall. The Cathar merely grunted in reply, not even bothering to turn around to watch the young human leave. The interior of the tomb was as mysterious as Avron Well himself. At times, it seemed to defy geometric and physical sensibilities, bordering on the impossible. Winding tunnels traveled back and forth in infinite loops, stairs continued without end, and rooms were disconnected at times and connected at others. Malfin admitted to himself that navigating this place with the Force would have been easier, but he dared not reach out to it in this place where the dark side was so powerful. After a long trek, Malfin approached the spy, who was assembling a combat rifle while sitting atop a wicker basket in one of the countless corridors in the tomb. Like before, the spy's visage and appearance were hidden from him, but that was fine. Malfin did not need to see him to rile him. If his first interaction with the spy was enough, he figured that the executor was short-tempered, rebellious, and eager to establish his strength. Having grown up around so many Jedi with these very traits, Malfin knew it would be easy to manipulate the spy. It seems the spy is wasting time, Malfin called out. Some good you're doing for Master Well. Are you always so useless? The spy tilted his head upward, just barely revealing the details of his mask beneath his hood. Get lost, Jedi. I don't have time to entertain a weakling like you. Weak? You think I'm weak? You only wish I was. Malfin laughed. What's wrong? Can't pierce this illusion of helplessness I've projected. Entertaining me is all you're good for. There's no illusion, Farking Jedi, the spy sneered. However, Malfin felt the executor trying to probe his mind and ascertain whether his initial suspicions were, in fact, wrong. You're bluffing. You're just a pathetic Jedi. Oh, I trained under Averin well himself. He personally selected me, trained me from boyhood, and kept me under his tutelage to ensure I learned all of his powers. Can you say the same? So what? Old man's weak too. If he's so weak, why are you scared of him? That struck a nerve. I ain't scared of nothing. Not the old man, and certainly not you. Then why are you too scared to attack me? Why wait until you were away from the scary old man to make your move? Is this tune too intimidating for you? You Jedi don't know anything. That's cute. He has you on such a tight leash that you couldn't even use the refresher unless he told you to. I'd be scared too if I were you. I killed the last man who talked to me like that. The spy traded his rifle for the knife at his side. What makes you think you deserve better? You wouldn't do it? Like I said, Master Well has you all tied up. You wouldn't dare do anything to upset him. I'd be more scared of a Padawan than you. At least they have the freedom to do what they please, Malfin noted. I'd like to see you chortle when I cut off your nose. Or maybe your ears. Tongue, perhaps? The spy babbled angrily, letting his knife flash in the torchlight around them. I bet your tone would change then. Malfin shook his head and turned to walk off. Threats. Is that all you can do? Threaten me? And to think, I was actually worried about dealing with you? You're not even worth my time. Don't turn your back on me. Damn you. Face me, Griffin Jedi coward. Malphonse heard the spy running toward him, no doubt intending to stab him in the back. In any other situation, Malfin would have spun around and intercepted the attack. This time, he wanted to see how absolute Averin's rules actually were. It was a dangerous risk. After all, the spy had told him that many slaves had died at his hand. If he was right, and Averin's rules were unenforced, then Malfin would have a knife in his ribcage in moments. His enemy's weapon never got that far. Malfin heard a loud thud behind him, followed by the hissing of a lightsaber. Spinning around, Malfin saw a hulking sentient, practically 3 meters tall, standing between the spy and himself, lightsaber in hand. He was in standard executor apparel, but the suit of armor he wore was visible because the cloak was shorter on him than the others. Fighting is strictly forbidden in the tomb, the figure's voice boomed deeper than any human's. The penalty for disobedience is death. And in an instant, he was gone, vanishing almost as quickly as he appeared. Malfin gasped when he saw the spy, standing about a meter from him, with a smoldering hole in his chest. The wounded executor muttered a few nonsensical profanities, and then he fell to the ground. Once he was quite certain the spy would not get back up, Malfin approached the body. He almost laughed in spite of himself. Was this the best Averin could do? It was almost too easy. At this rate, the other executors would all be dead and Malfin could deal with the old man himself. Curiosity began to creep up on him the longer he eyed the dead executor. Who exactly was this man? And how did he relate to Averin well? How old was he? What was his species? Kneeling, he began undoing the latches on the mask. However, before he could get the mask off, an apprentice approached him from behind and got his attention. Your presence is requested by Master Well. Immediately. Malfin grumbled. Where should I go? Follow me, if you please. Malfin had no idea how long he walked, or where he had gone, but after a time his sight flooded with darkness and he faded into an unconscious state. When he came to his senses, he was inside a chamber that did not seem to be connected with the rest of the tomb. The apprentice was gone, and he was alone in this place. Only 1 or 2 torches lit the area, and there was a foreboding chill in the air. Everything around him reeked of decay, and the dripping of water could be heard somewhere in the distance. Assassin. Averin Well's body materialized out of thin air, appearing just across the chamber from him. He looked as he always did, but he wore a thick tunic with ornate patterns and runes that Malfon had never seen, no doubt in the style of the Sith, instead of his usual Jedi robes. Malfin tried to hide his surprise, but he had never witnessed someone teleport if that was what he had done. What is it? Malfin asked. Such disrespect in your voice. Averin paced. Are you prepared for your lesson? You say that as though I have a choice, don't you? Malfin smiled thinly. I'm ready to begin. Then embrace the power of the dark side. Averin extended one arm toward Malfon. Before the young human could react, he was thrown to the ground by a powerful blast. Then, in an instant, his whole universe went dark. His eyes dimmed until they no longer worked. The sounds and smells of the tomb vanished into a nothingness, and as he tried to stand, he found his balance precarious. He panicked, and he tried to grope for the nearest wall to no avail. I have disrupted your major senses. If you wish to survive this exercise, you will depend on the Force for guidance. Malfon fumbled about in his debility. He tried to make a sound, scream, growl, cry, but he heard nothing. The inability to feel, recognize, or interpret information was maddening. His mind could not comprehend what was going on. It felt as though he had been thrown into deep space, and the lack of stimuli caused his body to be even less effective than he wanted. Despite his opposition to using the Force on Corbin, it began to take over where his senses were no more, but it was hardly comforting. Like before, the power that flowed through him was foreign, stifling, and unfamiliar, and he tried to reject it almost as much as he realized its necessity. Soon, his body adapted to the Force's dark control, and he could see, hear, smell, achieve balance, and feel through it, but he was still unsure of himself and found motion difficult. Good. You are prepared for your test. Before you, I have released an imprisoned Echini warrior. You will fight him in your current state to increase your connection to the Force. Averin was not lying. Within the Force, Malfin could see an Echini male, perhaps 7 to 10 years older than he, standing before him. He wore a simple shirt and tattered pair of trousers, and grime caked his face and limbs. In spite of his disheveled appearance, though, he was well-fed and muscular. He did not look like a prisoner of the Sith. Oddly, as Malfin extended his perception, he realized that Averin was practically invisible to him. Was he so masterful at hiding his presence that even those who saw through the Force could not detect him? Realizing that he could use the prisoner's appearance to his advantage, Malfin tried sending mental messages to the Echini. With a bit of convincing, the two of them could work together to overcome Averin, and both of them could escape unscathed. However, his efforts were rebuffed by an external force, no doubt Averin's doing. Do you think you can dissuade him? Peace is a lie, there is only passion. I promise this man freedom if he could kill you. Fight or you will die. Sure enough, the Echini rushed forward. Malfon called upon the Force to increase control over his body, and he dodged the first few jabs from his opponent. However, the Echini was not so easily defeated. A low kick to the right leg knocked Malfin off balance, and his opponent followed up with several painful strikes to the solar plexus. Gasping for air, Malfin did his best to block the incoming blows, but his efforts were ineffective. After a few more punches to the chest and upper arm, the Echini tackled Malfin and sent them both to the ground. On top of him, the Echini snaked his arms around Malfon's body, using both of them to put the crippled Force sensitive in a chokehold. As tears welled up in his eyes, and his concentration in the Force became weaker, Malfon noticed that his senses were beginning to darken. If he did not recover now, he would not get another chance. Using the Force to ensure his aim, Malfin punched the Echini in the right kidney as hard as he was able, causing his opponent's hold to falter immediately. Gritting his teeth, the Echini did his best to conceal his pain, but Malfin could sense it in the Force. Malfin kicked upward and forced his opponent off of him so he could stand up. The Echini wobbled a bit as he straightened up, but he was wounded. Without the Force for quick rejuvenation, he would be slowed by the pain. Malfin moved in once he was back on his feet, and he punched the Echini several times in the sternum and kneed him in the groin. The Echini screamed from the hits, and Malfin hurled his opponent to the ground before he could think of countering. Through passion, you gain strength. Averin well healed the Echini's wounds with the power of the dark side, imparting some of his own strength into the unarmed warrior. The fight continued in earnest, and the two combatants traded punches, grapples, and kicks. The Echini's skills were far beyond Malfon's league, and the Force user took several blows that nearly crippled him. However, the Echini was also injured, and even the Force could not completely restore his body if Averin did not wish it. The compounded injuries began to add up, and Malphon's simple combinations of low kicks and elbow strikes eventually took their toll. Malphon watched as his opponent stumbled and fell to the floor, and it did not look he was going to be able to stand up. Averin, for his part, did not heal him this time. "Now kill him." Malphon looked at his weakened foe. The Force lit his body up like a heat map, revealing the lasting bruises and vicious injuries Malphon had inflicted. He was in terrible pain, and Malphon had no intention of letting him suffer while in prison. Kneeling, Malphon sent a mental apology. He suspected it would be blocked to the crippled Echini. Twisting the Echini's head, Malphon pushed down until his chin went past his shoulders and his neck snapped. "Very good. In strength, you gain power. Now then, you face Mandalorians in combat. They presume to be the third force that disrupts the duality of nature, a blade that fights both Jedi and Sith. Show them how wrong they are. Show them that even a crippled Jedi can defeat four of theirs with a single vibroblade." Malphon sensed the arrival of the armored warriors, each carrying a vibrosword and a blaster rifle on their person. No doubt these combatants were of the same stock as those who attacked Valev and him on Corbus. Averin spoke to them for a moment, but whatever he said was lost to his Force senses. Taking a dagger from one of them, Averin tossed the weapon in front of Malphon and signaled for the beginning of the fight. Two Mandalorians opened fire with their rifles, forcing Malphon to jump toward the corner of the room and out of the way. They readjusted their aim accordingly, spraying the walls with bursts of energy where he had been just seconds before. Pivoting away from their line of fire, Malphon worked his way around the room and toward the team of warriors. Charging toward the warrior furthest on the right, Malphon's soaring kick caught him square in the neck, sending him to the ground. Before the others could aid him, Malphon threw his knife toward the nearest Mandalorian with the rifle. The vibrating blade cut through his helmet, causing blood and visceral fluids to splatter against the broken T-shaped visor. The other Mandalorian with the sword switched out to his blaster rifle, forcing Malphon to outmaneuver the two remaining warriors' blaster fire. Running around the room, Malphon managed to get behind one of the survivors, and he stole his sheathed vibrosword and cut him in half. As the bisected body gave way, the last Mandalorian opened fire in all directions. Malphon worked his way through the tendrils of blaster fire and wrestled the blaster rifle away from the warrior. Before the Mandalorian could withdraw his sword, Malphon shot him in the chest and killed the Mandalorian he had only wounded earlier. They were all dead, but Averin was not satisfied. Several more Mandalorians were sent into the training chambers, and Malphon was ordered to dispose of them with any tool he had except the Force. Bounding in between blaster fire at superhuman speed, Malphon used blaster rifles, vibroswords, and his knife to kill these newcomers. After 6 waves of Mandalorians had fallen, Malphon was exhausted, and blood stained his clothes. "And now you have victory. Your final test shall relieve you of all your weapons except the Force. These Iridorians have come to put an end to your life, as they did your parents, your community, and your home. You have one chance, and one chance only, to eliminate them. Do so, or I will eliminate you." Malphon watched in abject horror as 8 Iridorian raiders entered the chamber, armed with blaster rifles, axes, knucklers, and jagged swords. The sight of them made him sick. When he had met them before, serving as Averin's Jedi Padawan, he held back. It was not his place to exact vengeance upon them. After all, the ones he had met then were probably not the ones who had attacked his home so long ago. This was different. He was free from his obligations as a Jedi Knight. He was still a Jedi, yes, and he had to act like one, but he could circumvent some of their tenets as long as he ultimately defeated the Sith. And that meant he was free to dispose of these Iridorians like the disgusting creatures they were. The Iridorians were instructed by Averin in some manner, and they moved into attack. Malphon was ready for them. His anger had been growing since he started fighting in this place, and his emotions were beyond his control. The longer he fought, the more vicious he became while his body weakened. His connection to the Force compensated for his weakness. In fact, he had become so powerful that he was confident he could kill all of them with one attack. One attack. Malfin reached into the Force and tuned into the emotions boiling within him: hate, rage, fear, pride, and made them his strength. His telekinetic abilities received raw power like he never knew, and he realized that it was not worth it to target their bodies in their entirety, but to attack their bodies as the complex organisms they were. Organs, blood vessels, nerve endings, and tissue were vulnerable to his power. He reached out and suspended the incoming raiders in midair, while tossing others into the ground. Then, in the blink of an eye, he crushed tracheae, ripped apart lungs, shattered spinal columns, and burst arteries. Some of them died immediately. Others spasmed only for a moment. Either way, Malfin managed to end all of their lives. Once they had perished, Malfin's senses returned in a flash of light, revealing Averin well and the slaughter he had caused. The broken Echini, the bloodied Mandalorians, the murdered Iridorians were visible now. These deaths were not his fault, but Averin's. Malfin fought for survival, and he would not even be here if not for the old man's guile. With each death Malfin inflicted, Averin would suffer, all the more when his end ultimately came. Shaking his head, he faced the ancient Sith. "Have I passed your test?" "Indeed you have. Your skills are to be commended. You have proven yourself against some of the strongest Force Splendor warriors in the galaxy while weakened. You have experienced the Sith Code firsthand." Malfin hardly acknowledged his words. He could not ignore the lingering question he had on his mind. "I saw Mandalorians on Corbus." "Of course you did. I am a master of the Mandalorians and Iridorians both." What? Malfin clenched his fists. How is that possible? Did you think the raiders act on their own? Did you think you fought the Iridorians under my watchful eye by chance? Did you think the Mandalorians defeated you, and I rescued you from them? Averin shook his head. "I control several clans of Mandalorians. I promised them a grand battle in which they could fight the mightiest enemies they would ever know. And the Iridorians themselves have been under my command for some time. I took control of their chieftains' minds, and all of them serve me and me alone." "How long have the Iridorians served you?" Malfin growled. "Since before they destroyed the settlement where you were born," Averin replied. "But I have already said too much. Go. I will summon you again when it is time for your next training session." Malfin tried to protest, not satisfied with so little explanation, but he lost control of his body and faded into a comatose state that allowed him to be removed from the training chamber. Chapter 16. Malfin stood just outside of Adaz's tomb, listening to the winds howl around him as they passed through the valley. The night air brushed against his face and limbs, and he wrapped himself tightly in his cloak to stay warm. It was dangerous to be here beyond the protective boundary of the tomb, but he didn't care. Staying inside that place, surrounded by Sith learners and immersed in the dark side, was beginning to wear him down. Now that he was above ground, he felt better, but the insidious presence of the dark side was still strong. For now, he would just endure it. His mind, cleared of all thoughts and meditating, eventually settled on the discussion that ended his training. Based on what Averin had told him, it seemed as though he had control over the Mandalorian warriors and the Iridorian raiders. The old man was reticent to share information, so he had to have a reason to tell Malfin these things, and not just to unnerve him. If Averin well led the Iridorians, that meant he had been responsible for the attacks throughout the frontier. The deaths of countless innocents were on his hands. More importantly, though, Malfin's homeworld had been destroyed and his family massacred due to Averin's orders. He had been led to the Jedi as a boy by those raiders, and the Mandalorians captured him and took him to Averin to become a Sith. Everything led back to Averin well. What else was he manipulating? Averin had mentioned that one of the executors spoke to the raiders in his place. Before, he figured that the old Sith had criminal contacts. Now he was certain that one was his emissary to the Iridorians and the others. He didn't get a chance to meet that executor, but that would change soon enough. Fazen's information had proven reliable, if sparse. With his assistance, he could eliminate the other executors and return to his old life as a Jedi. Fazen emerged from the darkness of the tomb behind him. He was almost silent, but Malfin detected him in the Force before he arrived. The old KOTOR's nervousness was almost strong enough to be palpable, and he occasionally glanced behind him to ensure he wasn't followed. "I have news," Phazon grunted. "What is it?" Malfin asked curtly, interrupted from his musings. "Do you recall that the Executor of Science and Accounts is responsible for mission debriefings and documentation?" "I don't think you mentioned that, but go on." "His terminal stores information on every executor, every mission, and classified data related to Averin Wells' dealings." "So, essentially, all of his secrets," Malfin acknowledged. "How do I get in?" "I do not think you could access that terminal. Even if you could, the Executor would stop you, and I do not know just how strong he is. It would be too risky. However, there is another computer just like it elsewhere in the tomb." "Where?" "In Averin Wells' chambers," Phazon replied. Malfin frowned. "You think it would be easier to get into Averin's personal quarters than deal with the Executor of Science?" "The Executors are immune to force skills that alter perception and mental acuity. You would be unable to convince him to help you, and combat could mean immediate death. However, only Averin Wells' most powerful slaves have received mental defense training. It is one of the final lessons, which means that the guard posted at his chamber should prove easier to deal with. Further, Averin Well himself is rarely inside." "This sounds too risky." "All the more reason to go through with it," Phazon noted. "He would never suspect such audacity." "What if it doesn't work?" Malfin asked. "Do you not trust me? My knowledge was sound on the spy. This is different. I think you're underestimating Averin. I could wind up dead just as easily as he did if I tried this. Consider this. If you tried to get in and find damning information about some of his executors, I will do my part to kill the executor in charge of the library. This works to both of our advantages and furthers both of our goals. Additionally, I will be putting myself at risk and may very well distract Averin Wells' guardians from your work. And if I fail, we both perish, it seems." Malfin shook his head. If he was captured during this intended raid, his entire plan would be unraveled. All of this evil would be unjustified. He would lose. The fact that Phazon was willing to make a personal sacrifice for his sake did not go unnoticed, but he was still nervous. The dark side was self-serving by nature. Either Phazon desperately wanted Malfin to succeed for his own ends, or this was a very elaborate trap. Then again, no matter the reason for his aid, Malfin had no other options at this point, and he was already outweighing the risks in his mind. This was a good plan. This was what he needed to get the upper hand on Averin Well. "What are you doing here, assassin?" The guard at the door growled. "Averin Well is not in his chambers, and you have not been summoned." "You won't let me into the master's chambers," Malfin ordered, his voice an eerie monotone. I want to let you inside," the guard replied, his tone matching Malfin's. "Go on ahead. Please go on ahead." Malfin slipped by the confused guard without another word. For now, the hold on his mind would keep the guard from alerting anyone to his actions. He was surprised to find the door unlocked and lacking any sort of security. However, the force did not alert him to any danger, so he stepped inside. Shutting the door behind him, he glanced around. There were no personal belongings or trinkets to be seen. After several thousand years, he doubted Averin could appreciate sentimental value. A strange-looking computer terminal, rotund, lacking holographic technology, and made with parts that looked ancient, rested on one side of the room, and a long-range communicator was on the other. There was a small bed and several empty footlockers around the center of the room, but nothing out of the ordinary for a Force-sensitive. Taking only a cursory second glance for surveillance, Malfin went straight for the computer terminal. He expected to need a passcode or security code to get in. When he was brought straight to the device's main screen, he gaped. Upon gathering his wits, he skimmed the information presented to him. At this terminal, the recent transmissions were unavailable. The archives of the Sith Library were blocked, and Averin's personal information password protected. Instead of wasting his time trying to guess Averin's codes, Malfin searched through the information that was available. The first thing that caught his eye was information on the executors. Opening up the information, he scanned the files that came up as quickly as he was able. 6 of the executors, excluding himself and the tomb sentry, had a file on record. Date of birth, actual name, species, homeworld, relative skill, preferred style of combat, recent studies, and their current mission were all available to him. There was far too much information to peruse. He did not have perfect memory, but he did not dare place a datapad inside the machine to copy the data. Leaving any trace behind, no matter how minimal, would be a disaster for him. During his search, he realized that one of the executors looked familiar to him. Thinking about it for a few moments, he wondered where he had seen her: dark hair, unusually blanched skin, sharp features, shimmering black eyes. Opening her file, he realized that the executor known as the seductress was Rehi Mary, the Nagai woman Elbrook introduced him to several months ago. His mind raced with explanations for this revelation. Did Elbrook know about her? How could she wander the halls of the Jedi Sanctum without alerting the others? While he wrestled with these thoughts, he realized that his worry was weakening his hold on the guard outside, and he steeled himself. Skimming her file, he found out that she was off-world at the moment. She was back in the Galactic Capital, attending to the personal needs of a prominent core world senator who promised to donate credits to some sort of Sith front. During his search, he did not find any indication of how long she would be gone. That did not bode well for him. If even one executor was still alive when he fought Averin, then the old Sith could potentially summon reinforcements. She was too far to deal with personally. Malfin knew that. However, there was always a chance that the Jedi could take care of her. Without proof, they could do nothing. However, a plot had been forming in Malfin's mind. If he could convince some of Elbrook's many fixations that he and the seductress were a couple, then there was a chance, however small, that one would act irrationally and try to win back Elbrook's affections. Elbrook entertained many women, but very few were aware of just how much of a philanderer he was. He promised many women anything they wanted, and even vowed to wed them in secret. Once he had his fun, he would avoid them or spend months on lengthy missions. Their scorn would give them the ability to do what Malfin was not in a position to do. Shutting down the console, Malfin traveled across the room to the comm unit and activated it. Using his long-range capabilities, he was surprised just how advanced the device was in comparison to the computer terminal. Once it was on, he sent one message to Elbrook himself, and another to his prominent lovers. Using the console's myriad scrambling and falsifying features, he made it seem as though these messages, detailing lascivious behavior between the seductress and Elbrook, had been correspondence sent to the wrong women by mistake. Most Jedi would have ignored the messages, but many of these women were already upset at Elbrook for one reason or another. They simply needed a reason to let the sparks of doubt within their minds become conflagrations of jealous rage. Realizing that he could no longer keep the guard under his control, Malfin switched off the comm unit and left. The guard stammered out gibberish as Malfin's hold broke, and the two were facing each other yet again. "You will forget about this encounter," Malfin commanded the guard as he walked away. "I will forget about this encounter." Malfin left Averin's room behind as the guards changed shift for the evening. He had learned a little, but not enough to consider the mission a success. He simply did not have enough time. Disappointed in himself, he returned to the winding maze of corridors that made up the tomb, passing trainees and servants as he headed toward the main hall. When he was nearing the center chamber, Phazon walked up to Malfin and cut him off, directing down a different courtier. "The deed, it is done," Phazon whispered. "You actually killed the Lorester, and you're still alive?" Malfin asked, eyes wide in shock. "How is that possible?" I am unsure. I did not engage him directly, opting for a more subtle approach," Phazon explained. "Poisonous herbs in a savory meal are almost as effective as direct engagement, perhaps more so." "So Averin's words are quite literal. As long as we do not fight, we do not break any rules," Malfin reasoned. "It would seem so. I never encountered resistance, and the lorekeeper died quietly amidst the scrolls in the back of the library some time later. You now have access to that place." "What do you mean?" "The executor of the library is dead. Without an executor to guard it, any restrictions about that place no longer apply. I am next in line to maintain it, and I certainly will not prevent you from browsing its contents. That's good. I will need to learn all I can to defeat Averin. Phazon nodded. And what did you discover? Not enough, Malfin grumbled. Just bits and pieces of information about a few executors. However, I did put the seductress in a position to be killed by several Jedi. The Jedi. Phazon stroked his chin thoughtfully. Interesting. I would not have thought to bring them into this. It will be most informative to see how the other executors respond to these deaths. Malfin nodded, but he did not clarify to his ally that it was Averin and his response that worried him. The seductress stormed into the tomb some 12 standard hours later, well into the afternoon. The black cloak and the armor she wore underneath it were burned and scarred, and there were hints of lacerations around her body. Her mask was shattered, leaving only small fragments to conceal her pale face, and the Nagai's ebony hair and bloodshot eyes were plainly visible now. She walked with a slight limp, and dark blood caked her arm. She may have been a temptress before, but there was very little attractive about her now. Fuming, she pushed her way past several slaves on her way to the science center. The lanky executor in charge of operations and guarding the area did not notice her until she was practically inside the chamber. With the wide gate, he moved to intercept her and held out a single hand to stop her in her tracks. "Peace, seductress. What's wrong?" he asked, his voice mellow and soothing. "Don't ask me what's wrong," she shouted back. "You betrayed me. I am unsure what you are alluding to. Would you mind explaining yourself?" "Explain myself. That's rich. Why don't you start?" she sneered. "I nearly got myself killed out there. You sent information about my work to some Jedi, and they cornered me while I was working with the senator. I hardly got out of there alive, no thanks to you. I can assure you I did no such thing. Besides, don't lie to me." The seductress was screeching now. "You're the only one with access to our information. No one else could have known what my mission was. No one else knew I had met with that Jedi before and wooed him. No one else could possibly know my real name, and yet they found me." The executor of science wrung his hands nervously. "Perhaps Master Well. You're blaming our master. I can't believe this. I've had enough of you, traitor." The seductress called upon the Force, using telekinesis to grab the executor of science's lightsaber and twist it while it was still on his holster, angling it perpendicular to his waist. Then, pushing the button on his hilt with her mind, she let the red blade tear through him, completely bisecting his lanky frame. By the time the two parts of his body had fallen, the tomb sentry had appeared out of the shadows and stabbed the seductress in the chest. Weakened from earlier and delirious, she did not even anticipate his arrival. She died immediately. Once the deed was done, the sentry vanished without a word. Malfin and Phazon watched the incident play out from a distance. He hardly expected the seductress to attack the Keeper of Science and accounts, much less successfully kill him. Malfin had seen how quickly the spy had died after disobeying the rules. She should have failed just as he had. And yet, now 2 more executors were dead. He could hardly complain. Whatever the reason for her success, she had only aided him in the long run. 4 executors were dead now, leaving 3 more. Together with Phazon, he was sure that they would fall in the next few days and he could face Averin himself soon thereafter. Pleased with his success, Malfin approached the 2 corpses and removed the mask from the late executor of science. He had never seen the species that stared back at him. With a small face atop a long, slender neck, the species resembled Cormians, but only superficially. The dead executor's skin was white and almost glistened in the lights of the fire around them. His almond-shaped eyes were quite large compared to the rest of his head, and there was a sort of crest on top of his head that kept it from being bare. Awed by the unknown species, Malfin said nothing while Phazon approached. "Averin Well is far traveled, and it does not surprise me that some of his servants are from worlds that we have never heard of," Phazon mused. "He seems to pride himself in finding force sensitives around the galaxy and using them to achieve his goals. But how can he go where the Republic cannot reach? It's dangerous to travel beyond explored routes, and for those who haven't been introduced to galactic society." "Assassin," a servant announced. Master will request your presence immediately. Malfin turned around to face him. He had a bad feeling about this. Assassin, I've been expecting you. Malfin walked into Averin's chambers for the second time in a standard day. This time, though, he was not alone. Standing in the center of the room, the ancient Sith's arms were crossed, staring straight ahead at Malfin as though he was unaware that his learner had arrived. Malfin stepped forward, cautiously at first, until he was practically within melee range. What is it? Malfin asked. I've heard that some of my executors have met their end in the past few days, Averin began, remaining otherwise stolid. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I'm afraid not. From what I understand, they were violating the rules and engaging in violence within this tomb. Indeed, Averin seemed as though he wanted to bring up a counterpoint, but did not. Did you consider what I told you about the raiders last time we spoke? Yes, I have. I've realized that you're a liar. You have no control over the Mandalorians or the Iridorians. Maybe you pay for a few mercenaries or have a clan who owes you for keeping them from justice, but your reach is limited to that. No one could do what you have claimed. Averin shook his head. Is that so? Have you learned so little? The old Sith approached the computer console Malfin had activated earlier. At first, the younger Force user thought that Averin was going to reveal to him some security device he had overlooked earlier, but Averin did no such thing. After turning the machine on and cycling through some actions, a slight buzz rang in Malfin's ears. He practically jumped when a blurry holographic image appeared in the center of the room, detailing the exterior of a capital ship sailing through the darkness of space, followed by several smaller ships. What is that? Malfin asked. That is the Battlemaster, a Republic Hammerhead-class cruiser. It was sent into the frontier to investigate increasing pirate activity. Locals in system reported that marauders were going to amass a fleet to enslave the populace and sell them to the Hutts. Initial skirmishes were so dangerous that they decided to send a Jedi to aid in the defense. Observe. Another holographic image appeared, this one showing the bridge of a Hammerhead cruiser. Men and women wearing the red and yellow uniforms of Republic naval officers walked back and forth across the feed, monitoring the ship's systems and updating other members of the crew. At the center of the screen, a Twi'lek female in Jedi robes was standing toward the front of the bridge, staring out the viewport with her arms behind her back. Occasionally, a Republic officer would present her a datapad or inquire about something, but she tended to ignore them. Jedi Knight Litharain was assigned to lead the search. However, she and you are about to discover that there are far more dangerous forces than pirates far away from the safety of your Republic. Malfin stared at Averin for a moment, appalled and doubtful. There was not a single entity in the galaxy that had the strength to challenge a Republic task force in a fair fight. The Sith and their fleets were no more. The Hutts used their ships solely to enforce their control of shipping lanes, and pirates would need an armada to even match the firepower of a hammerhead, let alone a small group of ships. Of course, Averin said nothing but directed Malfin to the holographic display. As soon as he did, several ships reverted from hyperspace around the Republic ships. Most were medium-sized frigates and small gunships, but there were quite a few starfighters as well. On the other screen, Malfin saw every Republic soldier on the bridge of the cruiser jump in alarm, and a few of them started scrambling for the posts they had abandoned. Lithi herself appeared alarmed, but she recovered quickly and started giving orders to the startled naval officers around her. Malfin watched as the Republic crew tried to bring their shields to full power, but before they could, one of the frigates in the enemy fleet put themselves on a vector toward the Hammerhead's bridge. At first, Lithi seemed to try and use the Force to divert the incoming ship's direction. That didn't work, and she created a small shield to protect as many soldiers as she possibly could from the inevitable attack, hoping the shields would come online before the collision. Her efforts proved futile. The frigate smashed into the Hammerhead at several thousand kilometers per hour. Pieces of the hull were superheated, ordnances from both ships erupted, and fuels mixed to create a blazing inferno that enveloped the entire bridge. The feed was cut, but not before Malfin saw the body of every single being on that bridge disintegrate from the impact and resulting explosion. He stared at the blank holographic image in stunned silence. The other screen showed the damage clearly. The bridge section had been destroyed utterly, sending metallic debris into space nearby and causing smaller explosions as the ship fell apart at the neck. Without the benefit of his larger turbolasers, the Battlemaster was picked apart by the attacking fleet, using their larger ships to disable the point defense turrets so the starfighters could finish the job. In the background, the Battlemaster's escort ships met similar fates, outgunned without support from their lead vessel. Only a few starfighters launched from the hangars of the Republic ships, and very few escape pods were jettisoned. None managed to escape the battle. The Mandalorians may not be as powerful as Jedi or Sith, but I cannot question their resolve, Averin mused. They will do their work, and they will do it with brutal efficiency. There is nothing more I can ask for from slaves. Malfin had no words. Lithy was gone. He tried to reach out into the Force and detect her presence, but it was a waste of time. Even if he wasn't surrounded by the dark side, she would have been too far away. He watched the whole thing, but there wasn't a thing he could have done to stop it. His entire body was trembling. Averin had lured the Republic into this trap, and Lithy with them. The Mandalorian forces did not leave a single survivor, and Averin had no doubt ordered that the bridge crew of the Battlemaster be eliminated first. The helplessness he felt made him sick to the stomach, and he would have reached out to strangle Averin well if he could have killed him then. Lithy was gone. Well then, we ought to return to Coruscant as quickly as possible. Coruscant. The word hurt. Why? We would not want to miss Litherain's funeral, Averin replied. I'm sure the Jedi will string together a tragic tale of her noble sacrifice, risking her life for the sake of dozens of Republic soldiers, disabling a bomb by her lonesome, stepping into blaster fire to defend a village of innocents. Something pompous and appropriately noteworthy. Malfin gritted his teeth. You would go there now. You would show your face at a ceremony honoring her life. Why not? I didn't kill her. The Mandalorians did. My hands are bloodless. Averin shook his head. Or are you saying you will not go? Did she really mean so little to you? I'll go. Excellent. Follow me. I will lead you to my shuttle. swfanandfandom.com. Knights of the Old Republic, Dark Covenant 1719. Contributors to Star Wars Fanon. 81 to 103 minutes. Chapter 17. There is no death. There is the Force. Malfin recited the last words of the funeral quietly to himself along with the rest of the Jedi Order. He and his master had been two out of hundreds of Jedi who traveled across the galaxy to pay their respects to Litherain. Very few died in combat during times of peace, and such events were sobering experiences to every Jedi. No matter how peaceful the galaxy at large was, there was always a chance that the Jedi Knight would have to give up his or her life to ensure the continued safety and peace of the Galactic Republic. Of course, Averin had been right. Initial reports were mixed. Some suspected that the pirates had attacked during a moment of weakness, others insisted that the Hutts had attacked in retaliation for encroachment upon their trading zones. But in the end, it was decided that Lithy and the Republic soldiers had been killed after fighting off a fleet of unknown species and loyalty to ensure the safety of the locals. Any specifics were left as vague as possible. There was no reason to indict any particular party for this loss. Nothing had been recovered from the wreckage that was left behind by the battle. They had not even finished salvaging everything when the funeral was arranged. Instead, the Jedi Council opted to burn the extra robe she had left behind along with her few personal belongings. As the flames climbed toward the opening in the atrium ceiling, Malfin's eyes began to mist. After her service to the Order and her renowned skill, and Litherain's body could not even receive a proper burial. It made him sick. At least, he thought he was angry at them. Had he been responsible for Lithy's death? Would she still be alive if he had only believed Averin's words? Would he have killed her anyway, just to prove a point? If that was the case, Malfin was still at fault because he did not move quicker. He allowed Averin to do as he pleased while he wasted time dealing with executors. He should have been going after the old man standing at his side, and now others were suffering for his mistakes. Everything felt wrong as he stood amidst the crowd of Jedi watching Lithi's funeral pyre burn. He felt the presence of many Jedi as he waited for the ceremony to conclude in silence. However, unlike in years past, the feeling of the light was not comforting. Their power felt like hundreds of eyes staring into his mind, questioning his loyalty, and threatening to reveal the deeds he had committed while enslaved by the Sith. What could he do? Averin had assured his apprentice that he would conceal Malfan's dark presence from the other Jedi, but Malfan replied that there was nothing to hide. He had nothing to hide. He was a Jedi. Doing his best to turn his attention away from himself, he tried to find familiar faces among the many Jedi gathered in this place. Alnara and Harda were in the crowd directly across from him, wearing their hoods over their heads as a sign of mourning. Elbrook and his companions were nearby, watching the immolation in silence much as he was. Surprisingly, Elbrook showed sign of injury. His arms were bruised and his cloak had several cuts in it. No doubt due to his angry lovers. He could not see Rayston or North in the crowd, and he could not use the Force to sense them without risking revealing his darkness to the other Jedi. "Do you see those men and women?" Averin asked, his voice low enough to be practically drowned by the crackling of the fire. "The Jedi Council." "Yes. Do you recognize them?" Malfan looked at the 9 Jedi Masters sitting in the balcony overseeing the ceremony. Some of them were familiar faces. Others were mysterious to him. 5 members of the Jedi Council had been granted their positions at the end of the war against Exar Kun, and they were still quite young. They would remain on the council for many decades to come. The other 4 positions were in a constant state of flux, as older members became one with the Force or disappeared on missions. The Order was still reeling from the disappearance and presumed death of Master Nomi Sunrider, and her position as head of the Order had not been formally replaced. In times past, their faces had provided a measure of comfort to him, and their words were sage ideas that he tried to cling to. Now, abiding over this tragic event in a detached and lofty manner, Malfan was furious at their apparent apathy. None of them had spoken, nor did any of them do anything at all. Foreign and elusive, Malfan could feel their haughty power from where he stood, and he hated it. "Some of them, Master. The others must be recent appointees," Malfan admitted in a quiet voice. "Indeed. Now watch. This should interest you." Just then, Rayston Benax emerged from the crowd, standing in the midst of the entire Jedi Order. He was disheveled and obviously distraught, but at the same time, his expression reflected the same resoluteness that he always had. Malfan stared in awe even as the other Jedi gasped and muttered amongst themselves. What was he doing? Did he dare mock this venerated moment? One of the other Jedi tried to call him back into the crowd, but he rebuked them. "Jedi of the Order," Rayston's voice boomed. "My brothers and sisters, please listen to me." Lithia Rain and her companions were given a just task by the Galactic Republic. Theirs was a mission that all Jedi should aspire to take part in, that is, defending the innocent from those who use their strength for evil. Based on the information they were given, they assumed their forces were enough to face the enemy they sought. But they were not prepared. They were killed by a deadly enemy that we did not know about. "What are you talking about?" Rayston Benax, a Jedi counselor, this one Akamsi, asked. "You dishonor Lithia Rain's memory by interrupting the ceremony. Know your place?" "No, you dishonor her name by not investigating this matter further," Rayston shouted back. It should be obvious that mere pirates could not have done such damage to a Republic task force. "So who was it?" "The Force gave me a vision. I know the ones responsible." Malfan stared at Averin pointedly. Had Rayston found out? If anyone was going to stop Averin, it was Rayston, and Malfan was glad for it. This chaos could finally end. The old Sith merely shook his head and motioned for him to listen further. "The Mandalorians. It was their forces that destroyed the Republic task force," Rayston declared. The Jedi in the crowd began to talk to one another much more. The Jedi Council was on their feet now, some of them livid at the interruption and others intrigued by Rayston's assertion. However, there were many more who saw this as disrespect to the dead and were seconds away from dragging Rayston out of the atrium. "Why do you accuse the Mandalorians of this act?" an elderly human female Jedi counselor asked. What proof do you have? Is my vision not enough to prove their involvement? Rayston asked. Oh, please, a voice in the crowd spoke up. Next you'll be telling me that your dreams ought to be evidence. Rayston wheeled around to face the Jedi. Would you mock the Force so? You call yourself a Jedi? The Jedi who had spoken against Rayston emerged from the crowd. Malfin was not familiar with the man, but the look on several other Jedi's faces seemed to indicate he was quite well known. Wearing his light blonde hair short with a light stubble, he was well built and stood quite tall for a human. His blue eyes stared deep into Rayston, and he carried himself with an air of confidence that made even Rayston pause. I do not mock the Force, the Jedi said. I only question your discernment. If that is not evidence enough, we found remnants of the ships used to attack the Republic force. Those are being investigated now. They will provide the empirical evidence you seek. Dorginder Case, Rayston replied coolly. Master Case, the other Jedi replied in kind. You must understand that the Mandalorians have no function in military. They are a nomadic people, traveling around their sector, and living almost entirely as peaceful farmers. Since their defeat in the war against Exar Kun, they are leaderless and pose no threat to the Galactic Republic or the Jedi. He makes a fair point, another Jedi in the crowd noted. The Mandalorians have not left their home system since we defeated Exar Kun, and there was never any evidence to confirm that the vessels they used in that time were designed by them. Who would you suggest produced them, then? Sith? Rayston asked. That word was like poison. The Jedi Order had produced barriers, both seen and unseen, to prevent the rise of the dark side and the return of the Sith after their last war. Even discussing the dark side or using the word Sith was taboo. When he said that word, every Jedi in the room went quiet, as though merely speaking their name was enough to summon them back from the dead or call them forth. How amusing it was, then, that Sith stood before them, and they did not even realize it. No, Master K said, calmly once the initial shock had passed. I merely proposed that it was not the Mandalorians, as you believe, who killed Lithirain. Her death was terrible loss for all of us, but we could not let our personal feelings cloud our judgment. As the dissection of the destroyed ships will prove, it was certainly pirates who caused this. Rayston was speechless, but he realized that other Jedi in the crowd heard reason in Dorginder Case's words. Malfin noticed their agreement as well. Whether it was because they knew more about the Mandalorian people than they let on or they were impressed by the Jedi Master's peerless record and notability, Malfin dared not judge. The Jedi Council ordered Rayston away from the pyre, and he silently complied. Hanging his head, Rayston wandered through the crowd and left the atrium entirely. After the events formally ended and the crowd dispersed, Malfin followed Averin well through the halls of the Jedi Sanctuary. Once he was sure they were far enough away from any Jedi to be heard or encountered, he walked side by side with his master, as he used to as a young Padawan. Does Dorginder Case serve you, Master? He asked. No. Dorginder Case is a special type of fool. He is one who loses sight of his conviction for baser things and destroys himself. Instead of seeing Mandalorians as the lesser beings that they are, he believes they are equal to, no, perhaps greater than, the Jedi. You see, he once loved a Mandalorian woman, but she was killed during the war with Exar Kun. His love for his mongrel woman warped his views on life, and now he hates the entire Jedi Order for her death. How do you know this, Master? Can you not seen it? Averin asked, only somewhat shocked. It is written on his face. It is plain in his body language. His mind is awash with loneliness and thoughts of revenge. And yet, he plays the role of a Jedi Master well. You saw how the others follow him. There are none who can dispute his achievements, both during the war and after. He will eventually be given a place on the Jedi High Council for his efforts. What? How? I have foreseen it? I cannot say I blame the Jedi Order. He is clever, for a fool. However, that will be a dark day for the Jedi as a whole. He is maddened by his grief, and that will make him dangerous. How can one so enamored by animals like the Mandalorians become so strong? Only as a Jedi, and that is their weakness. And what of Rayston? when the reports come back and they prove that Mandalorians made the vessels. Malfin asked. Rayston Benax will not harm us, apprentice. Even if he acquired all the evidence he could, the Jedi Order will not go to war. There are too many who remember the scars of Sith, and they know the suffering that a war involving Jedi can bring. It kills young Jedi and old, corrupts others like Dorjinder and Exar, and creates more destruction than the entirety of the Republic's war machine can bring to bear. I see. I suppose that much is true. Indeed. Now go attend to your duties, Averin ordered. I'm sure your friends will be surprised to hear you are alive, and there are other things you must see and hear in this place before we depart. Malfin did not know what he meant by that, but he was eager to escape Averin Well's presence. Going quickly, he departed without a word. The home of the Jedi was a different place now. It was still quite crowded with Jedi, and he was forced to fight the crowd to navigate anywhere. Like every other day, these Jedi went about their business. However, today Malfin was more eager to listen to their discussions. Some Jedi Knights would discuss the charming maidens and adulterous wives they had met on the frontier, and their eagerness to return just to get a chance to see them again. Others traded tales of excellent kills from their last missions, the more gruesome the better, and bragged about particularly risky saber or starfighter maneuvers that would earn them recognition from others. Others discussed the economic market and how best to exploit it using the Force so they could earn credits. Still others discussed their dealings with the Senate, complaining about some members' craftiness while damning others. Malfin had never paid attention to the words of the Jedi before. He had been so caught up in his own thoughts that he had no time for it. Now, as though the mufflers had been removed from his ears, he could hear clearly, and he hated what he heard. Weren't the Jedi supposed to be better than this? They were only sentient beings. Yes, but they were supposed to be of a higher standard so they could serve others. How could they help the helpless without first proving themselves to be better than the common rabble? Now, listening to the other Jedi talk, he was ashamed of his status. If the Jedi Knights were as twisted and corrupt as any other beings, then he would rather be a Sith. At least they were honest about their evils. And Malfin. He had wandered into the library. Whether he purposely walked there or the Force had guided him there, he did not know. However, this part of the Jedi sanctuary was much less busy than the rest. Looking around, he searched for the source of the voice, to no avail. Then, all of a sudden, he realized that he had only heard the voice in his head. Reaching out into the Force, against Averin's instructions, he sensed Northeus on the upper levels. Sprinting as fast as he could, Malfin found Northeus sitting against a bookshelf on the upper levels, his head resting on his knees. He heard the younger Jedi say something, but he could not hear him. Moving closer, he realized that North was actually sobbing. To the right of the young Jedi, 2 lightsabers and a small cube-like apparatus were resting against the shelf. Malfin took notice of them as he sat down on the other side of his friend. "Hey, North." "Malfin," North asked hoarsely. I thought I was dead." Malfin finished, hearing about the story from Averin. "No, I was lucky. Master Well saved my life before the pirates had a chance to execute me." "I'm glad." North sniffed. "Malfin, What is it, North?" "She's gone." Malfin shook his head. "North, North looked up at him, and Malfin saw his face for the first time. His cheeks were stained with tears and sweat. Under and around his eyes were puffy, and his eyes themselves were veiny and red. He was still crying, almost silently now, and tears were racing down his cheeks even as he stared into Malfin's face. "She's gone. She's gone. She's gone." Malfin didn't know what to say. What could he say? Grief welled up inside of him, and tiny pangs of guilt told him that he was responsible for this tragedy. No matter how much he tried to ignore it, he couldn't look North in the face very long. North seemed to crumple in on himself, and Malfin moved quickly to reach out and grab hold of him. With nowhere else to go, North buried his face in Malfin's shoulder and wept. Malfin started crying too, but he tried to hide it as best as he could while he tried to track down the words that escaped him. After some time, North stopped crying. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve and sniffing quietly, he turned away from Malfin, as though only now embarrassed by his actions. Malfin cleared his throat and wiped away his own tears as well, hoping to appear far more composed than he actually was. She left these things to me. North held up one of the lightsabers and the boxer's device. Her lightsaber. She told me that she wouldn't need it for this mission, and she wanted me to hold on to it until she got back. He activated the lightsaber, revealing its silver blade. The weapon's edge was close enough to him that Malfin recoiled upon its ignition. North seemed not to notice, and he swung the weapon around a bit before deactivating it again. It's funny, it's almost as though she knew that she wasn't going to come back. Malfin shook his head. Don't talk like that. What's in the box? North smiled thinly. It was a gift. She told me that if I loved history so much, I ought to be involved in making it. This holocron will store over 20,000 records, should I choose to use them. She said that I ought to know myself and act. I ought to recite my thoughts and leave them for posterity's sake. For her sake. Will you use it? Eventually, North replied. I can't. I don't want to use it now. It would just make things worse. However, when the time comes, I will begin recording the details of my life in here. Only when you're ready. Malfin nodded. Still lacking words, he managed to say, There's no death, North. There is the Force, he replied quietly. She would have said to avoid these dark and distressing thoughts. But I just can't get rid of them, Malfon. What can I do? What do you mean, North? Those pirates. I hate them. North growled, but softened his tone when he realized how harsh he sounded. Lithy's dead because of them. What am I supposed to do? It is their fault, but I am not supposed to feel this way. I'm a Jedi. Should I forgive them? Bring them to justice? Reject all such thoughts and go on with my life? What should I do, Malfon? Just be a Jedi. Don't get caught up in revenge or mercy. That's not up to you. Let the Force lead you where it will. So I should just leave them out there to hurt more people. They will face justice, North, Malfin said calmly, surprised at North's unusual determination. Then why shouldn't I help bring it to them? Your feelings will betray you. While I don't doubt you know the difference between revenge and justice, you would not be able to separate your emotion from your reason if it came down to it. Just trust me on this. Has it happened to you? North asked pointedly. It happens to all of us, Malfon mused. She will be with you and North. Remember what she died for, and carry on her what started. North nodded. The two Jedi stood up, and North collected his things and returned the lightsabers to his belt. After they were certain that they did not appear as though they had been crying, at least, not as they had been, the two Jedi left the upper floor to leave the library. Before they left, North grabbed hold of Malfon's sleeve. What is it? Malfin asked. Please don't leave me too. Promise me you won't. Malfin stared back at him. North. If he could handle this affair with Averin well and his Sith, then he could return and live out his life as a Jedi. He could reunite with the rest of his friends, and he could start that charity with North that they wanted to run. They would become Jedi Masters and gain seats on the Council and become the wise and venerable Jedi. But until then, this business with the dark side came first. He clasped North's arm. I'll be here, North. North nodded, on the verge of tears again, and the two Jedi left the library in silence. After a brief walk through the emptying halls of the Jedi Sanctuary, North said goodbye to Malfin and headed for his quarters. Again alone with his thoughts, Malfon wandered the halls with only the Force to guide him. Malfin realized that now he was on Coruscant, he could flee the Jedi Order and the Sith to escape for good. But what would that gain? He had lost too much to stop here. He couldn't just turn around and run away, not now that Lithy was dead. So then, perhaps he could recruit Jedi while he was here to help in the fight against Averin. No, that was too difficult. If the masses would side with the famed Jedi like Dorjinder Case, how much harder would it be to incriminate the sagacious Averin well? Even his closest friends would only become burdens. Without the knowledge he had, they would be put in harm's way and hinder him. He had to do this alone. For now, he would have to stay with Averin and fight the Sith on his terms. Approaching his old quarters, he was surprised to see that one of the Jedi's utility droids was standing outside of his room. Evidently, it had been waiting there for quite some time, and it did not even wait for him to get close to his room to approach him. "Are you Malfin Benax?" it asked. "I am. What is it?" "You received a single holocom message while you were gone, approximately 3 weeks, 4 days, and 12 hours ago. It is from one Junior Astral. She requests that you respond as soon as you are able." With that, the droid slid away, satisfying his programming. The thought of the droid coming by his room for 3 whole weeks to relay the fact he had a message amused him, but he did not express that to the droid. Instead, he entered his room and used his private terminal to play the message. He was surprised to hear from Junior again. He thought she had said all those strange things to him to get away from an arranged marriage. There was no reason for this. Her message was brief, and she simply told him about some local happenings on Alderaan and events in the court. She asked how he was doing, if he had been on any missions, if he intended to visit, and then asked for a response in no uncertain terms. How strange. As a Jedi Knight, he was not required nor expected to establish regular contact with anyone outside the Order. Indeed, communication with others was so rare it was practically frowned upon. Romantic interest was out of the question entirely. However, Junior's request for a response had been insistent, and he thought it was rude not to. In any case, he was not wholly a Jedi anyway. He walked a fine line, but that line permitted him to respond to her. Replaying the message to see if he missed anything, he sat down in his bed and considered how best to respond. Malfin left Coruscant as soon as he was able. Being near so many Jedi, especially those not his friends, was uncomfortable to him. Citing the mission with Averin well, he departed to Korriban with the old Sith and returned to the tomb of Addis after an uneventful hyperspace journey. Phasm was waiting for him to return and explained that the remaining executors were investigating the deaths of the others. Before Malfin could plan the next stage of his treachery, though, he was summoned into Averin's presence almost as soon as he left it. Giving Phasm orders to collect Sith texts that he could study from, he followed the servant before fading into unconsciousness. When he awoke, he was in another isolated chamber, like the one he had been in while fighting the prisoners and raiders. This one was at least twice the size of the other, and there were far more torches along the walls, providing light enough for the entire room. He and Averin were alone, and the older Force user was staring into space as though lost in thought, much as he always was. "Master, are we to train?" Malfin asked. "Indeed. Are you convinced of my influence yet?" Malfin hesitated. "You control the Mandalorians and Iridorians. You lead the Sith here on Korriban and the Jedi Watch Circle on Coruscant. What is your goal? What do you hope to achieve with all of this?" "Do you still not understand?" Averin asked, sighing. "In my old age, I have seen much, assassin. I was still a Jedi Knight when the Sith Empire collapsed over this planet over 1,000 years ago. However, even I am not ageless. One day, I will die. Hopefully sooner than later," Malfin thought. Realizing a few seconds later that Averin could potentially read his mind, he sealed away such thoughts and nodded simply. "I recognized my mortality sometime after the hyperspace war. I knew I had to take on an apprentice, one who could receive all of my power and carry on my dark plans. I knew what I had to do. You see, there were 2 Jedi Masters who loved each other in secret, but the Order was in the stage of its cycle that prohibited romantic love. It was I who convinced them to confess their feelings to the other and flee the Jedi." "Master, what does this have to do with my question?" Malfin interrupted. "Be silent. It has everything to do with your question," Averin growled. "They fled the Jedi Order on a civilian ship, which I arranged to be attacked and crash into a distant world, one not yet navigated by the Republic. The 2 of them survived that attack, and they had a daughter. She, like her parents, was extraordinarily powerful in the Force. Knowing this, I let her grow up and found a suitable Force sensitive for her mate. With a bit of manipulation, her mate crashed on that same planet and fell in love with her, and the 2 had a child. For 7 generations I ensured that this line remained strong in the Force. And then what? And at that point, I deemed the son sired by that generation was strong enough to become my apprentice. I sent the Iridorians under my control to his home planet, and the settlement that I had indirectly founded burned. Per my orders, all were killed, except him. You see, I alerted the Jedi Order to a danger in the frontier, and they sent a team to investigate the reports of raiders at the coordinates I provided, thus saving you. Malfon's eyes widened. What? Speak sensibly. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you don't grasp this. I have been breeding sentience for 1,000 years, hoping that, eventually, they might create a child strong enough in the Force to be my equal. The Force travels as it deems fit, but it hardly ever leaves a bloodline entirely. Those 2 Jedi just happen to have such genetic stock that the Force potential actually increased with each child. You, assassin, you are the result of this magnificent work. I have created you as my pupil, my perfect slave, my replacement. Shut up. You're insane, Malfon shouted. Liar. That can't be true. It doesn't make any sense. Search your feelings, you know it to be true, Averin replied. All of your life, even before you were born, has been guided by my hand. I ensured you were trained by Rel Hernister. I recommended missions for you to go on, and kept you away from others. I let you experience darkness by letting you fight against the Iridorians. All your accomplishments are my accomplishments. You have done nothing without me, you are meaningless and worthless, and I have made you into what you are today. Malfon couldn't even turn his thoughts into coherent words. Letting out a violent scream, he fell to his knees and clutched his head with his hands. No, it had to be a lie. He had done those things. He had saved innocents, worked with Rel Hernister dutifully, defended the Republic. The old man before him was bluffing. There was no way anyone could possibly. Malfon shook his head. This was it. He had denied it for too long. Averin was incomprehensible to him. The more Malfon learned about him, the more indomitable he appeared. There was no hope for him. He had been exhausted, humiliated, and torn down. Whatever plans he had were for naught. The only way he could match Averin well was by usurping his power by force, and the only way he could acquire that strength was by learning exactly how powerful he was. He needed Averin Well's darkness. But first, he had to unleash his own. Jumping to his feet in the blink of an eye, Malfon reached out toward the old man as though to strangle him. Electricity crackled around his fingertips, tracing his veins with shades of blue and white. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Malfon unleashed a barrage of dark energy at the man he hated. The lightning jumped through the air in wide tendrils, navigating toward his target in jagged paths. Much to his surprise, Averin simply activated his red lightsaber and held it up to absorb the incoming attack, completely nullifying its lethality. The burst of energy flowed into the crimson blade, and Malfon had to end his attack before his reserves of strength were exhausted. Good. Show me your power. Do you think you can kill me? Take my weapon, cut me down. Malfon did as he was instructed. Pulling the weapon from his master's hand with the force, Averin offered absolutely no resistance, and leaping forward. Averin stepped out of the way, dodging the incoming swing entirely, and then he activated his silver lightsaber. Malfon was surprised that he still had the weapon he carried as a Jedi on his person, but he betrayed no emotion. Moving forward, he tried to lock blades with the old man, but every time Averin jumped out of the way. What is the best offensive, slave? One that takes one attack. Malfon bounded to Averin's left side and stabbed forward, hoping to drive the blade through the old man's gut and out of the other side. Averin bent his entire body away from the thrust, letting the lightsaber miss him by mere centimeters. His flexibility was shocking, and Malfon had no chance to reposition himself before Averin smashed the butt of his weapon into Malfon's head. Wrong. The best offense is the unorthodox offense. If the enemy cannot predict the attack, how can he hope to defend? I'll fight as I learned how. What is the best defense, slave? One that anticipates the enemy's attack and prepares for offense. Malfon backflipped twice to avoid Averin's swings, but the old man was far quicker than Malfon could have imagined. Even when they sparred on Coruscant, Averinwell had never been this fast. He was lucky and intercepted Averin's blade mere seconds before the silver pillar of energy could cut through his shoulder, redirecting the weapon into the space between his shoulder and his neck. Of course, Averin seemed to anticipate such a movement. Kicking forward, his armored greave struck Malfon's thigh, causing him to crumple over. He blocked a few of Averin's swings, but most of them made contact. Luckily, the blades had been set to a lower power and merely left a deep gash. The pain was agonizing, and Malfon shouted as the energy weapon cut through his clothes and left burning wounds in his arms, chest, and legs. Wrong. The best defense is one that refuses to let the opponent make contact. If you can avoid all attacks that come to you, then you have the perfect defense and can frustrate the enemy with your superior skill. Malfon struggled to his feet, but Averin punched him in the chest, sending him back to the ground. Extending one of his gnarled hands, the ancient Sith released a burst of shimmering energy that dazed Malfon. At first, the attack seemed only to temporarily confuse him. However, in a few moments, Malfon felt the force leave him. The more he tried to reach out and reclaim it, the more it seemed to abandon him. His senses began to shut down, and his body failed as though he had been deprived of oxygen, and his kneeling body fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. What is? Ate your penny, he croaked. I have sealed you from the Force, Averin explained, his palms glowing a pale light. The effects are only temporary, but while I am near you, your connection to it will be entirely severed. The Jedi Order claims that the Force flows through them, and their powers are only a result of its presence. Nonsense. The Force is your weapon, but you can fight without a weapon. Now stand, and show me you are not so weak as to die without your precious Force. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Malfon could not feel anything beyond him. The hushed sounds of distant sentience. The thoughts and feelings of beings nearby. There was no comfort, and yet there was no power either. His body had lost an eye, ear, hand, lung, and parts of his brain, all at once. He thought for certain he would die, becoming a lifeless husk permanently separated from the Force. And for some time, he wanted to. However, his conviction bid him to rise, and he weakly stood back up, facing Averin. The old Sith said nothing, but he did reactivate his lightsaber. Without the Force, there was no way Malfon had the dexterity nor the skill to wield the lightsaber he had been using. There were no other weapons around, and Malfon was still disoriented anyway. With a quiet sigh, he raised his hands into feeble fists and prepared himself. Malfon stepped out of the way of Averin's first swing, which had purposely been slower than normal, and countered with a quick punch to the arm. Averin blocked, but did not counter. Once the two were back in their starting position, the old Sith swung again. Malfon tried to dodge, but this time he failed to get out of the way due to his poor reflexes. The attack left a deep burn in his chest. Back and forth they went, Averin attacking with his blade and Malfon attempting to dodge. For some time, Malfon proved incapable of avoiding the blows, and he suffered for it. However, the longer he continued to maneuver, the more comfortable he became. By the time their exercise was done, Malfon was jumping, rolling, and performing flips to avoid Averin's complex attacks. At Averin's behest, Malfon picked up the red lightsaber and let the blade spring forth. His initial attacks were clumsy and awkward, more so than normal, and Averin intercepted them as he would a youngin's swings. However, he soon managed to adjust his body so as to handle the essentially weightless blade and the locks that resulted from two of them meeting. Though the Force was gone, the feeling of carrying this weapon was not. Malfon's simple attacks became velocities in due time, and those velocities gave way to more nuanced forms of lightsaber combat that he had learned from Averin himself after becoming a Jedi Knight. The two lightsaber duelists traded blows for some time. Malfon did not land a hit on his master, but he did not get hit either. Averin signaled for the end of the duel as the torches began to dim, and Malfon felt the Force return to him in all of his power. Unlike before, the power that flowed through him was more akin to the spirit of Korriban than the strength he had while on Coruscant. Foreboding and mysterious, some of his ethereal might was beyond his understanding, and he was surprised that the Force could be such a stranger to him. "You have done well, my apprentice. I suspect that, given time, you will rise above your status as a slave and become something far greater. For now, though, you should rest. The wounds I inflicted will not heal without patience and the unnatural healing that the Force provides. Go and attend to your studies. I will call upon you again in due time." Malfin bowed and, discarding the lightsaber he had been using, faded into unconsciousness so he could be escorted out of the chamber. Chapter 18. In the months that followed, Malfin dedicated himself to the Sith cause, or, at least, his vision of it. From the moment he got up until the sun began to set behind the walls of the valley around them, Malfin joined Phazon in the library. Now that the aged KOTOR was the unofficial master of the library and all of its contents, Malfin could come and go as he pleased. Stepping in where Averin refused to, Phazon taught Malfin much of the ways of the dark side, the Sith traditions, and the powers that came with the title of Sith. Together, the two uncovered ancient secrets in the forbidden tomes and ancient scrolls contained in that place, sealed away from millennia. It did not take long for Malfin to surpass Phazon's expectations. Indeed, Malfin became far more skilled in the Force than he had ever been as a Jedi, and he continued to grow the more he walked in the dark side. Even if Malfin had been suspicious of Phazon and his motives before, he was glad to call him an ally now. Phazon spent much of his time translating ancient works for further study, and he was quick to share whatever he learned with Malfin. Due to Phazon's knowledge, it was possible that he was hiding things from him. After all, Malfin could not speak, read, or write in the ancient language of the Sith, so he depended on Phazon for his learning. The old KOTOR could have excluded or lied about information. Malfin rebuffed these suspicions as quickly as they came. He had been nothing but loyal for as long as they had worked together. With most of the executors dead, Malfin was free to go wherever he wished when he was not studying. Averin restricted only his private hangar and his personal chambers, and Malfin had no reason to enter either. Every other area of the tomb was under the jurisdiction of a dead executor, and none of the others were in a position to inherit these places. Malfin occasionally traveled to the prisons to test his new powers on captured soldiers, or to the communication room to send messages to Junira, but otherwise kept to the library and training facilities. Nearly a year after Malfin had been following through this routine, he was intercepted by an older man on his way to the library. This human's face was abnormally flat, with a compressed nose and beady eyes that seemed to sink into his face. His hair was graying around the temples, but otherwise his hair was rather dark. Wearing a lab coat stained in several places and packed to the brim with medical utensils, he looked out of place amongst all these Sith. Malfin had never seen him before. "What do you want?" Malfin asked. "My apologies. You are the assassin, correct?" the man asked, his voice a few octaves higher than Malfin expected. "I am. And you are." The other man chuckled despite himself. "I'm sorry. After all this time, I've forgotten how to interact with other sentients. Dr. Cern Delaraine, neurosurgeon. I work for Master Well in this science department." "I've never seen you before." "Too caught up in my work," the doctor admitted. "And my work has kept me quite busy. So why seek me out now?" "I'd like to show you something, actually." The doctor motioned toward the laboratories. "Would you mind?" Malfin nodded. The doctor backpedaled and headed toward his destination with feverish pace, forcing Malfin to keep up. Passing through the chamber that once served as the headquarters of the Executor of Science, Malfin noticed the room had been untouched since his death. He couldn't help but wonder if Dr. Delaraine was mad at him for killing the Executor. Had they known each other, or was the Executor simply a bodyguard? The two walked by several darkened rooms while the question lingered in his mind. He certainly hoped this wasn't a trap. The doctor led him to a brightly lit room at the end of a long series of blackened hallways. This chamber was a sterile white and quite spacious. It looked like it had been added to the tomb far later than most of the other rooms. On the ground floor, there were hundreds of bulbous containers large enough for him to lie down in, filled with translucent liquid and attached to a multitude of medical scanners. Several dozen droids roamed the room, silently monitoring whatever was inside the pods. There was an upper floor as well, although it seemed to comprise of only a small room and a balcony. What was this place? Unlike Malfin, Dr. Delaraine was hardly amazed by the contents of the chamber. Walking toward the back of the room, the doctor navigated through the maze of capsules until he reached a set of stairs. Malfin, recovering from his odd stupor, sprinted to catch up with the older man and ascended the stairs with him. Once he was at the top, he found himself on the balcony he had seen earlier, where two other doctors were observing the situation below. One was a well-built man with brown hair and ruddy facial features who wore his doctor's coat rather loosely and appeared quite disheveled in general. The other was far shorter, with light blonde hair and a wizened expression not unlike Averin Wells. Malfin hesitated at first, realizing he had no idea who they were or why he was here. Dr. Delaraine invited him forward. "Assassin, this is Dr. Alarin Bancho, our biochemist." Dr. Delaraine introduced the first, younger human to him, and this is Dr. Ken Solis, virologist. The two humans shook his hand and returned to their places at the end of the balcony. Dr. Bancho was busy entering information into the nearby terminal, and Dr. Solis was distracted by the droid's labors below. Malfin predicted that had he not been here, they would have worked for hours without moving from this place. From their height, the four of them could see the entire room, spacious as it was. Malfin stood near the railing to get a good look even though he did not really know what was going on. And then, much to his surprise, he thought he saw a human in one of the pods. What is this place?" he asked Dr. Delaraine. "It is a cloning facility, assassin." "Cloning?" The doctor nodded. Averin Wells ordered this place to be constructed not long after he appointed an executor of science. You see, the executor himself was quite well versed in the technology and came from a species that excelled in such things. With his knowledge and Master Wells' judicious use of slave labor, we built this facility to house over 800 clones. Malfin stared down at the capsules below. Where did they come from?" "I cannot say for sure. We were not introduced to the prime template. We only received his cells. Averin Wells was most insistent that we were not to investigate the matter further," Dr. Delaraine said. "Since that day, we have made over 17,000 clones." 17,000? Malfin gaped. "But there are so few clones here. Once we have reached capacity, we freeze the stock in carbonite, impossible without Averin Wells' assistance, actually, and send them to different bunkers across the galaxy for storage," Dr. Bancho mentioned. "Who else knows about this?" "Only us, Master Wells, and you," Dr. Delaraine answered. Malfin shook his head. The more he learned, the less he understood. He thought he had learned enough of Averin Wells' secrets. The old Sith had told him that he was to be his successor. Yet there were nearly 800 clones before him who could very well challenge him for that title. What use did a Sith have for clones? More importantly, why did Averin hide this from him? And why was Dr. Delaraine even showing him this in the first place? Could I see one?" Dr. Delaraine nodded slowly. "It is only fitting. Follow me, assassin." Malfin didn't know what he meant by that, but he didn't ask for an explanation. The other two doctors remained on the balcony to monitor the progress of the droids and their clones while Malfin and the neurosurgeon descended. Malfin waited at the edge of the sea of tanks while the doctor inspected a few of the capsules and their vital signs. After a few moments, he waved the young Sith over to a capsule on the west side of the room. Glancing inside the pod, Malfin could see a humanoid figure, a few centimeters taller than he was, floating inside the dark liquid. Wearing only undergarments, the clone's muscular physique was immediately apparent, and his pale skin glistened in the translucent mixture of nutrients and supplements he floated in. He had a rebreather covering his mouth and nose, and there were wires intermixed on his person that led to the displays just outside his transparent home. Surprisingly, Malfin felt hints of the Force within this unconscious figure. He knew very little about clones, but as far as he knew, Force sensitivity was not something that could be truly inherited or cloned. Reaching into the Force, he realized that all of these clones had the same vestiges of Force power that this one did. Hardly strong enough to be called a Force user, but enough where the power flowing through them could impact their existence in a tremendous way. Even so, the minds of these clones did not respond at all to his cursory scan, despite the fact that even the unconscious mind defended itself against foreign intrusion. "This clone is alive?" Malfin asked. "Indeed. It is both healthy and physically able to be freed at any time," the doctor assured him. "Impossible. The force did not flow through this man, and there were no external hints at life." Closing his eyes, Malfin immersed himself in the force and touched the mind of the clone before him. At the moment their minds linked, the clone's vitality became apparent. As though he had released floodgates during a storm, the force power stemming from the clone overpowered him, and Malfin felt strength drain from his body. He and the clone both opened their eyes at the same time, and Malfin saw the figure float to the edge of the tank. He was terrified at what he had done. Malfin quickly released his connection to the clone's thoughts, and at that moment, the figure inside the tank died. The force left him almost as quickly as it had come, and the clone's eyes rolled backward as it bobbed into a dead man's float. What happened?" Malfin asked, gasping for breath. "The clone perished," Dr. Delaraine stated matter-of-factly. "Brain aneurysm, I believe, but I will have the droids confirm it." How? What? "I cannot say for sure, but Master Will wanted them to meet their general. I have done what he requested. Any further inquiries you will have to direct to him." "General, this is an army." Malfin wondered aloud. What is Averin going to do with it? 17,000 is impressive, but the Republic? "I just monitor the clones, assassin. I don't know the details. I'm quite sorry. But they're going to be trained and outfitted for battle. Both are already done," the doctor explained. "Master Will use some mythical wonder to implant them with battle-ready knowledge and skills. I was dubious myself, but he summoned one from the tank and had it fight against several well-trained combatants. It performed admirably." "And the equipment?" Malfin pressed. "Ah, yes. Summon one from the tank. I will show you." "Summon? I don't understand." Dr. Delaraine tapped his foot lightly, evidently perturbed by the question. "Well, you see, the clones themselves are alive with functioning immune, respiratory, and nervous systems. A plethora of tests and scans have been run to affirm this. However, when we remove them from their capsules, they perish within a few minutes. It is as though they have no will to live. It is quite puzzling to us, but Master Will assures us that some dark side gives them the vitality they need." Was Averin controlling them with the dark side of the Force? That would make sense, but it did not explain why they died so quickly, nor why they were all Force sensitive in the first place. Maybe it was vestiges of the old Sith's own powers that Malfin was sensing. He had no way of knowing for sure. However, if Averin could control these clones with the dark side, then so could Malfin. Reaching out into the Force, Malfin seized control of the mind of a nearby clone. As before, he felt weak as he reached out to it, but he refused to let himself be defeated through such a simple mental connection. Dominating his mind, he only allowed it to take the strength from him that he offered. Dr. Delaraine watched in awe as the clone's tank emptied, allowing the drenched clone to step out from his capsule and stand, albeit clumsily, on the floor before them. The vital monitors connected to his bare skin were quickly detached by a host of droids, and he stood before Malfin and the doctor with a blank expression on his face. "What is your name, clone?" Malfin asked after he was confident that the mental link would not expire unexpectedly. I do not know what that is," the clone stuttered. "I only know how to fight. Let me fight." "Shall I show you their armor and weapons?" Dr. Delaraine asked. "Of course." The doctor led Malfin away from the tanks and toward a sort of back room that was hardly visible behind the flight of stairs leading to the balcony. The young Sith urged the clone to follow, and he did. However, he still had an awkward gait and stumbled behind the two with great difficulty. There was a determination to his efforts, though, and Malfin respected that too much to ask him to stop. Once they had arrived, Dr. Delaraine withdrew a black breastplate and a similarly colored helm and handed them to Malfin. "The first of many pieces," he said. At Malfin's request, the clone donned every piece of armor he received, from head to toe, until he was wearing a full suit of dark armor that would probably have been classified as medium military-grade armor. With jagged plating and a featureless helmet, the clone was terrifying to behold. He was handed a viper blade and a blaster rifle, and he demonstrated professional efficiency in cleaning and repairing the purposely damaged weapons. Due to his previous clumsiness, Malfin was surprised just how well he did. Once the clone had shouldered his equipment, Dr. Delaraine bid the two of them to follow him back to the main area. Quite impressive, no? He could hardly walk before, but he is marching alongside us now. Master Wells' methods of information transfer are nothing short of extraordinary. I am certainly impressed, Malfin agreed. They will all operate like this. Everyone, should you ever need them, they are at your complete disposal, assassin. Malfin nodded in agreement, but he was reeling. While he had no idea what Averin was planning, he knew that there was no way he could let these clones live. They were too dangerous. Once the old Sith was defeated, he would use the information stored on his computers to track down and eliminate this army of his and end the threat once and for all. However, for now, they could be useful to him. If they would follow orders, he could use them to do what he could not. Bidding a solemn farewell to Dr. Delaraine, Malfin ordered the clone to follow him, and the Force-sensitive soldier followed without question. The man following him could hardly be called a man. Malfin walked through the halls of the tomb with a steady pace, and the clone was always just outside his peripheral vision. He never bothered to pick up his pace to walk beside him, nor did he slow down to walk behind him. He was always just within his shadow, content to remain there. The clone's continued existence depended upon a permanent mental link to Malfin himself, and that was draining. Indeed, Malfin hated the fact that he could essentially read the thoughts and feelings of this creature as though they were his own. Its simplistic mental faculties made it seem less like another living being and more like a droid. Tell me, Malfin said, not even turning to look at it, what should I call you? I do not understand, the clone admitted. Your name? Your designation? I don't care. I'm not going to call you clone the entire time you serve under me. I am a clone. How else should I be called? You are the first of your brethren to be extracted from the tanks, but not the last. What happens if we are in a battle and I must address you specifically? I had not considered that. A formal designation would distinguish myself from any other units derived from the same template. My thoughts exactly, Malfin replied. I have been thinking Auric would be a fair name. What do you think? I do not think one way or another. Is there some significance? The clone queried. Auric is the first letter in Galactic Basic. You are the first clone to follow me? I think it is simple and fitting, no? Yes. That would make sense. The clone was silent for a moment, and then added, What is my purpose? Your purpose? Malfin was flustered by the question, but only for a moment. You are to defend myself and my allies, and obey all instructions I provide, no matter your objections. I see. Thank you, Master. The two of them stopped in front of a closed door on the far eastern end of the tomb. Malfin himself had passed by this place many times but had never visited it. Whenever he used the comm center closer to the center of the tomb, he had wondered where the devices that controlled those devices were hidden. It was not until he did some investigating and got a confirmation from Phazon that he learned the antennae and long-range scanners were hidden here. What's more, this was where the executor in charge of contacting the raiders maintained his vigil. Where are we, Master? Auric asked. Malfin used the Force to slide the door open. A hooded individual, the executor himself, was standing over a few smaller terminals at the end of the room. Antennae, small computer hubs, and bulky wires snaked across the room, entrenching on the floor in a mess that made walking difficult. The lights within the room had been damaged, and only the harsh pale glow from the executor's monitors allowed the two of them to see inside. Kill him, Malfin ordered. Auric stepped forward and withdrew his blaster rifle in a single motion, firing several quick bursts of red energy. The executor realized he had company only after the clone fired upon him, but he was still quick enough to block the fire with his shimmering lightsaber. Red blaster bolts bounced from one end of the room to the other, and the executor began to close the distance between himself and his target. Trying to get away, the clone stopped firing long enough for the Sith apprentice to throw his lightsaber toward him, but Auric performed a backflip to dodge that impressed Malfin. He had never seen a fully armored sentient maneuver as the clone did. Once he landed, Auric crouched low and threw his vibroblade at the executor. The weapon would have cut through his target's left leg, but the Darksider revealed another red lightsaber, this one a Shoto, and parried the incoming knife. The executor's other lightsaber soared back toward him, but its path was intercepted by a small force push from Auric, sending it flying in the other direction. In seconds, the executor rushed toward the clone, but Auric reacted just fast enough to grapple the Sith apprentice's arms and hold his Shoto at bay. The two wrestled for a brief moment, and the executor tried to use the force to choke the clone, but his dark powers were rebuffed by the clone's force defenses. The executor was evidently unprepared to fight another force-sensitive warrior. The surprise lasted long enough for Auric to hurl him to the ground and lost his weapon. Without a lightsaber, the executor who served as an envoy to the raiders stood no chance against the clone. The armored warrior was on top of him in seconds, and the cestus on his armor bloodied most of Apprentice's face and shattered his jaw. By the time Malfon walked in, the executor had stopped breathing. "You did well, Auric," Malfin said, walking toward the terminals. "Search his body for anything useful, and then dispose of it as you see fit." The clone nodded and moved to carry out his duty. Malfon himself was surprised that the executor, who served as the Tombkeeper, had not appeared. In every other instance of an executor being attacked, the lumbering giant appeared and put an end to the disobedient Sith. Now he was nowhere to be seen. That clone should have died. Admittedly, Malfin was grateful that he could kill another executor and have access to his information, but he couldn't help but worry that there was something else going on. Glancing at the late executor's terminals, Malfin was intrigued by what he saw. Apparently, Averin Well had been busy contacting Mandalorians and Iridorians to do his bidding, and now he was trying to gather them all in one place. A small Mandalorian fleet, led mostly by mercenaries and bounty hunters, were to gather around Corbus. Meanwhile, Iridorians were being herded to a hidden facility on Oldafrav, a world near Hutt space. Finally, a small team of pirates and smugglers were being told to meet with Sith contacts near Lannik. The executor had been busy. Malfin suspected that Averin Well was preparing for an attack, but he could not figure out where he sought to strike. Malfin was about to turn to leave when a small flash of light appeared on the corner of the terminal. The Jedi Watch Circle was trying to contact this place. At first, the idea mortified him. Why would Jedi convinced that they were the strongest lightsiders in the galaxy try and communicate with the Sith here on Corbin? The realization that Averin Well had the Jedi Order and the remnants of the Sith under his control was still something he struggled to understand. However, he also realized that he could use the old Sith's position of power against him. Averin was playing to many sides at once. Even the greatest player would eventually leave themselves open, and this was Malfon's chance to take the lead. Everything fell into place for this moment. This was the beginning of the end. Malfin opened the channel to Coruscant and the Jedi Watch Circle to reveal a confused Quarren on the other end. "This is Malfon Benex. Who am I speaking to?" "Malfin, Master Well's apprentice." The Quarren asked. "This is the Jedi Knight Dram. Where is Master Well?" "He is unwell. I am afraid he is struggling to leave his chambers, and so I am handling his tasks until he recovers." "I see." Dram hesitated for a moment, but shrugged and continued. "Watch Circle Dominus is ready to move it as your orders." "So I have heard. Averin Well has informed me of your next mission. Assemble a team of Jedi Knights and go to the Corbus system. There are pirates amassing there that will attack a nearby Republic supply depot." "Pirates? Master Well is sending us after mere pirates. Do you doubt his instructions?" Malfin growled. "I would not dare," Dram answered quickly. "However, I do not know if we can convince the Jedi Council to let us travel so far into Sith space to engage. These enemies are particularly dangerous because they have recovered and made use of Sith technology from the last war. Will you let their evil go unchecked?" I will call forth a group of Jedi and inform them of our task. Master Qual shall deal with the Jedi Council. Is that all? He nodded. That is all Master Will decided to tell me. I will let you know if the situation changes. Thank you. The Force be with you, Malfin. The Corran ended the transmission. Malfin could not help but chuckle to himself. The Jedi were so foolish. They would believe anything so long as they thought it would work in their favor. It was perfect. He would play Averin Well's Raider forces and his Jedi servants against each other, rendering them both useless. With only 2 more executors remaining, the Sith under his control were too weak to be a threat, and the clones were a non-issue. With Fazen's assistance and Auric providing support, Malfin could stop the old Sith's machinations now. Assassin, Master Well has need of your services, a slave announced. Excellent. Malfin had a feeling that he would be summoned. He motioned for the slave to lead the way. Shall I follow you, Master? Auric asked. No. Attend to the Cathar named Fazen in the library. He may need your assistance, or protection, Malfin added with a whisper. The clone nodded and went on his way, leaving Malfin to meditate before following the slave to Averin Well and the location of his latest and final lesson. There was nothing else to be done, and the old Sith would have waited until Malfin was ready to see him. Chapter 19. So you've come, assassin. What do you require of me, Master? Averin Well stood at the center of a large circular room, lit not by the traditional torches but massive glow panels that stretched from one side of the ceiling to the other. Arms crossed, he had an expression unlike Malfin had ever seen on him. Was that disappointment on his face? Resentment? Hate? It was difficult to tell. The old man, even now, refused to divulge his true self. Malfin stood across from him, hands close to the comlink at his waist. If he needed to call for help, it would have to arrive quickly. You have done well. However, your work ends here, Averin announced. I'm afraid I don't understand, Malfin replied coolly. Spare me the foolishness, Averin hissed. Do you think me blind? Do you assume I know nothing of what occurs in this place? I have watched your every move, considered every traitorous thought, dismissed your conspiring as harmless. But no longer. I cannot abide a coward. I'm no coward, I'm merely patient. Foolish words from a foolish slave. You're mistaken. You're scared of what I've become. I'm stronger than you, and that terrifies you. I've learned your lessons and adapted them. I've mastered your tricks and developed my own. I killed your servants and discovered your weaknesses. I am the master now. Averin glared at him with a damning stare. Do you seek to rile me as you did the spy? Or perhaps you think your new power will impress me as it did Fazen? There is no one here to save you here, slave. No one to do what must be done in your place. But it seems I was wrong. You are not meant to become Sith. I am a stronger Sith than you'll ever be, Malfin snapped. No. You are no longer fit to become my apprentice. I have chosen another. You are wasted potential boy. Now it is time for your final lesson. Die and join those other failures. Your family, your teacher Rael Harnister, and your dear friends. Averin Well stepped away from Malfin, allowing the Tombkeeper to take his place. For the first time, the executor was uncloaked and unmasked. The hulking individual before him had pale skin, massive tusks, and a pointed head with a sort of bony plate. His arms were large enough to crush Malfin in an instant, and even his clawed feet seemed to cause the ground to tremble as he walked. In his left hand he carried a lightsaber, and his right a hooked blade obviously meant to rend flesh. He wore almost no clothes beyond a simple loincloth, revealing his terrifying muscular physique and the various tattoos across his body. By the time Averin had disappeared from view, the executor was flanked by at least 24 Sith apprentices and Force-sensitive slaves. Each of them carried either a lightsaber or a Force pike, and they, unlike their titanic leader, wore various forms of body armor and carried personal energy shields. Malfin was quickly surrounded, and he was surprised none of them attacked. He was unarmed, had no armor, and his shot gave them the advantage. But they seemed to be waiting for something. I have been chosen as Averin Well's new apprentice, the executor responsible for guarding the tomb announced, his voice a gravelly bass. As it should be. You were never meant to be a Sith." Malfin said nothing. They were, of course, wrong. Malfin was not a Jedi. He could not go back to being a Jedi. With so much power, it was only natural he was a Sith. This beast, intimidating though he was, would not stop him. All these Darksiders, crowding around him for the kill, would not deter him. He would go to Avernwell, and he would personally end that old man's life. He would take his place and destroy the Sith entirely before going into exile, where he could no longer harm the Jedi or the Galactic Republic. Such was the price for his power. When it became clear Malfin would not respond, the Tombkeeper nodded, sending dozens of Sith charging straight for him. Lightsabers hissed. Energy shields buzzed. Malfin stared around at the large circle around him. He had no weapon, and they thought him defenseless. But what greater power could he ask for than the very strength of Corbin itself? Calling upon the dark side of the Force, Malfin allowed himself to be conjoined with the planet's corrupting might. He levitated from the ground, closing himself off from the universe around him and immersing himself in raw energy. This was his strength. He was a weapon. Tendrils of energy leapt from his fingers and found their way toward the closest Sith slave. The electricity crackled around the hapless being's body and caused him to scream in pain. Bursts of lightning jumped between that slave and others around him, forming powerful loops of energy. The burnt flesh and ozone filled Malfin's nostrils, and he relished the smell. Using his mind, he ripped large chunks from the floor and threw them toward his enemies. Spines snapped, limbs shattered, and ribs were crushed underneath tons of earth and metal. Telekinesis enabled him to deal with enemies still further away. Bodies slammed into walls at blinding speeds, breaking their fragile bodies against meters of stone. Others were slammed into the floor until their necks gave way or their faces became bloodied mounds of flesh and cerebral fluids, while still others were thrown into comrades' bodies and lightsabers. Rapidly condensing the air around him, Malfin forced the gases around him into deposition, creating freezing chunks of ice that he used as projectiles. Strengthened in the Force, these large needles of frost-pierced armor and flesh alike, allowing his victims to bleed out while relatively harmless. The intercepted missiles also short-circuited lightsabers, making it easier for him to finish them off. Seeing that his henchmen had not even laid a finger on their foe, the Executor activated his lightsaber. With a challenging roar, he charged straight toward Malfin. How brutish! He was to be a Sith Lord. Malfin smirked. He had subconsciously allowed the Force to flow through him, foiling the advance of the Sith apprentices and slaves, but this Tombkeeper would require a special touch. Allowing lightning to flow from only one hand, Malfin concentrated all of his power into a tangible representation of his anger. Sparks formed in his free hand, and flames licked the tips of his fingers. The Executor moved quickly, but it was pointless. What could he hope to accomplish against the power of the Force? Malfin lifted his hand, and a smoldering ball of fire rushed forth, flying directly into the Executor. The larger Sith had been moving so quickly he had no hope of getting out of the way in time. Brought to a standstill, there was a dark splotch where the Executor's pectorals had been. He let out a weakened growl, and pain emanated from his body through the Force. Malfin wasn't done. Another wave of his hand created a towering inferno right underneath the Tombkeeper. There was an agonized cry for a moment, but the sounds of the crackling fire quickly drowned it out. Malfin laughed. The entire cacophony of screams was drowned out by the blazing fire mere meters from his position. None were strong enough to stop him. Dark ashes fluttered through the air as more pillars of fire rose up from the ground, engulfing the rest of his enemies. His eyes watched on with wicked fascination, reflecting the shimmering red light of the fires before him. This was the might of the dark side, and he was his master. Avernwell boarded his personal ship and sealed the ingress ramp behind him. 2 guards were posted at the entryway, but they could not stop the assassin. He knew that all of the Sith in this place were not strong enough to face the assassin. Of course, Averin was not trying to escape. He was testing the young man's resolve and his superiority over the others. He knew that the assassin was better, but did he know that about himself? In his age, Averin well recognized his mortality. He was not afraid of death, but he knew that once he was beyond the mortal plane, he would lose much of his power. The strength he had in his youth was gone. The dark side had ravaged his body like a virulent disease and crippled him in many ways. He was still strong, but the passing of time threatened to destroy him. He had studied the dark magic of the ancient Sith Lords for much of his long life, but there was no information regarding the power to escape death. It perturbed him. Even now, the spirits of the long-dead haunted Corbin, waiting for those who would come and submit themselves to their evil power. He wanted such strength, but not if it meant being bounded to one planet for millennia. The assassin was his hope for a new beginning. Everything revolved around his rise. It did not matter that the executors died. He did not care for the lost apprentices or murdered prisoners. They were only slaves. Everything in the galaxy was expendable, but not the assassin. For within him, or perhaps his progeny, there was the power to accomplish every goal Averin well had, including the ability to transcend mortality. One could escape the boundaries of time itself only by creating a being so powerful it became an avatar of the Force itself. But did the assassin have that power, or would he have to wait even longer? Energy crackled in the distance. There was a scream of anguish, and another, and then everything was silent again. The ancient Sith positioned himself at the fore of the bridge of his personal cruiser. Sure enough, the assassin stormed his way across the halls and made his way toward him, the Force flowing in and around him like a tempest. Good. Such raw power was indicative of strength, but not control. He was surrendering his entirety to the dark side. In seconds, he and the assassin were face to face, separated by a few paltry meters on the bridge. "You ran," the assassin growled. "I waited for you. I knew you could do it, apprentice," Averin replied, his voice somber and hushed. "Coward. I killed your precious guards. Now it's your turn." "Indeed?" Averin shook his head. He did not get a chance to finish his thought. Malfin unleashed a wave of telekinesis at him that was meant to throw him into the transperisteel viewport. The torrent of energy shattered the transperisteel behind Averin and broke apart the chairs and terminals around them, but passed over him like a simple breeze. The assassin, dumbstruck, used both hands to unleash a powerful blast of Force lightning. Like before, the energy dissipated against Averin Well's body, dissipating into nothingness upon contact. What are you?" the assassin shouted. "Why can't I sense you? Why can't I hurt you? Foolish boy. Even now you lack wisdom. How do you think I have lived for so long? The darkness destroys all that it touches, devouring flesh and bone. However, without the Force, time has no meaning to me. I exist as a specter, foregoing ultimate power for the sake of eternal life. Just as droids are immune to sickness due to their separation from biological faculties, so too have I rejected the Force to escape the passing of the ages." The assassin paused for a moment, evidently thinking about these things. Good. The more he thought, the more he understood. Impossible. You've used the Force before, if rarely. You've carried a lightsaber. You cannot be totally disconnected from the Force. You are perceptive. However, it is not my connection to the Force that I use in those instances. It is yours. What? By rejecting the very essence of life, I became a mockery of it. A parasite, if you will. All things must touch the Force or else they die. Therefore, since I cannot, I exist through those around me. I can only use the Force when others allow me to draw from their Force reserves while I am near. The executors served this purpose while I was on Corbin, and the Jedi Covenant while I was on Coruscant. They suspected nothing, for my presence is no more noticeable than a mite, silently seeping strength from his host. I never gave you access to my strength, the assassin snapped. No, but the time we spent together as pupil and master allowed me to worm my way into your mind. I slowly encroached upon you, and now we are linked, you and I. Besides, you did not grant Rayston the ability to join with your strength, and yet he does so anyway. I don't know what you're talking about, the assassin growled. Makes sense. Averin shook his head. Rayston Benax is essentially my antithesis. I absorb the strength of others to ensure that I can exist on this plane because I have conquered the darkness. He, surrendering his entirety to the light, subconsciously provides strength to others so as not to fatigue his body from the terrifying strength contained within. That is why your friends are all so powerful while in his presence. Their skills are bolstered by him in silence. So what does this all have to do with me? Why do you want me, if he is so much more powerful? The assassin asked, the edge lost from his voice. Surely he would be able to do what you need me to do and more. No. Averin walked toward a broken terminal, almost absent-mindedly. As I said, we are polar opposites. He and I, we would destroy ourselves if we tried to siphon off one another. You, assassin, are my creation. I bred you from perfect stock so that I could one day have a perfect apprentice, general, and successor. And what does that mean? How do I fit into your plans? Averin smiled. You are the key. The Galactic Republic will fall, and you and I will remain. Together, we shall rule the galaxy, and you will have unlimited power. How? The Jedi Covenant will strike at the Jedi's heart. Their members will kill the Council and begin a civil war amongst the Jedi. In the course of their infighting, I shall order my personal army to attack the Galactic Republic. Without the Jedi's aid, they are doomed to fail, for you shall be at his head. Once the Republic falls, the Tion hegemony, Hapes Consortium, and the Hutts will follow. Then, once we have united the galaxy under our banner, we shall destroy the remaining Sith, still in hiding in the farthest reaches of the galaxy. In that moment, we will personally dissolve the army, and we alone will be masters of the galaxy. You're insane. No army can fight the Republic, much less the whole galaxy. Even your clones, impressive though they are too few in number. The clones are not soldiers, but commanders. You are their general. The Mandalorians and their ilk will provide the fleet, vehicles of war, and serve as infantrymen. But we need only rely on them for so long, Averin mused. The assassin was quiet for a moment. Without the Force, Averin could not sense his thoughts, and he dared not draw from the assassin's power now. Now that the assassin knew that Averin's strength depended on his own, he could rebuff any attempts to draw on the Force. While the older Sith could certainly defeat him in a mental duel, it would be too exhausting, and Averin had very little strength left for such things. Standing still and waiting, he expected an affirmation of the assassin's loyalty. He was genuinely surprised when the younger Sith called upon the Force and snatched Averin's lightsaber from his belt. I've decided that if I am going to rule the galaxy, I refuse to do it with you, the assassin sneered. So what do you intend to do? Kill me? Of course. Foolish. A Sith never dies. Then I will settle for incapacitation, the assassin growled, activating the weapon. You should know that, due to our link, harming me means that you will also be harmed. In fact, if you inflict enough pain onto me, the suffering I endure may be returned to you and end your life as well. Are you willing to risk that? Averin asked pointedly. The assassin hesitated. Very good. Where was his selfless determination now? Where was his desire for senseless sacrifice? As a Jedi Knight, had he not tried to get himself killed saving others? Now he was not even willing to end his own life to kill the great evil before him. Averin could not help but smile. His work was complete. The boy who called himself Malfon Ben Axe was truly a Sith. I will kill you someday, the assassin muttered, deactivating the lightsaber. Of course. But there is one last thing you should see. Averin guided the assassin over to a rather bulky terminal located just across from the pilot's seat on the bridge. This device had long-range capabilities, unlike the other communication terminals on the ship, and Averin often used it to contact his agents in the field. Now, though, it would serve a different purpose. You must learn to take responsibility for your actions. I thought Litharian's death was a sufficient reminder, but clearly you have forgotten, Averin announced. Observe. The terminal blinked to life, revealing an image of Corvus's wastelands from a suborbital camera. Coordinates were automatically punched in and the camera repositioned itself and zoomed in on a particular area, this one about 6 kilometers away from the nearest, now long abandoned, settlement. The assassin muttered something to himself when he saw the lightsabers. Another camera, this one positioned somewhere on the ground, came to life and revealed members of the Jedi Covenant fighting against Mandalorian forces. There were at least 4 times as many Mandalorians as there were Jedi, and the Jedi seemed to be losing. Of course, the assassin was infuriated by this turn of events, especially after all the sneaking he had done. He sincerely believed Averin did not know of everything that happened in this place. Just because he did not move against the assassin did not make him blind. Quite the opposite. All Malfin had to do was keep getting stronger. He did not care how that happened. Even with the Force, the Jedi were doomed to failure. There was no explicit reaction from the young Sith until the camera panned along the battlefield, revealing a familiar face. Harda Maximorium, the squat rodent-like Jedi who had befriended the assassin as a child, was fighting alongside the Jedi Covenant against the Mandalorian forces. The assassin shouted when he saw him amongst the crowd. Although Harda and his green Shoto were doing quite well in deflecting blaster bolts and blocking vibro swords, he was practically surrounded on all sides and appeared quite fatigued. "How did he get there?" the assassin shouted. "The Jedi Covenant works quickly and assembled a strike force that landed an hour ago. However, the Jedi Council refused to let the members Master Qual recommended go alone, and they selected a few other Jedi to join them. Unfortunately, one of those Jedi was your friend Harda." "Damn you. Damn you." The assassin restrained himself from punching Averin. "Why did you?" "I did nothing," Averin countered. "You were the one who sent the Jedi to Corbus. You were the one who killed my envoy to the Mandalorians. You were the one who defied my orders and tried to outmaneuver me in my own base. This is what happens when you fail." The assassin turned away before Harda took a blaster bolt to the shoulder. The first shot did not kill the diminutive Jedi Knight, but the fourth one did. Averin smiled. A few Mandalorians kept shooting his corpse until they were positive that he was in no condition to stand up again. Of course, the other Jedi serving with him fared no better, and it was not long before the entire party of Jedi, about 18 in all, were wiped out by the Mandalorian commandos. The Marauders had taken losses, and they would be unfit for a while, but that didn't matter. Harda was dead, the assassin had learned his lesson, and Averin was again in control of all these things. "I hate you," the assassin said after some time. "Use that anger. It will make you powerful." "He did not deserve to die," the assassin shouted. "And neither did my executors. And yet, look where we are. A life for a life, assassin. Be glad I am merciful, or you would have no friends left at all." "Yeah. The news will come as quite a shock to the Jedi Order. However, I suspect that there will be more pressing news in the coming days. The loss of the Jedi Covenant members was regrettable, but not irreparable. There are still enough to begin a Jedi civil war." The assassin stared at him as though Harda had died in his presence. There was so much emotion in his eyes. Averin loved it. There was nothing he enjoyed more than the suffering of those beneath him. Anger, fear, hate, grief, all these things gave the dark side its power. The assassin was strong, yes, but he was not yet strong enough. He still had to grow, and that meant that their training was not yet over. "Come, assassin. Phazon has taught you much, I'm sure, but not enough to compensate for my lessons." "As you wish, master." Malfin elbowed Auric in the chest. No matter how strong the clone was, he could not take a direct hit like that while unarmored, and he fell to the ground with a grunt of pain. Before Malfin could move in for a killing blow, Phazon declared the duel over. Sweat dripped from Malfin's limbs, back, and around his face, and his breathing was haggard. Although he had beaten the clone, he had taken several painful hits, including a blow to the solar plexus, which still hurt nearly 5 minutes later. With a sigh, he helped Auric back to his feet and joined Phazon at the table across the library. "You did well. How is your mental connection?" Phazon asked. "I think it's improving." "I'm hardly aware of his link," Malfin replied. "I've been careful to ensure that that old man isn't using my strength as well." "Good," Phazon muttered, but he seemed distracted. "What is it?" "He knows of all our work against him," the Cathar said. "Why hasn't he tried to kill me or Auric yet?" Malfin shook his head. "Perhaps he needs you both in the future." "You say that as though he doesn't need you." "I know he needs me, I just wish he didn't." Phazon nodded. The two Sith watched Auric clean up the area of the library where they had dueled earlier. Once he was finished, Auric returned to his previous stretches and velocities. Whenever he was not called to duel or assigned to a mission, Auric was tasked with individual exercises to ensure that he was always in fighting shape. Phazon went out of his way to teach him a few basic force training techniques as well, although he was no match for Malphon nor any of the other true Sith in the tomb. Malphon's mind constantly returned to the last discussion he had with Averin. It seemed as though the old Sith finally revealed his ultimate plan to him, but it just didn't make sense. There was something missing. Averin had all the resources and all the strength to conquer the galaxy without him, especially when the executors were still alive. What did the old Sith need Malphon for? Even now that everything else made sense, that did not. Master, if you'll grant me a question, Phazon said after some time. Of course. Why didn't you kill him? Malphon eyed Phazon suspiciously. The captor did his best not to meet Malphon's gaze, although it proved difficult. He had told Phazon everything about his encounter with Averin, and he knew what killing the old man entailed. Was he suggesting what Malphon thought he was suggesting? The younger Sith tried not to appear disgusted, but the question was more hurtful than Phazon knew. Are you suggesting I should have killed myself to stop him? I don't mean it so bluntly. I just assumed that you were ready to endure any sacrifice to stop Averin Was I wrong? I've lost everything. What have you given up, Phazon? Don't lecture me. Malphon snapped. I didn't mean that, Phazon replied calmly. Master, I've been here with you for this whole ordeal, and I will walk with you further still. I know what this power has cost you. I know the price you paid for knowledge. I have seen the changes, the suffering, the death. Believe me, I would be the last person to ask you to give up more. Then why did you ask? Do you want anyone else to die? No. Then what stopped you from ending Averin and his threat before? Malphon choked. How could he confess these things? How could he still have such weakness in his heart? I'm scared. Master, I don't want to die. I've abandoned the Jedi. I've abandoned the light. If I do not make up for all these things, then what do I gain? I'm scared. If I die without ending not only Averin, but all of his plans, how could I rest in peace? Phazon shook his head. Oh, Master, you needn't worry about such things. We are not, nor have we ever been, destined for this realm. We are truly ethereal, and we only become our true selves after death. You must embrace such thoughts, not run from them. Remember why you did these things in the first place. Your actions will be absolved by the results you achieve. I hope so, Phazon. I hope so. Be strong. The Sith will always need a Prue. What? Phazon frowned. You are not keeping up with your lessons. Prue is ancient Sith for assassin, although it has the connotations of a scapegoat. You see, in ancient times, cowardly Sith Lords would hire murderers to kill their rivals. If they succeeded, they would be killed by the Sith who hired them to make it seem as though they were not at fault. If they failed, they would be executed for their crime and paraded about as a warning. Assassin and scapegoat. Fitting, Malphon agreed. You are never alone, Malphon. Just remember that. The young Sith sighed softly. An ancient KOTOR Sith and a naive clone were hardly the companions he would have wished for, but he could not question their reliability. Phazon had done nothing but aid him, even when they hardly knew each other, and he had risked his life on several occasions. Now Malphon trusted him enough to share his true name with him. Auric was practically a droid, lacking in both emotion and reason, but he did have some insight into the ways of the Sith. Malphon still missed his friends from the Jedi Order, and even Junira's messages to him would have been welcome. Master Benax, Auric intoned. You have an incoming comm. Shall I take it for you? Please do, he replied. No doubt Averin expects you, Phazon noted. We finished our training. What else could he want? Perhaps a mission. Now that you are only remaining executor of any merit, you will be responsible for the majority of missions aforworld. I suspect that he will uplift several slaves to take their place, and you will be their leader. I am a slave as well, and I suspect he will allow me to inherit the library, officially anyway. I hope so. You've earned that much. Ah, yes? I poisoned the executor he appointed and conspired against him while teaching his mortal foe. I can't see why he would be delighted to acknowledge my authority, Phazon mused. You control this place and everything but name anyway, Malfin said. We'll see. Master, Averin well intends to travel to Coruscant, and he has reason to believe you would want to join him, Auric called. If you choose to follow him, he has a mission for you to attend to. Malfin smiled. Coruscant. Although they used to go to the galactic capital quite often, their trips had decreased of late. It had been nearly a year since he had seen anyone he knew from the Jedi Order, and he was delighted to have another chance. Rising from his seat, he waved for Auric to confirm his intentions. Away from Corbin, Averin was also significantly weaker. His influence in the Jedi Order was great, but not unlimited as it was over the Sith. He could use that to his advantage. Phazon, keep track of things here while I am gone. Of course, Master. May the dark side guard you. Chapter 20. Malfon adjusted himself in his seat. The rocking of Averin's personal craft was more severe than most starships he had been on, but he paid it no mind. The old Sith's final executor, his mechanist and pilot, was piloting the ship through hyperspace and said no words to anyone. Averin Well was in the passenger's hold with Malfin. The two of them said nothing to each other the entire trip, although Averin did occasionally motion for Malfon to meditate with him. Much to Malfon's ire, the old Sith had tasked Auric to join them, and the clone stood at attention near the engine room located behind the hold. Master, Malfon said once they had left hyperspace. What is it? You told me that during the forthcoming collapse of the Galactic Republic, we would not have to depend on the Mandalorians and the other raiders for long. Why is that? You remember the great foes? Averin asked. The ones you mentioned when we arrived on Corbin for the first time. What about them? It is rumored that they constructed an empire throughout the known galaxy by building space stations that fed off the strength of stars. These stations were giant factories, capable of building an endless number of droids, starships, materiel, and even clones through the dark side of the Force. Such things sound like myth to me, Malfin muttered. No, they exist. There is a star map leading to one of these starbase forges on Corbin. I have yet to unlock the chamber where it rests, but ancient Sith have recorded its location. Together, we can locate this space station and end our dependence on the barbarians. Malfin grinned. Averin had not discovered the star map because something, or someone, kept him at bay. The old man had been wise to hide these things from him. The more Malfin learned, the more he discovered that Averin, well, was not nearly as omnipotent or omniscient as he pretended to be. After all, it was not his dependency on the barbarians he had to worry about, but his dependency on Malfin himself. For as long as Averin needed to draw on Malfon for power, he could deny him. What reason did Malfin have to conquer the galaxy? Averin's goals would die with him, unrealized. I see. And the clones you have created already will serve as the basis for these new clones. Malfin wondered aloud. Auric and his brethren are Force-sensitive clones from a mighty genetic template. It took me hundreds of years to determine the proper manipulations to ensure that they could use the Force, and even then only after a Darksider has given them life. They are better than droids, but I have yet to test them against a Jedi. And why is he here? Malfin asked, eyeing Auric. You have killed most of my guards. I need someone to watch over my craft while we are on business. Who better than a creature who was born to defend? Malfin nodded. He didn't like Auric's presence. The idea that he was a clone still bothered him on some level, but as long as he remained with the ship, he couldn't complain. The executor announced that they were dropping out of hyperspace, and the two Sith were silent during their descent to Coruscant and their subsequent departure from the docking bay. Although they could have used the Jedi's landing zone, Averin decided that it would be better for Auric if he guarded the ship away from their presence. Averin instructed Malfin to go to the Jedi Temple while he met with contacts around Coruscant. The young Sith was free to do whatever he wished for however long it took Averin to do these things. Once the Sith Master was ready, though, Malfin would be required to undertake a mission of grave importance. Malfin left Averin and the ship behind as soon as he was able, and he found himself wandering the streets of Coruscant before long, lost in thought. How long had it been since he walked through this place? The hub of civilization, the epicenter of culture and intellect, the home of the Galactic Republic and the Jedi Order, this place where everything in the galaxy was decided. For now, the plethora of species from across the galaxy waited through the crowd around him, blissfully unaware of the suffering going on away from this place. And even here, there were people suffering. The poor dwelled in homes kilometers below the shimmering towers and lustrous buildings. The criminals were isolated in the worst districts of the capital, but their evil spread across the entire cityscape. The aliens suffered from xenophobia, and the commoners suffered from the nobility's greed. And in the middle of all these things, the Jedi Order did nothing. Locked away in their temple, Malfin did not see a single Jedi while he wandered the streets. He saw no Jedi, save one. Malfin had seen Raistin Benax from the pedestrian walkways below, but he did not know what he was doing. Even now, walking onto the roof of this abandoned tower, Malfin was not sure why he was here. Raistin stood atop the railing at the edge of the tower's rooftop, gazing into the streets and the precipice around the streets that led to the undercity below. Balancing himself as best as he could, his arms were extended and the wind blew across his face, whipping his hair about and throwing his cloak in wild patterns behind him. Malfin approached him slowly, not wanting to startle him while he was in a precarious position. Raistin. Ah, Malfin. How good to see you, Raistin replied, his voice tired and hoarse. What are you doing? The older Jedi was silent for a moment. I thought I dropped something. I didn't see where it landed, and I suppose this would give me a better view. Would you mind helping me down, Malfin? Malfin smiled and reached out to Raistin, allowing him to gracefully step down from the railing. The older Jedi looked back at the edge of the roof for a moment, but shook his head. Whatever he was thinking about could wait. Malfin promised to go and find his datapad, but Raistin told him to forget about it. It wasn't that important and could always be replaced. The two Jedi left the tower and entered the bustling streets below, with Malfin leading the way. How have you been, Malfin? Raistin asked. Very well. You? Raistin smiled thinly. I've been better, to be honest. Did you hear about Harda? Yeah, Malfin whispered. Master Well told me. Did they say what happened? Initial reports suggested that there was an accident in the mining facility they investigated. I don't believe that. 18 Jedi, and none of them sensed the coming danger. It just doesn't make sense. It does sound skeptical, Malfin agreed. I should have been there, Malfin. What do you mean? I was returning from a mission when the assignment to Corbus went out. The Jedi Council wanted me to go, but Harda insisted that I wouldn't be at full strength yet. He took my place on the mission, and now he's gone. First Lethe, and now Harda. What's going on, Malfin? I don't know. I want to protect you and the others. I thought I had learned so much, but, well, here I am. I'm still too weak to protect the people I care about, and they're dying because of it. What am I supposed to do? Their deaths were not your fault, Raistin, Malfin said softly. I could have saved them, though. I could have been with them. Perhaps. Malfin was quiet for some time. But the Force does not permit us to save everyone. I miss them, Raistin. I feel exactly the same as you do. But what else are we supposed to do? We can't turn back time, and we cannot bring them back. We're Jedi. Death is another part of life. Heh, you sound like a Jedi Master, Raistin noted dryly. To think you would be lecturing me. I learned from the best teacher, Malfin replied. Averin Well does seem like the type to talk of such things. I meant you. Raistin smiled. Shaking his head again, he took the lead, and Malfin followed him back to the Jedi Sanctum. The two of them discussed the happenings on Coruscant during their walk back, and Malfin lied about his mission with Averin in the frontier. According to Jedi reports, he and Averin Well were involved in a heated negotiation process with the world in the farthest reaches of Galactic Republic space. Every so often, Averin would update the Jedi Council, and Malfin had learned to play along some time ago. Malfin learned about Rayston's more recent missions, his thoughts on some upcoming Padawans, and a few new Jedi on the High Council. After I train a Padawan, Rayston mentioned, they want to grant me the rank of Master. Malfin's eyes widened. Jedi Master? No way. Rayston nodded but appeared quite somber. They think I'm ready. Considering most Jedi Masters spend their time teaching younger students, they want to see how I do raising a pupil of my own. However, they insist it's just a formality. Congratulations, Rayston. You know they're right too. You've done so much for the Jedi Order, and you're one of the greatest Jedi I've ever known. I think they're getting ahead of themselves. I'm so young. But you are wise beyond your years. Just accept the fact that you're the best Jedi we have to offer, Malfin said. That's high praise coming from you, Rayston replied. Oh, please. I was only granted the status of Jedi Knight 3 years ago. Trying to uplift me in any way is almost insulting to the Jedi Order as a whole. Rayston shook his head. You're ridiculous. You'd make a fine Jedi Master. Well, we'll just see about that, won't we? Malfin laughed. When I'm a terrible Jedi Master and end up driving the Order to ruin, I'll tell you I told you so. Rayston muttered something about Malfin's impossible attitude, but the younger Jedi saw no reason to respond. Once they arrived at the Jedi Sanctum, Rayston bid farewell to Malfin for the time being, citing several duties to attend to elsewhere in the temple. Malfin, alone yet again, made a beeline for his room. The home of the Jedi was quiet at this hour, and there were very few walking the halls. After all this time, this place was foreign to him, a hallowed place that he could no longer call his home. As he approached his chambers, a protocol droid informed him that he had a message from Junira, but he did not get a chance to listen to it before Averinwell contacted him. Apparently, the contact that Malfin was supposed to protect was being investigated by the Jedi already, and they had to act before he was captured. Almost as quickly as he arrived, Malfin left the Jedi Sanctum and made his way to the coordinates he had received. Malfin pulled his dark hood over his head and walked inside the vacated spaceport. Unlike most modern ports, this building was multi-storied and had several docks jutting out from its sides. Such designs were popular before the Sith War, but their effectiveness had waned as ships got larger, and the structure's unwieldy construction proved too expensive to maintain. According to Averin's transmission, this had long been a meeting place for pirates, slavers, and mercenaries under Sith employ, but recently it had drawn suspicion from authorities and Jedi alike, forcing them to meet less often and take more precautions when they did. Levitating about a meter above the ground to avoid debris and junk that had been neglected by the janitorial staff before the spaceport had closed, Malfin extended his force senses to search for his target. According to the dossier he had received, the individual he was looking for was a Zabrak about 8 years younger than he was. The man's name was Geese, and he was a member of the Nova Death Force, a mercenary group who had been purchased by the Sith. Apparently, this Zabrak carried valuable information for Averin, and he needed to escape Coruscant safely. The Force informed him that this mercenary was located several floors up, and he seemed to be hiding in one of the abandoned docking bays. Remaining vigilant, Malfin levitated through the empty corridors, taking note of the deathly silence and the lack of lighting in this place. There was a chill in the air not unlike the one he had sensed on Korriban, but he couldn't figure out why. Nevertheless, his force powers were not subdued, and he used them to guide him to his destination. Malfin pulled open the damaged door to the docking bay, where Geese was hiding. He could sense the mercenary quite clearly, but he could still not see him. Using the Force, Malfin lifted the stack of broken boxes the Zabrak was hiding behind, revealing his position. Wearing dark gray armor and covering his horned scalp with a customized combat helmet, this was definitely the one he was searching for. The mercenary noticed Malfin's arrival almost immediately and jumped in alarm. On his feet in a moment, he pointed his blaster rifle at the hooded Darksider, who was still lifting the crates with his mind. Who the hell are you? Jedi, the Zabrak growled. No, I am Sith. You must be Geese, he replied. Yay, demolitions and heavy weapons expert. How do I know you're not a Jedi? Geese asked. You could be lying. Force lightning sped forth from Malfon's hands, sending crackling tendrils into the startled mercenary. The lightning's power threw Geese backward, sending him flying into the wall. The armored warrior pleaded for mercy, and Malfon stopped his attack. All too easy. The Sith floated over to his wounded target while he recovered. You have information that is quite valuable to our cause, Malfon began. Do you have a way off-world? Of course, he said with a cough. I'm heading out right away, but I was told to wait for you. For me? Yeah. Lord Well wanted me to give you something. Geese handed Malfon a wrapped package. Said it was almost as important as my intel. Malfon nodded and took the package. It was strange to receive a genuine gift from Averin, much less from someone else in his name, but he had no reason to be suspicious. In fact, this could help him. Ever since he had landed on Coruscant, a plan to eliminate Averin Well had been shaping in his mind, but he was unsure how to implement it. He had to be close enough to ensure that Averin died, but he couldn't do it himself. If he was too close, Averin would tap into their force bond, and he would die as well. No one, except perhaps Rayston, had the necessary strength to defeat Averin in combat, but even the strongest force user was vulnerable to the munitions of war. You said you were a demolitions expert, Geese? Malfon asked plainly. Yep. Learned from my old man, who was a minesweeper during the war against Exar Kun. Interesting. What is the strongest explosive you have on you at the moment? Permacrete detonator. I mean, I don't have it on me, but I know a local guy who has one. Indeed? Is it set to motion sensor detonation, or can you control it remotely? Both. I take it you want one. I don't want one, no. However, I do want you to go set up one for me. And why would I do that? Geese growled. You gonna pay me. Set up this detonator for me, Malfon ordered, forcing his will upon the mercenary's mind. Aye, Irk. Geese rubbed his head as though he had a splitting headache. I'll do it. Very good. Go to the ship located at these coordinates and set it up on the bridge, discreetly. If an individual in dark armor asks what you are doing, tell him Malfon Banak sent you. If a very old human male confronts you, leave and come back later. If anyone else tries to stop you, kill them. Yes, sir. I will get on it right away. Geese bowed slightly and moved to leave the docking bay. Once he was gone, Malfon tore open the package that Averin had left for him, revealing a lightsaber, a datapad, and a keycard. Activating the datapad, he read the message the old Sith left for him and learned that the lightsaber was for him to use during the course of his next mission. Averin's liaison to the Iridorians had failed to unite the various raiding factions, and he was now a liability. He wanted Malfon to kill him so Averin could start over with the new Iridorian slave. The keycard was for the ship Averin had designated Malfon to use. Although Malfon was not eager to go off-world, he was eager to kill Iridorians, and he relished the thought of doing so. Before he could turn to leave, Geese sprinted back into the room, firing back into the hall with his blaster rifle. She's going to kill me. Were the Jedi here already? Malfon activated the lightsaber Averin Well had given him, revealing its blood-red blade for the first time, and shouted for Geese to stay behind him. The mercenary did so without question, and Malfon floated forward to face the arrival of their opponent. The KOTOR who emerged from beyond the doorway made Malfon's heart skip a beat. Wearing auburn robes underneath a deep brown cloak that matched the color of her gnarled skin, the Jedi Knight before him carried a purple double-bladed lightsaber in her hands, ready for battle. There was something in her body language that hinted at nervousness, but only a keen force-sensitive or powerful empath would have noticed. In a moment, Malfon knew what had happened. Averin Well had sent him to ensure that this mercenary would receive safe passage, and at the same time he had informed the Jedi Order that a dangerous criminal was seeking to escape justice. Of course, the Jedi would ask him who should be sent to deal with this threat. His wisdom was highly regarded and well-renowned. But then, if Averin Well was trying to weaken Malfon, who would he send? Alnara? Malfon whispered. You, the KOTOR Jedi said, are you a Jedi? Malfon stared at her for a moment. She had no idea who he was. He could lie to her, kill Geese, and end this madness. What would she believe him? How could she accept the fact that Avernwell, ancient sage and Jedi master, was a Sith Lord? What would happen if Giza's bomb was not planted? He shook his head. It was too much of a risk. He would let Giza escape, and then he would flee. The thought made him tremble, but he had to engage Alnora for now. Do I look like a Jedi to you? Malfin sneered. My blade has been stained with the blood of Jedi. Know my power? Malfin released a wave of dark side energy, throwing Giza to the floor and sending Alnora to her knees. Turning around, he grabbed the Zabrik's arm and pulled him to his feet. Quickly, escape this place while I distract her. And remember your mission. Giza nodded. Malfin used the Force to pull Alnora toward him, causing her to roll over herself on the ground and lose her grip on her lightsaber. Once she was away from the exit, Giza sprinted out of the docking bay, leaving the two Force sensitives alone. Alnora called upon the Force and grabbed her lightsaber after recovering her footing. She moved toward the exit to pursue Giza, but Malfin used the Force to intercept her. Where are you going, Jedi? Get out of my way. I have to stop him. He's a dangerous criminal. And I am far more dangerous than he, Malfin replied. If you do not move, I will have to defeat you. Malfin cackled. Try it. Alnora dove forward, twirling her violet blade in dazzling loops around her body. Malfin met each of her swings halfway, parrying them with his own weapon. While she swung her weapon, Alnora tried to use the Force to pull Malfin to the ground and cause him to lose balance. However, Malfin's resolve proved stronger, and he remained floating in the air. The two danced around each other, trying to navigate their way toward an exposed weak point while deftly intercepting blows from the other. Malfin pushed Alnora with the Force, sending her flying toward the back wall. Her lightsaber deactivated, leaving her hidden in the pitch darkness of the hangar bay. If she was fighting an average criminal, she would have been concealed entirely, and the advantage would have been hers. However, Malfin could sense her presence in the Force even now that his eyes failed him. With his red lightsaber blazing, he floated toward her. Large pieces of the shattered boxes Malfin had lifted earlier were thrown at his back, and Malfin floated sideways to avoid them. Before he could return his attention to Alnora, she called upon the Force and created a wave of energy that caused him to fall to the ground. The KOTOR used his confusion to her advantage, leaping forward and slashing at him with both blades of her lightsaber. Malfin, clumsily situated on the ground, batted them back the best he could, but he was in danger, and he knew it. He kicked out, catching her in the shin and causing her to stumble. Lifting himself back up with the Force, Malfin could have cut off her arm in that moment, but he hesitated just long enough for her to recover and continue the fight. Alnora began throwing more debris from around the docking bay at him, and he countered by throwing objects of his own. Soon enough, metal boxes shattered into metal cylinders, and damaged wiring tangled with thick tubes in the air around them while their lightsabers continued to clash. Alnora was skilled indeed, but Malfin's strength in the dark side gave him an obvious advantage. There were several points where he could have severed one of her limbs or destroyed her lightsaber, but each time he stayed his hand. How was he supposed to fight her? She would have no such reservations, though, and Malfin fought harder to ensure he was not bisected by one of his friends. With her double-bladed lightsaber, Alnora had the obvious advantage, but she also tired more quickly. The longer their lightsabers clashed, the more he recognized the wheezing coming from her breath mask. Jumping up to a ledge meant for maintenance workers, she continued her ascent until she arrived at the ceiling of the docking bay. Using her lightsabers to blades, she cut a hole in the ceiling and jumped into the hangar above them. Malfin took a moment to rest and restore his dark powers, but he knew he could not delay. She would pursue Giza if he gave her that chance. Malfin joined her, and he was surprised she did not trap him when he jumped through the hole she had created. Backpedaling just far enough to avoid both her blades, Malfin reignited his weapon and fought back with fury. Although it took him a while to notice, he too was getting tired. Giza was almost out of the building, but until he had gone far enough away, he was still in danger. Just a little longer now. Do I know you? Alnora asked, catching Malfin's blade and driving it into the floor. You think I would be friends with a Jedi like you? Malfin growled. You're pathetic. I didn't realize the Jedi were so weak. Alnora said nothing, but she continued fighting. Malfon battered away one hit after another, sending the violet blaze heading his way back toward their source. However, the tang of burning metal and the bright sparks from their clash were beginning to disorient him, and even with the dark sight he could feel his body's strength draining. Alnora used his fatigue to redouble her efforts and gain momentum, forcing Malfin on a dangerous defensive. She fought him into a wall, and then caught the hilt of his blade against her own. Twisting her wrist, she caused Malfin to drop his weapon. With another burst of force energy, she sent Malfin to the floor and stood over him, lightsaber pointed at his neck. Done. We're done, Alnora said with a gasp. Then, just when Malfin thought she was going to cut open his neck, the sound of blaster fire echoed through the otherwise empty chamber. Staring up at the Jedi, he saw the blaster hole's pockmark in her chest. His eyes widened. The KOTOR stumbled backward and lost her footing. It took Malfin a moment to realize what was going on, and by the time he did, she was already on the ground with him. Alnora, he shouted in spite of his better judgment as he clambered to her side. And Malfin, the KOTOR managed to say. She reached out and touched Malfon's face with one of her hands. I'm so sorry. I should have noticed. Malfin didn't even care that she knew it was him underneath his hood. Don't talk. I'm going to save you. Just hold on, okay? Alnora's breath mask garbled her weakened last words, and her hand fell away from his face. Malfin stared at her lifeless face in silence for a long time. It was only when his four senses alerted him to another, distorted presence that he realized that Alnora's killer was here. Watching like a predator satisfied with his kill, he did not reveal himself, but lingered in the shadows while Malfon wept. Would everyone he ever knew die like this? Helpless, defenseless, at the mercy of the dark side. Malfin hated himself, loathed his own weakness, and the dark power that he received, and he wished for anything that he could have traded Alnora's life for his own. His self-deprecating grief gave way to rage, and he released that rage on Auric, the clone who stood in the farthest corner of the room, blaster rifle in hand. For it was he who had come, watched the duel, and shot at Alnora just before she had struck, if she ever intended to strike, at Malfon. He was the murderer, and Malfin hated him. The clone's body was lifted into the air before Malfon stood back up. Suspended by the invisible power of the Force, Malfin could sense the clone's own force senses trying to resist, to no avail. Malfin stood up, his body swirling with dark side energies, and he floated over to the clone like a spirit of vengeance. Once he was close enough, he began to choke Auric with the Force, squeezing his trachea as tight as possible without actually killing him. What are you doing here? Malfin roared. Everin sent me here, warned you were in danger. I was never in danger. Malfon shouted back. How dare you kill who I deemed not fight to die? You are trash. You don't even deserve to be called alive. You are better off dead if you cannot even follow simple instructions. I thought you said my purpose was to protect you, the clone wheezed. I just wanted to fulfill my purpose. Malfin stared into the clone's eyes. In seconds, they would be lifeless. Empty. Clouded. So close to death, Auric's force bond with him strengthened in an attempt to preserve his life, and Malfin felt the emotional tumult within. On one hand, the clone knew he had betrayed his master's trust and failed to live up to his expectations, causing his sorrow. On the other, the clone did not know how to complete his mission successfully, and was scared that his failure would result in his death. The confusion within him influenced Malfin, and he released the clone just before he died. The clone fell to his knees and gasped loudly. Malfin could still sever his connection to Auric and the Force, ending his life, but he felt that was too impersonal for how the clone had harmed him. He deserved to die, but Malfin would grant him clemency, if only because he was such a useful tool. The clone seemed to realize this, and he did not say anything or look Malfin in the eye. He rose quietly and quickly to his feet and bowed his head, waiting for further instruction. You will follow me, clone. We are going to Old Defrav. a world in the frontier where the Iridorians have gathered. You will say nothing of this to Averinwell or anyone else, nor will you report to him any longer. All your orders are to come from me personally. Do you understand? Master. Then gather your things, and join me at the ship docked at these coordinates. We leave immediately. Chapter 21. Malfin landed on Aldefrath several days later. Finding no obvious settlements, and detecting no hostile camps in the cleared areas of the tropical world, Malfin used the Force to detect the location of the Iridorians. After some time, he set the ship down near the edge of a thick forest after sensing some sentient beings within. Ordering Orek to remain with the ship and guard it against any and all hostiles, Malfin headed into the forest with lightsaber in hand. The humidity within the forest quickly became apparent, and he doffed his cloak and rolled over his sleeves. Sweat layered the back of his neck and his forearms, and sloshing around in the tepid mud proved only to make him more uncomfortable. Extending his senses in the Force, he ignored the fluttering of large insects and the movement of wildlife to search for any traces of the Iridorians. Sure enough, he sensed some of the raiders deep within the forest, almost at his heart. That meant a several-kilometer walk, but it would be well worth it. Killing Iridorians was always worth it. He walked alone for some time. He heard running water in the distance, and the further he traveled the louder his roars became. He suspected that there was a waterfall nearby, but it was impossible to tell, and he was in no mood for exploring. The heat continued to be unbearable, and the low-hanging plant life proved a nuisance, even if it was easily cut through with his lightsaber. Hanging vines dripped thick sap as he carved through them, and barbed underbrush pricked through his robes, cutting his lower legs and sticking to his boots. It was a miserable experience, and he wondered how anyone could manage to hide out in such a place. Malfin saw his first patrol after nearly an hour of walking. 2 quick swings of his lightsaber ended the lives of the 3 raiders, and he quickly searched their remains for anything useful. Unfortunately, they lacked any sort of noticeable comlinks and did not have any maps on their persons either. Grumbling to himself, Malfin pressed forward. He lost track of time after killing a 3rd patrol. Crossing a wide but rather shallow river, he lost track of how far he had traveled, but the Force told him he was getting very close to where the Iridorians were stationed. Once he was across the river, he began to hear what he thought were footfalls in the distance, but whenever he moved to investigate he found nothing. What's more, these sounds increased in frequency the closer he got to the Iridorians. Despite sensing no one nearby, he could not shake the feeling that he was being followed. Then in an instant, he was attacked. Iridorians sprung out of their hiding places amongst the trees, beneath shrubbery, and behind large rocks. Blaster fire bounced back and forth around him, and he used his lightsaber to defend himself as best as he could. However, the more raiders he killed, the more raiders moved in to take their place. Blaster pistols gave way to blaster rifles, and they in turn gave way to heavy repeaters. Malfin avoided the inundation of blaster fire by jumping into the trees and repositioning himself. However, as soon as he landed, he found himself facing Iridorians. Their vibral swords, battle axes, and knucklers were no match for his lightsaber, but there were many of them. Back and forth he went, in close quarters combat and then dodging blaster fire. He should have been able to defeat all of these enemies. Indeed, they were not skilled combatants, but the fact that they did not stop made his progress slow. He dared not risk using the Force extensively, especially after he was so tired from the trek here. His struggle wore on, but in the end it was useless. A blaster shot scored a hit against his left thigh, and he fell to the ground. He did not know how many more blaster shots he took, but the 3rd one rendered him comatose. Malfin awoke from a stupor. Glancing around, he found himself in a wide circular arena without seating for an audience. Weak and groggy, it took him a few seconds to realize that his right leg was chained to the floor. He tried to reach out into the Force, but he was still very weak. Was he inside the Iridorian base? He must have been, but there did not seem to be anyone around. However, what perturbed him more was the fact that he kept being captured and dragged around after being stunned. Once he became a Sith Lord, he would put an end to that pattern of humiliation. You must be the assassin. We've been told to expect you. Malfin glanced around, but he saw no one. It's a shame, then, that I do not know who you are. The door at the opposite side of the arena opened, revealing an Iridorian warrior in heavy green armor. This raider's armor was far more fanciful than any he had seen, with tassels of gold, additional plates to defend the joints, and a flowing white cape. Carrying a spear in one hand and a heavy blaster pistol in the other, he was flanked by several other armed guards and appeared to be quite important for a raider. Bruton Iulis. I am the chieftain of Clan Iulis, and am the strongest Iridorian alive. I killed my father, the last chief, for this position, and slaughtered 3 other clan chiefs who sought to challenge me. You are the raider Averin has been working with, Malfon muttered. I have worked with Averin well, Lord of the Sith, for some time, Bruton agreed. He and I sought to unite all the Iridorians under a single banner. However, I have seen that he only wants to make me and my people Sith puppets. Therefore, I will end the life of his valued apprentice using his own experiments, and unite them under my own glorious strength. Malfon's force senses, although still weak, sensed that Bruton Iulis was certainly stronger than most Iridorians. In fact, he was probably strong enough to challenge a young Jedi successfully. He noticed that his lightsaber rested on the chieftain's belt. He only needed a moment to recover so he could grab it. You're a fool, Malfin replied. Only the Sith can give you the power you seek. We shall see today the limits of Sith power. Bring in the Derentadek. A door closer to Malfin slowly opened, revealing a hulking abomination chained just within the doorway. Its lumbering arms ended in 4 thick claws that were coated in a fetid-smelling poison, and the 2 tusks just beside his mouth were similarly dangerous. Jagged spines grew from the back of his head and around his spine, and its entire body seemed to be shielded by its dark hide. Its immense limbs were wrapped in durasteel chains, but it was not sedated in any way, and roared ferociously at Malfin and his Iridorian's captors. What is that? Malfin gaped. A creature so powerful it was once called Jedi Killer. Averin well gave it to us after studying the creature as a gift, and he gave us lessons and training to counteract your sorcerer's ways. It worked, but only the strongest of us adapted to his teachings. Now, we shall use this creature to kill you and your master. The Derentadek's bonds shattered in a vicious screech. The creature roared once again and charged toward Malfin. Realizing he had no time to lose, Malfin reached out into the Force and grabbed his lightsaber from Bruton's waist as a force field separated himself from the Iridorians. He activated the red blade and cut his own bonds, giving him a chance to dive out of the way seconds before the Derentadek trampled him under his thundering footfalls. The massive creature just kept on charging, either unaware or undaunted that his prey had escaped, and tried to attack the Iridorians at the far end of the arena. However, it ran headlong into the large energy field between them, causing it to electrify itself. Seeing no other course of action, the Derentadek spun around and rushed at Malfin again. Malfin had already recovered his footing by the time the Derentadek refocused on him. With lightsaber in hand, Malfin unleashed a burst of electrical energy at the massive creature. However, his attacks were rebuffed as soon as they made contact with his thick hide. Did it work? The Derentadek moved into melee range and clawed at Malfin with the swiftness that he was unprepared for. Malfin took the attack directly, and he was thrown across the arena. Blood seeped from the wounds on his chest and upper arms, and Malfin could feel the poison from the beast seeping into his veins. It moved in for another attack while he recovered. Forcing himself to his feet, Malfin avoided an incoming blow from the Derentadek and jumped behind it, slicing at it several times with his lightsaber. Its hide was far more durable than Malfin expected, and his lightsaber hardly cut at the beast. Spinning around, the Derentadek slashed at him again, faster this time, but Malfin managed to guard with his lightsaber, tearing apart chunks of the creature's claws and superheating some of the poison left behind. In spite of his massive size and lumbering gait, the Derentadek was a worthy opponent. Faster than it appeared and tougher than most creatures, Malfin had to call upon all of his energy to counter it. Even then, his powers were still not at full strength. Malfin took several hits in exchange for a chance to land some clean blows on the creature, but even his direct attacks caused the creature to bleed very little. Malfin tried to leap onto the beast's back, but it intercepted him halfway and swatted him to the ground. While he was lying on the ground, he felt the floor shake beneath him, and then noticed that the entire base was shaking as well. The lights went out for a brief moment, drowning the arena itself in darkness, and the energy field that the Iridorians were hiding behind faded into nothingness. "What's going on?" Bruton shouted. "We're under attack," his aide replied quickly. "Mandalorian ships. They're firebombing the forest above us." "What? How is that possible? How could they know where we are unless—" "Averin," Malfin gasped. "He plans to defeat us with his other slaves," Bruton realized. "Energy shield is down. We can't restore power, sir," another aide announced. "Retreat. That Tyrantodek will kill us all." The Tyrantodek, only momentarily dazed by the lack of lighting, ignored Malfin for the time being and rushed toward the Iridorian chieftain and his men. Bruton used his comlink to call for help before he and his men opened fire on the monster with their blaster cannons. Their efforts were even more ineffective than Malfin's lightsaber swings, and his two aides were hacked to pieces by the beast's claws. Bruton managed to roll out of the way and avoid being pinned down by the creature like they were, but the creature was almost as fast, if not as maneuverable, and cornered him again in an instant. The creature swung at Bruton, but its attack ended prematurely when Malfin leapt on top of his back and drove his lightsaber into his right shoulder. That gave Bruton the chance he needed to move out of the way and fire at the beast. "We need to work together to defeat it," Malfin shouted. "You'd wish, Sith. I'm getting out of here." Bruton scrambled for the door, but Malfin couldn't restrain the Tyrantodek for long, and he was thrown from his back without his lightsaber. The massive creature tore through the wall near the doorway and charged after Bruton. Under no obligation to save Bruton or the other Iridorians, Malfin stood up and dragged himself out of the arena. He was bleeding heavily from his chest, lower back, and shoulders, and the poison from the Tyrantodek's claws was seeping through his body, but he was able to walk. Now that the chieftain left, Malfin took his time to call upon the Force to quell the poison and stifle some of the bleeding. Was Averin truly so treacherous? Did he truly intend to kill all the Iridorians and himself? The idea made Malfin furious. After all of his talk of trust, teamwork, and unification, he was just the same traitorous manipulator he always was. Shaking his head, Malfin knew he had to survive before he could deal with him. Once he felt strong enough, he followed the path of destruction wrought by the Tyrantodek on his way out of the base. Since he didn't have a lightsaber, Malfin carefully avoided any surviving Iridorians, although it seemed that most of them had either fled or pursued the Tyrantodek as it left the base. Luckily, Bruton appeared to have made his way directly out of the base, and the predator that pursued him was all too eager to give chase, which helped Malfin discover how to get out as well. Ascending the stairs that led from the Iridorians' underground base into the forest beyond, Malfin couldn't believe the destruction he saw. Fire fell from the sky in great swathes, causing the trees to burn around them. Pillars of smoke concealed the sky in a dark gray, and the red inferno around the base threatened to contain everyone inside. He thought he could hear the sound of starfighters overhead, but their engines were drowned out by the crackling of the brilliant fire around him. His eyes watered, his lungs burned with each cough, and he saw no way out of this conflagration. The Tyrantodek recognized the chaos around it and used it to its advantage. Its prey had nowhere to go, and it could navigate this place as was necessary. After all, its hide could resist the Force and lightsabers, so fire hardly worried it. The surviving Iridorians, numbering far less than Malfin expected, had spread out around the beast and were shooting at it from all directions, but they couldn't take it down. Malfin joined their fight, if only because there was nowhere for him to escape to. Jumping back onto the Tyrantodek, Malfin grabbed at the lightsaber still embedded deep within his body, pulled it out, and stabbed into it again and again. His lightsaber hardly did any damage, but it did distract the beast so that the surviving Iridorians could fire upon it. Luckily, they avoided him and fired only on the beast. Unexpectedly, the creature fell backward, threatening to crush Malfin under his weight and forcing him to jump away. His lightsaber was crushed beneath his girth, but Malfin managed to avoid the attack. Now that it was on his back, the Derentadek was rushed by Bruton and the other surviving raiders. Of course, the beast only continued to prove how agile it was. Its claws raked across several Iridorians, severing limbs and poisoning others. Bruton himself lost an arm against the beast and retreated before it stood up again, giving it a chance to bite off the head of two raiders at once. Malfin picked up a blaster pistol from the corpse of one of the raiders and fired at the Derentadek. There was no effect, and it didn't even notice his attack. Instead, it focused on Bruton and the other survivors from the base. Its tusks jagged into Bruton's chest, tearing him into gory pieces before it focused on his bodyguards, shearing off armor and flesh from three raiders with its claws and stomping on another. It noticed Malfin only after brutalizing several other Iridorians. Roaring, the monster charged at Malfin, who fired several more shots from his blaster. The creature moved in to slash at his chest, and Malfin realized only too late that he was too injured to jump out of the way. A rocket flew forth from within the blazing inferno and struck the Derentadek square in the back, causing it to stumble and saving Malfin's life. Running around the creature, Malfin watched as another rocket smashed into his back, leaving two gaping wounds where some of his bony spikes had once been. Once Malfin was safely out of the Derentadek's range, Auric revealed himself from the inferno. Carrying a rocket launcher, several blaster rifles, heavy repeaters, and vibro swords, the clone positioned himself near Malfin while the Derentadek recovered. "Are you all right, Master?" "I've been better," Malfin mumbled. "What are you doing here?" "I told you stay with the ship." The ship was destroyed during the initial bombing run by Mandalorian forces. "I came here when I sensed you were in danger." Malfin nodded. "I need a weapon. Take this rifle and sword. I'll use whatever ammo I have left in this launcher to wound him, and you attack his vulnerable points." Malfin armed himself appropriately, and then turned his attention to the Derentadek. The creature had been dazed from the wound it received, but it had recovered now. Auric opened fire with his rocket launcher, sending two more projectiles toward the hulking monster. It tried to block these with its arms before rushing at Auric. In the meantime, Malfin managed to sneak behind it and fired several rounds of rifle fire into the wound Auric had created earlier. The beast howled in pain, but it kept charging. Malfin called upon the Force with impunity, but his pain hindered his efforts somewhat. Ripping burning trees from their roots, Malfin hurled several of them at the Derentadek before it reached Auric, slowing it down just enough for the clone to reload his weapon and fire his last rocket. This one hit the creature directly in the head, causing it to recoil enough for Malfin to jump onto his back and stab at his exposed wound. Startlingly, the dark side abomination proved strong enough to survive even that attack, and it continued forward toward Auric and swung at him several times, cutting through his armor and sending him flying. Malfin shouted in anger and kept slicing at the Derentadek's wound, causing streams of dark blood to pour out of the wound and dirtying his boots with burnt fat and torn muscle. The smell of the creature's exposed innards being torn out was rancid, and Malfin did his best to focus on the task at hand. The Derentadek managed to buck Malfin off his back, throwing him to the dried earth below. He saw Auric several meters away, bleeding profusely, and struggling to stand back up. Malfin forced himself to rise just in time to take a direct hit from the Derentadek's claws, forcing him back down. Auric managed to fire a few shots from his heavy repeater, distracting the Derentadek long enough for Malfin to recover. Malfin coughed up blood in the process of trying to expel the smoke from his throat, and he stared at his bloodied hands and chest. Were they going to die here? Auric took another slash from the massive animal, nearly tearing off his arm and causing him to scream. Malfin flipped through the air and performed an overhead swing that sent his vibro sword directly into the creature's exposed spine. The creature struggled only for a moment, swinging helplessly at the force sensitive on his back, before it fell forward and died. A thick green mist exuded from his corpse, causing Malfin to vomit blood and bile. Once he had some strength, Malfin limped toward Auric, who had not stood back up since he was last hit. The clone looked terrible. His armor had shattered in several places, and claw marks on his chest and upper leg were pouring out bright red blood. His left arm was dangling from its place, seemingly attached only by a few strands of muscle and bits of bone, and his visor had imploded, burying transparent steel shards in his face. He was lying in a pool of his own blood. Orek, get up. I don't think I can. It hurts a lot, the clone explained. I'm sorry. What? I disobeyed your orders earlier on Coruscant. I disobey your orders now. The clone groaned in pain. All I ever wanted was a purpose, and when you gave me a reason to live, I felt complete. I protected you, and I did my duty to the best of my ability. I only wanted you to be proud of my, sir. I am. You have no idea how grateful I am that you saved me. Good. Then I can die knowing that I fulfilled my purpose. No. You can't die. Not yet. You haven't finished your task. You haven't. A life for a life, right? I killed that Jedi on Coruscant against your wishes. You said I was a waste of being, a useless life. This is the least I deserve. I don't think I've actually changed your mind, but I'm content with the fact that you have more work for me, sir. I command you to live. Your purpose is to live. Malfin shouted. Don't leave me here, Orek. I can't do this on my own. Perhaps not, but I don't think I'll be joining you. Sorry, sir. I'll be waiting for your orders in the next life. Malfin screamed. Malfin punched the earth. He was trembling, and he was furious. Wake up, clone. Don't just save my life and die. How dare you die without allowing me to repay you for your deeds? Malfin shouted incoherent things at the clone's body. He tried to pick him up to carry him out of the forest with him, but he was too weak. Struggle as he might, he could not find the strength to bring him along. It would be tough to get out of the dying forest by himself, much less bring Orek with him. As gently as he could, Malfin set the clone down near the embers of a burning tree and fled the forest. He didn't care. The Iridorians, the Derentadek, Orek, they could all stay and burn in this place. He would leave, and the fires could consume him later. Malfin had no idea where he was going. The forest was falling apart around him, flaming branches and burnt leaves descending to the ground amidst the blinding cloud of ash and soot. The fire was disorienting, and nothing was familiar here. His entire body was begging for an end to the pain. Every breath he took caused his chest to ache. Every tear he shed caused his vision to blur. He tripped over himself more than once, but each time he managed to stand again. Blood trailed behind him, and his clothes were burnt, but if he could make it out of the forest, he would be fine. With dried eyes and a throat caked in soot, Malfin could see the edge of the forest. He couldn't stand up anymore, and he was clawing at the ground beneath him to keep going. His nails dug in deep, shattering against the rocks and dregs around him, but he pushed on. The wounds he received from the Derentadek were more severe than he first realized, and his mind was barely conscious from the pain rippling through his body. Even now, though, he could be fine. If he contacted Rayston, he would be able to. Malfin, is that you? Malfin glanced up, and he realized that there were 4 Jedi looking down at him from atop their starfighters just beyond the forest's edge. No. Elbrook Naldrifus and his 2 childhood companions, Jilith Mraz and Rogos Bolo, descended from their personal fighters. The woman with them, a Zeltran named Aloe, had been Elbrook's first paramour and ultimately became his last. The 2 had married in secret only a year ago. The 4 of them walked toward Malfin's wounded form with looks of confusion on their faces. Malfin, what are you doing here? Elbrook boomed, his voice somewhat jovial and a tad bit concerned. The Jedi Council said there was a dark side holdout here from the war against Exar Kun. Hey, don't you sense the dark side from him? Rogos growled. Don't tell me I'm the only one. I sense it too, Rogos. Jilith sneered. Maybe he's the leader of the dark side cult on this planet. Malfin. Elbrook sounded unconvinced. I sense it too, but I don't know. That's ridiculous. Don't doubt your feelings, dear, Aloe replied. He's dangerous. I suppose he is. He was always a bit suspicious after all. Him and that other guy. Elbrook turned his attention to the wounded Force user. So tell me, Malfin, are you the leader of the Darksiders here? Malfin managed to stand up by pulling himself up with a tree stump. Coughing, he managed to expel some of the foul soot from his lungs. Without Averin well to defend him, his dark side nature was exposed, as if someone had torn off his mask for all to see. There was no use hiding it. These Jedi wouldn't be so easily fooled, especially not in his weakness. Of course, this revelation could prove useful. He could finally have his revenge on Elbrook and the others for the pain they brought to him as a child. He only had strength for one attack, so he had to make it count. Yes, it's true. Now, if you would all die. Malfin released a burst of lightning from his fingertips, but Elbrook activated his blue saber staff and caused the harmful energy to dissipate into nothingness. Malfin gasped despite himself when he realized that it was ineffective, and he tried to reach for his lightsaber, only to remember that it had been destroyed earlier. Jillith activated his 2 blue lightsabers and Rogos his single yellow blade, but Aloe remained behind Elbrook as though she possessed no lightsaber and needed his protection. That was foolish of you, Malfin, Elbrook cooed. You could have lied to us, tricked us, sent us after someone else. Who knows? We might have believed you. Jillith has been wrong before. Now, though, we have to defeat you and bring you in for questioning. The Jedi Council will want to know what happened. Maybe he's the one who killed those Jedi, Aloe noted. You know, all the Jedi who've died in recent years. That's right, Rogo shouted. He's been with us the whole time, watching for our weaknesses. He's a murderer. Monster, Jillith added. Now, there's no proof of that yet. Let's not jump to conclusions. We'll let the Jedi Council decide his fate, Elbrook decided. Will you come peacefully, Malfin? Malfin spat at him. I'd rather die. That can be arranged. Jillith snapped back. Oh well, you always did want to do things the hard way, Malfin. Gilith, Ragas, take him down. The 2 Jedi Knights moved toward Malfin, who could hardly stand at this point. He could feel the dark side swelling up within him, but he couldn't quite get the strength he needed to actually fight. His body was still so weak, and any further combat would cripple him. How could this happen? Mandalorians weren't even enough. What did he need the Jedi for? Was this all part of a more sinister plot that he had been keeping to himself? Gripping his side to alleviate his pain, Malfin tried to summon the strength to cast Force Lightning, but no such power came. As Jillith and Rogos moved into striking distance, there was the cry of some subsonic craft overhead that distracted them. Almost instantaneously, a shadowy figure jumped from some unseen vantage point and landed between the 2 Jedi and Malfin. The new arrival hit Rogos in the tusks with an open-handed strike, causing him to squeal in pain and giving the figure a chance to snatch his lightsaber. Before Jillith could react, the figure cut off one of his cranial horns and incapacitated him. The figure paused for a moment and watched the 2 remaining Jedi intensely. Malfin, now barely standing, eyed the figure suspiciously. Had Averin sent someone else? Who? The figure cast back her hood, revealing Junira's light blonde hair and pale face. A friend. The shock of seeing her again did not wear off quickly enough for him to respond, and Junira jumped into the fray again. The yellow lightsaber she took from Rogos proved incredibly useful facing Elbrook's double-bladed weapon, and she repulsed Aloe so she only had to fight him. Elbrook seemed as shocked as Malfin was to see another combatant, and it took him a moment to recompose himself. Despite never seeing her wield a lightsaber before, Malfin was quite impressed by Junira's skill. Was she some sort of Jedi as well? While she distracted Elbrook, Malfin limped over to Gilith, who had faded into unconsciousness, and crushed his neck with a large stone. Ragas was still paralyzed by the injury from Junira, but he would soon recover. Malfin snatched one of Gilith's blue lightsabers and threw it at Rogos, removing his head from his shoulders. Turning his attention to Junira and Elbrook, Malfin realized that she was in trouble. Although Junira herself was an able duelist, she was no match for Elbrook in an extended duel. Trading blows, his two blades danced around her single blade with enough strength and speed to throw her off balance several times. The more he struck, the closer his weapon's blades came to cutting at her body. His first instinct was to rush in and aid her, but he quickly dispelled that notion. Malfin was too weak to risk a direct attack, and at this point he'd only be a hindrance. However, there were other ways to defeat a Jedi. Junira and Elbrook locked lightsaber blades. In a quick arc, Junira tried to sever his weapon arm, but he parried the attack and pushed her over. On the ground, she was temporarily separated from her lightsaber, but that single instant was enough for him to kick her weapon away. Before she could counter, Elbrook stood over her and held his lightsaber just above her chest. "Elbrook," Malfin shouted. "Drop your lightsaber or Allo dies." Elbrook, help," Allo gasped. The female Jedi was suspended in the air several meters away from Malfin, being choked by the Force. She had already lost her weapon, and Malfin was in a position where it would be easy to cut her down with his own lightsaber if Elbrook refused. No matter how the Jedi tried to avoid it, Allo was in mortal danger, and Malfin would not let her go unless Junira escaped unharmed. "Put her down," the older Jedi growled. "Damn it, Malfin, let her go." "Release her and I will release Allo," Malfin replied. Elbrook looked at Junira on the ground before him and then back at Allo. Something in his eyes told Malfin that he was not considering surrender. "No." Malfin felt his grip on Allo weaken as Elbrook forcibly severed Malfin's mental chokehold on her. However, Malfin's distraction gave Junira the time she needed to roll away from Elbrook and recover her lightsaber. In a single motion, she was on her feet again with weapon activated. Instead of focusing on Elbrook, though, Junira leapt through the air and pierced Allo with her weapon. The young female Jedi stumbled over herself and fell onto the blade, letting the lightsaber do more damage. The shock of Allo's death gave Elbrook pause, but when he came to, he was furious, and he threw his lightsaber to cut down Junira. Malfin was ready for an attack from him, and he threw his own weapon and deflected it. Before the Jedi's weapon returned to him, Malfin called forth all of his power and ignited the entirety of Elbrook's robes, causing the Jedi himself to catch on fire as well. In his alarm, Elbrook was distracted long enough to miss his lightsaber, allowing the double-bladed weapon to cut off his head and end his life. He was dead. Malfin smiled to himself as Elbrook's headless body landed on the burnt earth. However, his delight quickly gave way to fatigue, and he collapsed as well. He simply had no more stamina, and his injuries compounded to cripple him. "Malfin, are you all right?" Junira asked, rushing to his side. "Just tired. Do you have a ship?" "Yes. Just let me lie down somewhere. I'll be okay." Junira nodded and carried the half-conscious Malfin to her ship. Malfin's eyes blinked several times to get used to the strong light overhead. Disoriented and groggy, he struggled into an upright position only to realize that he couldn't quite move his arms due to the intravenous strips. Shaking his head, he used the Force to restore his sense of awareness, dispelling the side effects of the drugs being injected into his body. It took him a moment to realize that he was probably in Junira's ship, somewhere in space, away from Old Defrav and all the destruction wrought there. The Iridorians and their mad leader was dead, but so was Orek. The Durintadek was dead, and yet so were Elbrook and the other Jedi he brought with him to investigate the planet. He clenched his fist when he realized that, in the end, he was not strong enough to face Elbrook alone. He had wanted for so long to prove himself, and yet here he was, lying in the medical ward of his savior, surviving his last encounter only because of her timely arrival. The thought was comforting, and yet it was also somewhat humiliating. He was a Sith. He should have been strong enough to finish his missions alone. "You're awake," Junira said, disturbing Malfin's train of thought. Malfin nodded. "How long was I out?" "Not very long, considering your injuries. 10 hours, maybe." "That's good. I feel much better now," Malfin replied. He only then realized that there were several questions lingering in his mind. "What were you doing on Old Defrav?" How did you know I was there? What? Junira appeared indignant. You aren't glad I saved you. It's not that. But I didn't tell anyone where I was going. There was no way you could have known, Malfin explained. Didn't you receive my message? Junira countered. Malfin shook his head sheepishly. I told you that the Force kept sending me powerful visions in which you were in pain. The visions were unclear, and I didn't know if you were on Coruscant or some other world. They were maddening. It came to a point where the Force broadcasted the world you'd be on next, so I followed you here. I forgot you could use the Force, Malfin admitted. But I'm grateful, all the same. That's the second time you saved me. Well, technically, you saved me last time. Let's call us even for now. All the same, thank you for your assistance. I wouldn't have survived if you hadn't stepped in. Think nothing of it. Junira stood up and walked toward a viewport across the room. Why were the Jedi attacking you? You asked this after you killed them all. Malfin scoffed. I only killed one. Junira replied quickly. You did the rest. So I did. But the story is quite long, and I don't think we have time for it. Junira arched an eyebrow. We have all the time in the galaxy. You're not going anywhere. I have something I must do. You're still injured. Malfin removed the drips from his arm and the monitors from his chest. I'm well enough to do what must be done. Do you have any small fighters on this ship? A few. I don't know how well they work, though. Why? I need to borrow one from you. Just for a few days. Junira was silent for a moment. On one condition? What's that? Come back and see me on Alderaan when this is all over and explain everything to me. I didn't know you were so interested, Malfin replied. It's not that. I just don't like being left out of these sort of things. That's all. Malfin stood up to leave, but Junira grabbed his arm and stopped him. When Malfin turned around, she kissed him lightly on the cheek. Don't die, Malfin. Those words echoed in his mind the entire ride back to Corbin. The planet was as dead as it was when he left it, and there was no evident hostility from the few sentient beings left. No one expected his arrival. Landing the ship he borrowed right outside the tomb of Addis, he emerged from his fighter in a single bound and shattered the sternum of the lone guard with a Force-empowered kick. The first of many casualties today. Taking the guard's vibral sword, he descended into Averin Well's base of operations. 3 slaves were lingering on the stairs leading into the base, and they were surprised to see the assassin alive and well. A quick burst of Force lightning disintegrated their bodies before they could finish screaming for help. He marched straight for the library, seeing no other Sith brave enough to stand in his way. As usual, Phazon was caught up in his reading, but he noticed Malfin's arrival immediately. What is it, Malfin? He asked. It's time. Averin Well dies today. Gather your things. We leave this place. Where shall we go? Alderaan, Malfin said after a brief pause. We shall start anew on Alderaan. Alderaan is in the heart of Republic space. Is this wise? All the better. They shall never expect their enemy to be so close, and that gives us the advantage, Malfin replied. For now, collect the tomes of greatest importance and take them with you as you depart. The others will be recovered in time. Very well. Once you've done that, lead the attack here and ensure all the Sith are killed. Leave none alive. No one. I want no survivors. The clones will assist you. As you wish. Phazon moved with great haste, gathering books and scrolls of utmost importance. One day, when Phazon had learned all he could and Malfin was suitably powerful, they would destroy these works so no one else could gain such power. For now, though, they would have to be kept close so that only he and his closest allies could use them. Leaving his companion to his work, Malfin left the library and made his way to the science facility. Although slaves were lingering in the corners of the rooms and the shadows of the halls, they said nothing to him and did not interfere. As usual, the doctors within the research and cloning chambers were meandering about, observing the droids and the tanks they monitored in silence. Dr. Cern Delarain was the first to notice his arrival, and he moved out of his predetermined path to greet him. The other 2 doctors acknowledged him, but only with a wordless nod. Ah, assassin. How are you today? What can we help you with? The clones. I'm releasing all of them. All of them. The doctor was baffled. For what reason? Has Master Well authorized this? Master Well will be dead in a short while. I intend to kill him and all those who consider themselves his loyal servants. You and the other doctors have a choice, Malfin stated. You either allow me to release the clones and assist me, or you will all die, and I will release the clones anyway. Point the blaster at our head. Why don't you? Dr. Bancho murmured. What he means to say is that we'd be honored to serve under you, assassin, Dr. Delarain noted quickly. Consider our talents your own. All our resources are at your disposal. Excellent. Report to Phazon in the library while I awaken and arm these clones. The doctors and their droids left the cloning chambers behind. Malfin smiled. What good was Avern's conspiring now? Who else could he turn to? Drawing upon the power of Corbin itself, Malfin unleashed all the dark side potential he possessed and reached into the dormant minds of the humanoids around him. Creating a web of force bonds, Malfin felt his strength leave him as they took it and gave themselves life. Surrounded by the dark side as he would quickly regain his lost power, and the clones needed very little of it to begin the birthing process, so he knew he would be well before his destined battle. In seconds, the clones had emerged the tank as one, each standing before him dripping wet with not much of anything on. Their eyes were clouded and their skin pale, and many were breathing laboriously as they traded their artificial respirators for the lungs that had been fashioned within them. They had no purpose, no identity, and no strength of their own, but they knew one thing: Malfon Benax was their master. Clones, your single task in this life is to heed my every order. You shall question nothing, and you will receive your objectives from no other. You are force-sensitive warriors, trained soldiers, and vicious killers. Now go, armor yourselves, select your weapons, and carry out your first mission. What is our first mission, sir? The clones asked in unison. Kill everyone in this tomb. Kill every slave, every prisoner, every servant, every apprentice. Leave only Phazon the Cathar and the 3 doctors who created you alive. I will imprint their appearance into your mind so you know who they are. Protect them with your lives, as you would protect me. Go. And so they went. Each clone equipped himself with heavy armor, a black shell with a shimmering blue shield around it, and took individual weapons according to their skills and needs. Malfin left them to their duties and returned to the main hall. By now, the Sith who were not loyal to him had realized the danger they were in, and they were scrambling for safety against the droids Phazon had sent to attack them. They would find no succor from their mechanized bodies, and they would find none from him. Blaster fire echoed throughout the tomb, and Malfin revitalized himself through the death and destruction around him. Phazon made his way through the chaos with lightsaber in hand. He was uninjured, but he was encumbered by the knapsack he carried, filled with Sith Lord, no doubt. Eyeing the surrounding area, he approached Malfin and watched the violence unfold around them. Is there anything else you require of me, Master? Phazon asked after some time. Go to the communication room and find out where Averin and his ship are. I intend to meet him there. Yes, my lord. At long last, Averin Well's dreams of an empire would come to an end. Chapter 22. The Japril System. Malfin had never been to this system, and he did not know why Averin was stationed here, but he was undeterred by these gaps in his understanding. The old Sith's vessel floated through space, its engines, sublights, and emergency were offline, and the entire vessel seemed to be running on emergency power, though it was undamaged. Extending his perception through the Force, Malfin sensed that there were very few beings on the ship, but he could not identify if Averin was one of them. No matter, he would find out soon enough. Attaching an umbilical connector between his rather bulky starfighter and the boarding ramp to Averin's ship, Malfin walked inside with lightsaber in hand. The final executor, the mechanist and pilot of the ship, was waiting for Malfin on the other side of the tube. A quick flick of Malfin's wrist sent the executor flying, and his neck snapped violently against the wall. No one else tried to stop him, and he could not sense anyone else in the Force. Yet he knew Averin Well was here somewhere. Keeping his lightsaber activated, Malfin scanned the ship for traps or enemies until he arrived at the bridge. "So you've come, assassin." Avernwell stood on the bridge in the same place he had confronted his former master before. Now, though, the older human carried himself much differently. Standing at his full height, Avernwell had traded his simple clothes for dark robes beneath the suit of body armor. His gloved hands gripped a hooked lightsaber, and his skin, pale as it was before, had a ghastly pallor to it that made him appear as one inflicted by disease. His eyes were a monstrous gold, glowing with a brilliant light despite the utter darkness of the bridge itself. "I did. Today we sever the bond that ties us," Malfin replied. "So you are ready to die, then?" Avern mused. "Assisted suicide, is it? I suppose it doesn't matter. The Jedi Council thinks you died during the Mandalorian attack on Oldafrath, and the Sith you've led to Alderaan will die once I inform the Republic of their location." "You think I'll let you leave this place?" Malfin laughed. "Die, old man." Malfin sprinted toward Avern, but his lightsaber was rebuffed by an unseen force. Thrown back, his entire body felt encumbered by an invisible weight. Avern marched over to him and lifted him up by the throat, strangling him while his rotten nails dug deep into the sides of Malfin's neck. No matter how much he resisted, Malfin couldn't find the strength to lift his arms and fight back. Avern had him completely restrained. "Fool, I have wasted enough time with you. No longer will I seek your permission to siphon from your power. Instead, I will take what is mine by force. I will crush your spirit and make you into my puppet. Once you are broken, I will force you to have a child with the woman I have prepared, and I will begin this entire chain of events anew with him. Your first child will become more powerful than you, and I shall see to it that your offspring fulfills my plans. I wanted you to be stronger, but I suppose this will have to do." Malfin screamed as Avernwell called upon the Force and burrowed into his mind. He had never felt the ancient Sith's full power before now, and it was threatening to destroy his sanity. The dark side hammered against his body and ravaged his mind in an attempt to suppress his will, but Malfin would not be defeated so helplessly. Mustering all of his acuity, Malfin struggled against Avern's encroaching might, pushing back the oncoming tide of the dark side. He stared into the old man's eyes, and the old man stared back at him. Warm rivulets of blood were flowing down his neck, and his face was growing pale, but he refused to surrender. His entire body felt as though it was being crushed, and his insides burned with a fire that threatened to devour him entirely. But he knew that as long as Avern was calling upon the Force, his own connection to it, not the parasitic ability he depended on Malfin for, and could be hurt by it as well. In a single moment, Malfin released waves of telekinesis, electricity, fire, and ice around him. The resulting shockwave threw the two Force users away from each other and ended Avern's mental assault. You are stronger than you appear, assassin," Avern noted between gasps for air. Malfin recovered his footing. "I warned you not to underestimate me. For all your strength, you still lack vision. Killing me will accomplish nothing. What I started, the Sith elsewhere will continue. The Jedi will rise up and have their civil war. The Mandalorians will invade. You only remove me from the operation. Without my control, you damn the galaxy to utter chaos. I'll take my chances with chaos. And what of the Sith who remain? Those who hide in the distance and refuse to reveal themselves until the galaxy is at its weakest. Do you think you can fight them alone? Cowards to a lost legacy. I will deal with them as I will deal with you." The two Sith were about to attack each other again when an emergency light went off on a nearby terminal. A holographic display of the nearby space showed two starfighters enter the system, and they were both on an intercept trajectory toward Avern's vessel. Malfin eyed the older Force user as he approached the terminal and investigated the disturbance. "Raiston Benax is here," Avern noted in a hushed voice. "We're doomed." Malfin's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" "The Jedi Order must have sent him to Alderaan on a diplomatic mission to the royal family. Our ship is suspicious. We must fight him." "Can't we escape?" Malfin asked, rushing toward the navigator controls. "Not quick enough. The Jedi fighters will intercept us. I have already unleashed the extent of my strength, and the dark side emanating from my being will be too noticeable for him to ignore. Malfin frowned. This was not how he intended to defeat Averin. He planned on giving him a grievous wound that would kill him, but only after Malfin had enough time to escape. If by some chance the younger Sith couldn't best Averin, he would have activated the bomb Geese had hidden away on this ship and ended them both. Why did Raistin have to be here? If Malfin had allied with Averin, it was possible for the old Sith to conceal both of their dark side energies, but it was too late for that now. The Jedi had noticed them, and they were in danger. Neither he nor Averin, well, despite their strength, could hope to match Raistin Benax in single combat. They had only one chance now. We have to work together to defeat him, Averin suggested. It is the only way we will survive this. Very well, Malfon grunted. He didn't trust him in the slightest, but there was no other choice. What shall we do? I will remain here on the bridge and meditate to restore my strength. You go and engage the Jedi with my Sith lightsaber. I will bolster your morale and your strength through my dark meditation. You do not need to defeat them. Last long enough for me to engage them with you, and we will work together to defeat Raistin and the others. Is that our only option? Averin smiled. I suppose you could try to corrupt Raistin and make him your apprentice. If you could do that, you and he could return and strike me down. Somehow, I don't think that will work. Mine is the only reasonable plan we have. Malfin nodded. Taking the old Sith's lightsaber, he left Averin behind to meditate. If the Jedi had not come, it would be the perfect opportunity for Malfon to finish him off. If there was any way to convince Raistin to join him, then perhaps Averin's caustic suggestion wasn't so far from reality. For the time being, though, he had to focus. Standing near a ramp that would connect the Jedi craft and Averin's vessel, Malfon waited in the shadows with lightsaber deactivated but ready. Like Averin, Malfin had become a beacon in the dark side. Raistin was sensible, but he was also a Jedi. No matter how he tried to wrap his mind around it, Malfon could not think of any way of convincing the Jedi Knight to join him. There was no way the two of them could reach an agreement to defeat Averin together. He would not ally himself with darkness. His only chance here was to defeat Raistin, kill Averin, and flee before anyone could try and stop him. Malfon's heart slammed against his chest as he heard the starfighters slow down until they were adjacent to Averinwell's ship. A single umbilical connector slid into place, providing the Jedi with access to the ingress ramp. He didn't have to do this. There was still time. If he relented, perhaps the Jedi Council would be lenient with him. He could surrender to Raistin, he would understand. And yet, something inside him told him that such a thing was impossible. He was a Sith now. There was no time for regrets. There was no hope left. And so he threw the lightsaber he had stolen from Jillith at the first Jedi to emerge from the pathway between the two ships. The adolescent Nazar female stepped into his weapon as she admitted herself into Averin's ship, and the whirling lightsaber skewered her chest. A soft gasp escaped her, and then she fell to the ground. As soon as she had died, Raistin Benax sprinted onto the ship, shouting his Padawan learner's name. Cradling her body for a short moment, Raistin didn't even realize that Malfon was standing there, and that he had killed the young Jedi. Had Malfon truly wanted to kill Raistin, he would have done so then. Raistin rose to his feet, but he jumped when he realized who stared back at him on the other side of the cargo hold. Malfon. The younger Force-sensitive only nodded solemnly. Raistin reached into the Force to ensure that what he was sensing was no illusion, and that, truly, Malfin was immersed in the dark side of the Force. Malfin did not resist his mental probing. He had nothing to hide anymore. The two Force users stared at each other. Malfin couldn't express himself in words, and Raistin was too mortified to speak, so neither of them said anything at all. Once he was certain Raistin had learned everything he needed to, Malfin released a burst of electricity from his hands. To the Sith's surprise, Raistin caught the attack in his hands and rendered the energy harmless. Malfin tried to choke Raistin, but the invisible grip of the dark side could not find his mark. Raistin shook his head. Lifting his hand, he released a force push so powerful that it lifted Malfon off his feet and tossed him into the wall. Malphon's vision flashed, and he thought he heard something in his back crack, but the dark side was quick to empower him in his pain. "Where did we fail you, Malphon?" Raistin asked, hardly audible. "What happened to you?" Malphon picked up an empty crate and threw it at Raistin as fast as he was able. The Jedi Knight sighed and closed his eyes, sending the storage container spiraling into the wall behind him. Undeterred, Malphon threw everything he could grab hold of: crates, weapons, armor, foodstuffs, footlockers, broken parts of the hull, and threw them at the Jedi Knight. But no matter how much of these things he launched forward and how fast he tossed them, Raistin protected himself with an invisible shield that sent every projectile on a tangential path away from him. After enduring the storm, Raistin began walking toward him. Malphon watched Raistin advance, undeterred by the projectiles heading his way. Why did he have to be so implacable? He had to be perfect, didn't he? The thought infuriated him. Smoke rose from Malphon's arms. His skin charred at his fingertips and along the veins at the back of his hand. Summoning the ferocious power that dwelt within him, he sent two streams of blazing fire directly at the young Jedi, shouting even as the fire burned his own body. "You cannot stop me with your dark fire," Raistin shouted over the coming flames. Raistin extended his hands toward Malphon, but the fire engulfed him in an instant. Malphon breathed a sigh of relief as the flames climbed higher and higher. Raistin's figure, a dark shadow within the pillar of fire, faded away as Malphon's vision blurred. The inferno was too much even for him, and he covered his eyes with the tattered remains of his cloak. The Jedi's presence in the Force vanished, and Malphon shook his head. All too easy. None could stand against him at his full strength. Not Elbrook, not Averin, and not even Raistin. But his relief was short-lived. Raistin's Force aura returned just as soon as it had disappeared, and a brilliant flash of light burst forth from the tower of flame before him. The pillar of fire was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Malphon quivered as Raistin Banak stepped out of the fire unscathed. There were no ashes on his clothes, his hair was not burnt, and he showed no sign of injury at all. Malphon shook his head. Impossible. No one had ever survived that attack. Raistin closed the last few meters between himself and Malphon. Instinctively, Malphon brought his lightsaber to bear and blocked the incoming swing. Their two blue lightsabers met in an explosion of light. Rising into a levitating position, Malphon countered each of Raistin's blows as they came, floating to and fro to avoid attacks and trying to force Raistin onto the defensive. The Jedi blocked no matter where Malphon drifted, flowing between offense and defense in smooth motions that forced Malphon to depend on the Force to avoid getting hit. Raistin fell back and positioned himself in a ready stance. Malphon moved in with staccato cuts that aimed for Raistin's limbs and upper body. Each attack found itself close to his mark, but never close enough. Raistin's defense was like a shimmering blue wall, and he could not find a way to break it. Returning to defense, Malphon did his best to avoid actually meeting blades with Raistin and tried to keep moving and dodging attacks that way. But Raistin was prepared for such maneuvers and his weapon gracefully diverted its path to find Malphon's blade. "Malphon, you've improved," Raistin said. "The dark side makes me more powerful than I ever was as a Jedi. I'm even more powerful than you," he sneered. "No, you've given up. You couldn't bear the hardship of the Jedi Order, so you sought an easier path. But what good will that do you if it only leads to your destruction?" "Don't presume to know me, Raistin. How can I? You've hidden so much from us, from your friends. How could you do such a thing? You've hurt more people than you could possibly know. I defended them. I stopped so many evils, and you don't even know anything about it. All I know is that the only evil that has been brought into our lives was brought by you, Malphon." Malphon blocked an incoming blow from the Jedi Knight. Before Raistin could press his attack, Malphon repositioned himself at his side and struck at his arm, forcing the Jedi to pivot and intercept the attack at the last second. What did he know? Raistin wanted to judge him for his actions, and yet he didn't know what suffering he had to endure. He had no idea the sacrifices he made, the pain he fought through, or the weakness he rose up from. Raistin was always the best, How could he possibly understand what it meant to be so defeated that the dark side became the only option? His anger at the Jedi before him made him more powerful, and his power forced Raistin to defend. Raistin gave ground to Malfin as he defended himself, allowing Malfin to get him closer and closer to one of the hole's corners. The Sith had no luck breaking through his defenses, but he remained undeterred. Once Raistin was cornered, his tumultuous emotions would give him the strength he needed for victory. Raistin shattered his momentum before he could dive in for a killing blow, blocking in an unorthodox manner and throwing him off balance. Before he knew it, Malfin was on the defensive again. Malfin blocked an incoming swing from Raistin and tried to jab him in the chest with his free hand, but Raistin caught his fist and sent him back. Now defending himself with only one arm, Malfin allowed his other hand to claw, punch, or backhand Raistin whenever he had the chance. Raistin moved to block these strikes as well, but Malfin managed to catch him off guard with a few swift kicks to the lower legs and knees. Before he could cause any damage, though, Raistin propelled him back with the force. Recovering quickly, Malfin launched a force storm at the Jedi Knight. The incoming bolts of lightning did not alarm Raistin, and he managed to deflect the many tendrils of lightning heading his way with his lightsaber in his hand. Once he was sure that the Jedi was distracted, Malfin released bursts of telekinetic energy, hoping to throw Raistin off his feet. Raistin resisted and countered with his own telekinetic attack, and the two Force users began trading telekinetic blows while lightning crackled through the air around them. Sections of the bulwark were distorted from the waves of telekinesis, and the objects Malfin had thrown earlier became wrapped up in a swirling vortex that encompassed the two duelists entirely. Malfin, the dark side, is weaker, and it always will be. You do not know its power. You're afraid of it, and that's why you will lose. There is nothing to fear from the darkness. The Force frees me from such things. A wave of unseen energy caused Malfin's electrical storm and telekinetic bubbles to end, freeing the air of the gravitational disturbance and the ozone. Then, before Malfin could attempt to defend himself or begin his attack anew, Raistin extended his hand and released a burst of light. The shimmering gold light struck Malfin in the chest, and he immediately felt his connection to the Force weaken. Falling down from his levitation, he barely had enough time to reposition his lightsaber before Raistin moved in and attacked him again. Despite his weakness, Malfin managed to stand back up and push Raistin away. Calling upon all of his power, Malfin swung down at the Jedi Knight with powerful overhead swings that threatened to cut him in two. Raistin stepped out of the way of most of these attacks, but there were a few he was forced to block. The light-based attack must not have been permanent, because Malfin's force potential recovered the more he struck at Raistin, and he was quickly back to full strength. Malfin was forced on the defensive in spite of his restored power, and he realized that there was no way he could continue blocking Raistin's interconnected swings without fail. It was only a matter of time before Raistin's finesse outlasted his raw power, and then he would be defeated. He had to end the duel soon. Each time his blade met Raistin's, he did his best to push the Jedi away and give himself more room, but Raistin was unyielding. No longer content with letting Malfin control the battle, the Jedi Knight slammed against Malfin's defense and blocked every attempt to reposition him, including absorbing Sith lightning and rendering Malfin's pyrokinesis useless. It's not too late. Please stop this foolishness and rebuke the dark side, Raistin pleaded. There's still a chance you can come back, Malfin. The Sith shook his head. I will never surrender myself to the Jedi ways again. I will not abide such weakness. Raistin sighed. Very well. I will show you weakness. The Jedi Knight caught Malfin's lightsaber with his own, and then twisted his wrist in a blindingly fast motion that caused Malfin's own grip to falter. Pain scorched his wrists, and Malfin was distracted for just long enough for Raistin to stomp on Malfin's foot and sever the lightsaber he had taken from the Jedi on Aldefrath. Weaponless, Malfin was thrown to the ground with the telekinetic blast. He tried to unleash a torrent of lightning at the Jedi standing over him, but Raistin surrounded the Sith with a force barrier, causing him to shock himself instead. Quickly drained of strength, Malfin ceased the attack and watched helplessly as Raistin stood over him, lightsaber in hand. So, kill me then, Malfin gasped. I'm not worthy of being a Sith. Raiston's lightsaber remained steady. No, Malfin. I don't know what's become of you, but I cannot kill you either. A Jedi Knight spares the unarmed, and I could never kill a prisoner. The Jedi Council will decide your fate. Malfin snarled. Had he fallen so far that he would granted mercy by the Jedi? Was he not a threat? Did his power not scare Raiston? The idea of being institutionalized and reformed by the Jedi Order terrified him. They were scared of his power. They could not bring themselves to reach the pinnacles of strength that he had, and they would dedicate their lives to bringing him back to the veils of weakness. He would rather die. No, he would rather not die. Malfon wanted to show Raiston the true power of the dark side. Extending his perception and calling upon all of his power, Malfin found Raiston's mind. Thought it was surrounded by barriers and illusions, Malfin was surprised when Raiston led him inside. What did he think? That he wanted to communicate with him privately. That Raiston could overpower him and corrupt him with his light. Foolish. Raiston, drop your weapon. The Jedi Knight stared at Malfin as one who had just heard a tasteless joke. Nonetheless, his weapon faltered. It was slight, but it was there. Malfin smiled. Raiston Benax, I command you to lower your weapon. The Jedi standing over him trembled. His lightsaber's blade, shimmering and buzzing mere centimeters from Malfon's throat, slowly moved away from the Sith and came to a resting position. Now free to move, Malfin smiled and levitated off the ground into a floating position just enough to meet Raiston Benax at eye level. Now Raiston's expression was different. There was much terror in his visage. Malfin relished it, and yet it was strange. Malfon's ability to manipulate the mind was powerful indeed, but Raiston was so much more powerful in every way. It was almost as if. Deactivate your lightsaber, Raiston. The lightsaber died. Malfin cackled. Reaching inside his cloak, he withdrew the hooked lightsaber Averin had given him and activated it, revealing his blood-red blade with a sinister hiss. Where were Raiston's mental defenses? What foolishness! He knew Malfon was an enemy, and yet he allowed him access to the most valuable strength he had, his mind. Raiston's thoughts flooded forth as Malfin pondered what to do next. With the Jedi Knight under his control, the two of them could defeat Averin well. After all, he had not sensed the old Sith's power bolstering his during the duel with the Jedi, and that only meant Averin never intended to aid Malfin at all. Corrupting Raiston would be easy once Averin was dead. For now, all he needed to do was order him to fight Averin alongside him, and that would be the end of it. Malfin, Raiston managed to eke out his name, fighting to maintain his own will. In an instant, images of despair flooded into Malfon's mind. For a second, Malfin was confused. These couldn't have been images from Raiston's mind. Of course, there was no denying it either. Behind the venerable exterior Raiston Benax had erected for himself, there was nothing but hurt. His parents were gone, his brother disowned him, and his friends were dying. What good was all his power if he couldn't even save those he loved? Malfon realized his pain, and their similar circumstances gave him pause. He knew now why Raiston did not resist his mental control. The anguish and hatred for his limitations destroyed him, and only now did Malfon realize how badly Raiston wanted his end his own life. He had thought Raiston invincible, and yet there was much weakness within him. His self-loathing would give him much strength in the dark side once he was corrupted. And yet that wasn't quite what Malfin wanted. He was not content knowing Raiston Benax. He was not content being his friend. He was not content being his brother. He never wanted to be like Raiston Benax, nor did he seek power over him. What would that prove? No, such a thing would degrade them both. Raiston would be forced into servitude, and Malfin would be forced to acknowledge that his apprentice was stronger than he was. Malfin never wanted to be like Raiston Benax. He wanted to be Raiston Benax. Raiston. Why yes. On the bridge of his vessel is an ancient Sith Lord, one wicked and powerful. If he is unopposed, he will go on to destroy the Galactic Republic, the Jedi Order, and everything you hold dear. Take your weapon and strike him down. This I command you. Malfin floated away from Raistin Banax as the Jedi Knight reactivated his lightsaber. Malfin didn't have to stay here on this ship. As long as he was close enough, Raistin would remain under his control. It was dangerous anyway. If he was too close to Averin when he died, the severed force link would also kill him. Just before Malfin moved toward the umbilical path that connected the ship to his starfighter, he realized that Raistin paused. Did he still have some will of his own? Malfin whirled around and activated his lightsaber, but Raistin made no move against him. Quite the opposite. Wrapping his arms around himself, the defeated Jedi did his best not to move forward. He was crying now, and Malfin mused that this was the only time he had ever seen the Jedi cry. Malfin, I love you. Don't do this. The Sith Master scoffed. Such nonsense. Do your bidding, slave. I require nothing else from you. Deactivating his lightsaber, the Sith turned around and headed back to his own ship, leaving Raistin Banax to his duty. Sure enough, as soon as he left, Raistin Banax took his lightsaber and advanced on Averin Well's position. The Sith Master starfighter raced away from the older Sith ship, separating himself from the two warriors as quickly as he was able. Soon enough, he felt Averin Well's mental link dissipate, for he could not maintain his connection to the younger Sith's mind over such a great distance. Without that link, the young Sith was safe from Averin's impending death. Smiling, he reached into the Force and found the bomb that Geese had planted on the bridge. Good. The mercenary performed admirably, placing it out of sight and in such a way Averin and his executor could not find it. Closing his eyes, he released his mental hold on the Jedi, giving him a moment of freedom before the end, and activated the explosive. He sensed the bridge erupt into a ball of molten durasteel and gaseous flames, and he sensed the man who had been Raistin Banax die. His death released great waves through the Force, and the Sith Master suspected they would be felt on Coruscant, Korriban, and beyond. Whether he had done his duty and killed Averin Well before the bomb went off, he did not care. Either way, they were both dead now. The man who was now Raistin Banax smiled. Without even thinking, the man who was now Raistin Banax activated his fighter's long-range communicator and directed it to Terrace. After some time, he was redirected to the man he wished to speak to. Raistin, the voice said on the other end. Is that you? It is, the Sith Master replied. It's been too long, Dandek. As I recall, I said I didn't want to speak with you ever again. I realized that. We said some things before that we shouldn't have. I was short-sighted and stupid. You've always been there for me, and I was a fool to throw that away. You're my brother, and my arrogance should not separate us. I'm sorry. There was a pause. I'm sorry too. I realized exactly what you did after we spoke last. We were both too stubborn to realize it before it was too late, though. Exactly. You were right about everything, Dandek. Our family, our goals, even the Jedi Order. I've seen the Jedi for what they really are, and I don't like it. Oh. Dandek sounded shocked, but rather pleased. I take it this means you've left. Yeah. It wasn't easy, though. I suspect they're going to be trying to track me down for years. That sounds like them. You can stay with me for a while, if you want. Thank you, but I think it would be better if I went and started a new life elsewhere. Staying with you would be the first place the Jedi would look. I was thinking Alderaan. Ah, that's perfect. I have contacts on Alderaan. A friend of mine owns a local manufacturing company there. Would you like me to refer him to you? That would be excellent, Dandek. I'll have to maintain some calm silence for a while, but I'll be in touch soon again. Okay. Sounds good. Stay safe, brother. The man who was now Raistin Banax switched off the comlink. It was over. There was no one alive who could trace him back to his old identity as a Jedi, and the only people who recognized Raistin Banax would either think he was dead or hadn't seen him in decades and would be easy enough to fool. They looked similar enough, after all. If he could settle on Alderaan, he could start anew. He could begin living his life for himself, as Raistin Banax, and escape the dichotomy of light and dark he had been trapped within. Sitting by his lonesome, the words of Averin Well worried him, even now. For all of his plotting, Averin was assured that, even after he died, the things he set in motion would continue on. The Jedi would be divided, the Mandalorians would strike, and the Sith would return. Even without all that, it seemed the old Sith had planned for Raistin to marry and have a child. Would that have only been necessary if Raistin proved uncooperative? He didn't understand how, but the old Sith had been alive for so long, he must have prepared contingencies. For only a second, Raistin regretted killing the old man. He should have waited and heard the entirety of his plan. He quickly rebuffed the thought. It was for the good of the galaxy that Averin was dead. The glow of hyperspace engulfed his viewport. Before long, he would be safe. He would be on Alderaan, free to carry on as he wished. He was alone now. He didn't feel it before, but there was something haunting about the loneliness, the silence. He sat, stolid and alert, for a few moments, but he began to lose his composure. He didn't even realize there were tears flowing down his cheeks. Sobbing, Raistin Benax cupped his face in his hands and tried to hold back the tears. Raistin Benax was not bothered by the fact he was crying. He had done so before, and he didn't mind it now. What bothered the man who was now called Raistin Benax was the fact that he was crying and didn't even know why. His ship landed on Alderaan some 2 days later. Phazon contacted him in orbit, directing him to a location in the outskirts of the capital city where he could land without drawing attention to himself. Raistin smiled to himself. Phazon was quite dutiful. He was actually rather surprised that the old Sith had prepared for his arrival. During his descent, he noticed that someone was standing with Phazon, and 2 individuals were waiting for him. He knew Phazon was loyal to him and his cause, but he wasn't sure about any allies the KOTOR had recruited. Throwing his cloak over his head and gathering his meager belongings, Raistin levitated just above the floor and left the ship behind. Phazon nodded simply as the Sith Master joined them, but the young Nikto standing nearby showed no signs of respect. Quite the opposite. Raistin could feel the force in him, but it was wild and unrestrained. Clearly, this one was an eager apprentice that Phazon had discovered. How interesting. Phazon, it is good to see you, the Sith Master intoned, his voice taking a sinister edge to startle the Nikto. Who is this? Deadly Yavalika. He is a vagrant, but he is quite strong in the Force. He actually tracked me down while I was wandering through Alderaan, Phazon replied. I want to be trained in your arts, Deadly interrupted. Raistin laughed. Such eagerness. I suppose I can train one such as you. Come with us, and we will show you power beyond your comprehension. Actually, there's someone who wants to meet you, Deadly noted. They told me of your coming, and I know of your powers because of him. Oh, yes? I was tasked by a man named Naphain to take you to him. He is expecting you, the Nikto explained. Interesting. Raistin glanced at Phazon, but the KOTOR only shrugged. And who did he say to expect? The Sith Phazon and his master, Lord Prue of Alderaan. Chapter 23. The Jedi Temple was such a different place. Northeus Olsen sat alone at a table at the farthest end of the library. There were a few books scattered across it, but he was uninterested in them. The datapad in front of him was empty, and he had yet to complete the chores he had been assigned. Jedi walked by him, but none of them said anything to him. Droids scurried by only to clean the areas around him. He was essentially invisible. He had been forgotten. Every Jedi he knew personally was dead. Gone. Lithi, Harada, Alnara, Raistin, Malfin. It seemed as though the Force had been working against him to ensure that he would be left alone. There was no one left for him to confide in, no one left to talk to. The other Jedi were so distant, so aloof, that Northeus hardly felt comfortable speaking with them, and they seemed to share similar sentiments. He was a Jedi Knight, but he felt no stronger than he had been as a young boy, awkwardly meeting Malfin in the library for the first time. In spite of the Force's ability to deprive him of everything he cared about, he was given one last power, it seemed. A few days ago, he had prophesied, the Force gave him a great gift found only in a few Jedi each generation. He had no idea how far into the future he had seen. All he knew was that there would be 2 Jedi, valiant and strong in the Force, who would lead great armies and betray the Jedi to begin a civil war that would eventually destroy them. The Jedi Council had summoned him, and he told them all he knew. They were dubious at first, but they eventually found themselves quite concerned about the identity of these two Jedi Knights. Of course, Northeus had no idea who they were. He had never seen them, and he doubted they were even alive yet. The Jedi Council, in their wisdom, only asked that Northeus to inform them whenever he received more visions, and he agreed to that. What was his power worth if he couldn't share it with others? What good was fame when he was all alone? Shaking his head, he did his best to quell the dark thoughts growing within his mind. He was a Jedi Knight. He had a duty, even if he had to carry it out by his lonesome. Pulling his personal holocron out of his pocket, Northeus scanned the area for the head librarian. She wasn't around. Even if she was, it was unlikely that she would have said anything. No one said anything to him, after all. Then he hesitated. He wasn't in the mood to assemble a log entry right now. He dared not waste such valuable storage space on his grief. Instead, he slipped the holocron into his pocket and pulled out a shimmering blue crystal, attached to a thin strand of thread that he had held onto for some time. How long had he had this? He didn't even remember. He held back the tears. What good were they? He would never get them back, and this was all he had to remember them. "I thought you said you would never leave," Northeus whispered to himself. "You've all left me here. I thought there was so much we had to do. What am I supposed to do now?" The blue crystal shimmered in the library's light as if it could answer. "I'll never forget you. Any of you. I'll become a great Jedi for you. Watch. Watch and be proud of me." Prue stared beyond Thranti Hill, the looming hill that rested just beyond his estate. The sun was setting, but it was still barely visible beyond the other, taller hills in the distance. The winds were picking up, and there was a chill in the air, but there was no sign of rain. Too bad. Prue was rather fond of the rain. He had grown old since he arrived in this place. His hair was beginning to gray in places, and his youthful skin had become coarse and rough around the edges. In many ways, he looked like Raistin Benax had before he died, albeit a few years younger. The resemblance was so uncanny, in fact, that Prue had no idea why he didn't conspire against the Jedi Knight earlier. It would have been all too easy. It had been some time since he had finished that nonsense with the Jedi and the Sith. Despite his worries, the Jedi Order hardly investigated the matter and seemed to believe Mandalorian pirates caused the death of Averin Well and Raistin Benax. The poor boy who was known as Malfin had been killed earlier by those same marauders on Alderfrath. A pity. The Jedi Order seemed to have lost an entire generation of Jedi Knights in such a short time. The Sith were a more prominent part of his life, but nothing particularly dangerous. Phasm maintained control over the Sith Academy they founded, but Prue suspected that Deadlay, who had grown in power and arrogance, would make a move to seize control quite soon. Occasionally, the Sith Master of Alderaan would receive reports, but he made it a point not to be disturbed by petty squabbles and minor inconveniences. He was no more a Sith Lord than he was a Jedi Knight. He simply had not finished manipulating the Darksiders as he had the Lightsiders. Sometime after arriving on Alderaan, Lord Prue had married Junira and become an aristocrat of sorts. The royal family distrusted him, both because he was in a order and because he married Junira, who was supposed to marry the current king of Alderaan himself. He did his best to earn the king's graces, particularly because their children were Force savants and would be very useful tools. Until then, though, he was content with living in an idyllic estate in the country just beyond Alderaan, the beautiful capital of Alderaan. He kept his lightsaber nearby, but never on his person. The dark side was powerful enough to support him. He hardly ever practiced it anymore, but he recognized the importance of staying stronger than the Sith he trained. After all, he did not want to be bested in combat and defeated. The Sith would not rise again under his watchful eye. The Sith would destroy everything he held dear, just as the Jedi did. No, one day he would have to destroy them both, but that was a long time off still. Reaching into one of his pockets, Prue found a blue crystal, the only trinket he carried with him from his Jedi days. Every time he remembered that it was on his person, he tried to throw it away. After all, such a thing was a dangerous connection to his past life, and even just a hint of that would unravel a great many of his manipulations. It did not matter that there was only one who knew exactly what that melted blue crystal meant, but Prue was worried that the Force would work against him. Pulling the glistening item from his pocket, he moved to throw it from the balcony with the strength of the Force so it could never be found again. Junira joined him on the balcony just before he could, and he quickly slipped the crystal away. No sense in trying to explain his meaning to her. Of course, he trusted her and she knew everything about him, but there were a few things he had forgotten to mention while recounting his time as a Jedi. Even now, he was unsure how their rather bizarre friendship evolved into romance, and how that romance budded into a marriage with two young boys. Nevertheless, he had come to love Junira Benax for her devotion and constant companionship, and he would not have traded her affections for anything else in the galaxy. His wife whispered after a moment, "Malfon, come back inside. It's cold out here, and someone needs to watch Jion while I look after Rain. He's crying up a storm, and he won't stop." "I just don't understand it. Jion was never this bad." Rayston, Prue calmly corrected her. "A hard habit to break, dear," she replied, unperturbed by his focusing on particulars. "Either way, would you mind?" Prue turned halfway before pausing. "Aren't you ever worried?" "About what?" she asked, still trying to drag him away from the edge of the balcony. "Avronwell told me before he died that he wanted to use my son to bring all of his evils to pass. What happens if, by some chance, he's able to do that from beyond the grave?" "I'd say you're worrying too much," Junira replied. "He's dead. You won. You can't let him do this to you, because you're just letting him earn his victories post-mortem. Don't give him that satisfaction." Prue smiled thinly. "You're right. I know. Now come inside." The Sith Master nodded. He had done all he needed to do for now. There were no threats to his power. The Sith would be destroyed in due time, the Jedi would splinter and collapse, and he would reform Alderaan into a place where he and his family could live peacefully. Who could stop him? Reaching into the Force, both past and future, he was satisfied when he received no answer. Finally, he was unchallenged. Even as he was led away by his wife, Prue watched darkness descend upon Alderaan. Long ago, he had been terrified of it. This darkness, though, was different. This darkness was comforting, because he recognized this was his own. He had created it, and he would see to it that it ended only when all of Alder